Welcome to Player Profiler's coverage of the 2024 NFL Draft. I'm Theo Gremminger with Matt Kelly, the Podfather. We have a loaded house full of some of your favorite Player Profiler analysts. We have boots on the ground at the NFL Draft. We are covering 3 straight days, 257 picks with the best fantasy football coverage anywhere for the NFL Draft. Matt, how hyped are you for this?
I'm really hyped. We got a great house. I posted on Twitter. Check my Twitter at fantasy_mansion to see me just do a full house tour. This is the best place to be in all of Michigan. We're so blessed. And the draft, we have a lot of quarterbacks, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How many of our first round quarterbacks do we have? We have 3 of the best receivers in the history of the NFL draft, the best top 3 I've ever seen. Will a running back go in the first round? So a lot of questions. We're going to have some answers over the next 4 to 5 hours. I'm so excited.
Yeah, I mean, I think you nailed it. This draft is a transformative one for fantasy football. We're going to see probably 3 wide receivers selected in the first round, in the first 10 picks alone to go along with those 4 quarterbacks you referenced. This is going to be an incredibly fantasy football friendly draft. And just to go over a little bit about what we have planned for you, we have Cody Carpentier, Matty Kiwoom, and Alex Dunlap of Roster Watch on our NFL desk. We have Dario Offstein, our head of analytics, ready to give you instant stat updates when any offensive skill position player is picked. We have Anand Nanduri, Jason Allwine, and Seth Diewold at the NFL Draft, ready to give you boots on the ground reactions. Plus, we have Memphis Young, Josh Larky, Tyler Knable. I mean, we're loaded. We have the entire Roto Underworld right here in Michigan. It feels like we've been planning for this draft for like 4 months with our podcasts. And Matt, even up until like this morning, we're getting all kinds of rumors coming in. It's all kinds of like silly season at this point. We finally get to know the landing spots for the players like Marvin Harrison Jr., for Malik Nabers, for Rome Odunze, Brock Bowers. All of these fantasy relevant players are going to step in and help us all across our fantasy rosters in year one. I'm so excited for tonight.
Yeah, the big question, how many wide receivers go in the first round? And we've been planning it for longer than 4 months, 5 months, 6 months, 7 months. I remember when Billy Muzio, who is the one of our top analysts that is not here today, Billy, wish you all the best, recovering from knee surgery. He found this place. He made this possible. We've been planning it forever. And now all the talent has coalesced in the draft house. And we're going to see, does Brian Thomas fall out of the first round? I think he might. Where does Adonai Mitchell go? Where does Xavier Worthy go? Cody Carpentier submitted his full first round predictions and left Xavier Worthy out of his top 32 inexplicably. He is an analyst for Orange Bloods who covers Texas, and he did not put Xavier Worthy in his top 32. So we'll hear from Cody and get an explanation of how that happened and a lot more.
And this is not all we're going to do. We're going to give you the entire first round, and then you're going to want to stick with Player Profiler because we actually have a post-draft show for the late night crowd or anybody who's just juiced up and wants to keep the draft coverage going. Make sure you stick around at the end of this stream. Go in and change it on YouTube, where we have Bradley Stalder with getting reactions from pretty much everybody covering this draft. We're going all night, basically, Podfather. And for me, I know I'm most excited about the landing spot for Brock Bowers when it comes down to all these guys. Talk about the quarterbacks, talk about the wide receivers, but Bowers seems like, for me, the guy where we have a little bit of indecision. There's a little bit of kind of rumors of this team looking to get him, this team looking to get him. To me, like, we saw how impactful Sam Laporta was last year, but Bowers is kind of my guy. This is, I think, potentially a tight end 1 overall at some point in our dynasty rankings in the near future. So that's the one I'm most excited about. Which player are you most excited about for their landing spot tonight?
Unlike Cody Carpentier, I'm very excited about Xavier Worthy. Xavier Worthy is interesting because Xavier Worthy, depending on where he goes, he can have a huge impact or not much impact, right? He could have a huge fantasy season, or he could be behind Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill. And he's a rotational guy, and he's a splash guy, and he's sort of a gadget player in year one, and then we'll see what happens. Or he goes to the Bills and he's a featured receiver, and he's not a deep threat. Like, this is not a one-dimensional receiver. This guy is much more of a Brandon Cooks than he is a D.D. Westbrook or even a Deshaun Jackson. This guy is a complete receiver and also the fastest receiver we've ever seen. So, yeah, I'm allowed to be excited about that guy.
Yeah, I love the Xavier Worthy selection. And I have Xavier Worthy going to the Miami Dolphins at 21 overall, which I think
it's down. I don't want that.
Not the greatest thing.
Awful.
And a lot of times we get not the greatest fantasy landing spots, and we're going to react to that as well. But I do think one guy that's going to have a great fantasy landing spot is Marvin Harrison Jr. Everything looks like he's going to go at 4 overall to Arizona. That's a player that we currently have extremely high in our dynasty rankings, and you should as well. He's going off the board early in startups, early startup values. I mean, you're talking about a player who could be an AJ Green, a Julio Jones. We love him. And Matt, we've got people in this house who don't even have him as wide receiver 1 in this class. That's how strong it is at the top.
There's a case for Odunze. There's a case for Nabers. There's a case for Marvin Harrison. But, our rankings, especially when it comes to the rookie rankings around NFL draft time, it's a flat circle. It's like it started with Harrison, a lot of talk about Nabers, flirting with Odunze, but it's time. NFL draft is here. Marvin Harrison, wide receiver 1.
Yeah, and we're going to find out soon about the quarterbacks as well. I mean, we know Caleb Williams is going at 1. It looks like Jayden Daniels at 2. The latest rumors is New England's going to stay pat at 3 and just take Drake Maye. So we're kind of where we were, a couple months ago. Marvin Harrison Jr. at 4. That's kind of my prediction of the top 4. The draft gets interesting at 5. I'm sure Cody Carpentier, Alex Dunlap, and Matty Kiwoom are going to talk about how they think the top 10 picks are going to play out. But I think 5 is the one where we could really see a trade. We could get some movement. Apparently the Chargers love J.C. Latham, the huge offensive lineman from Alabama. Sort of fits the mold of what Harbaugh wants to do with this new team. We would love to see Malik Nabers there. I think that's still a possibility. And then what is the New York Giants going to do at 6? They attempted to trade up for a quarterback. Will they find a quarterback this draft, or are they going to take Malik Nabers? There's so many sliding doors once you get past pick number 5.
And for me, Joe Alt is really the best player. Like if you're talking about a best football player, if you're in a rebuild mode, you shouldn't be going out and trying to start with a quarterback and build around him. That's the path to failure. You start with a guy like Joe Alt, and if the Chargers are thinking offensive line and they're not thinking Joe Alt, that would be the first mistake of the draft. The first big miss would be any offensive lineman not named Joe Alt going as the first lineman selected.
Yeah, you're going to see the Podfather kind of freak out a little bit on some picks. Last year, you're ready to lose your mind when Jahmyr Gibbs went 12 overall. We don't as much as we think we have a handle on what these GMs are going to do. There's going to be some interesting picks out there NFL wise. Now, for me, I hope we get all the fantasy friendly guys going off the board. Take them as early as you want, NFL teams, but I think we're ready to kick it over to our NFL desk. Cody Carpentier, Alex Dunlap of Roster Watch, and Matty Kiwoom. They're going to take you all the way through pick number 1. Stick with us all draft long, and you're going to get the best fantasy football coverage anywhere.
Yes, welcome back. Alex Dunlap, Matty Kiwoom, myself, Cody Carpentier. We're back. And it's interesting they brought up the 12th overall pick because I did indeed have Xavier Worthy plugged in, 12th overall, to the Indianapolis Colts via a trade-up. Okay. And I just happened to maniacally get pushed out at about 12:35 last night by my good friend Alex Dunlap, who joins me from Roster Watch. Matty Kiwoom fall over there from Player Profiler. It's gonna be a long night tonight. We're about 15 minutes away from Caleb making the walk because we know it's gonna be a long time. We've got a lot of odd shifting on a lot of the sports books, minus 100,000, of course, for Caleb to go number 1 overall. But Jayden Daniels has moved minus 6,000 to be number 2 overall. And Drake Maye is minus 2,000 now to be number 3 overall. Alex Dunlap, how you doing? What do you think about all that?
Let's just take a quick second to do something. I mean, Caleb, you put down $10K to win $100.
$1.
$100K to win $100 would be.
Okay, so but
I think that math is mathing.
I think you should do it, right? If you got the money, you got it, baby. No, but here's the thing, dude. Like here we are, boys. Hey, Matty Kiwoom,
we here, boys.
Cody Carpentier, we made it, dude. We're back, and here's the thing: all of us, not just me, not just Cody, not just Matty, not just everybody here, but all of us, we are going to be different people in 2.5 hours than we are right this instant. We're going to be people who have the knowledge of what happened in round 1 of the 2024 NFL draft. A lot of intrigue, a lot of, man, after pick 1, even pick 2 has a little bit of mystery to it. But then, dude, we get to 3, we get to 4, we get to the trade up, trade down scenarios, we get to all the rest of this stuff. These player props we've been talking about the whole time, these maniacal bets that we have on all these players with their over unders as far as whether or not I'm going to be able to pay the mortgage this next month. It's like we're going to find it all out right now, and we're going to be here with you through the whole round 1 of the draft, and then through the whole rest of the draft, of course, day 2, day 3, right here doing the same stuff. But yeah, man, pumped to be here. This is the day we get to open our presents.
This is right. This is right. I mean, listen, it's draft day, boys. We've been thinking about this since what? The day after day 3 last year?
Yeah.
This is the amount of work. This is the culmination of the grinding, the predicting, like you said, the betting. But today, after today, the I thinks that this is what I have. Get that out the window. We're going to know, boys. We're going to know where these players are. And listen, I couldn't be more excited.
And I think the biggest thing, and you guys mentioned it all, but in accumulation, the answer was to what Alex always brings up every single year on this day. Today, tomorrow, Saturday, we're going to be live, all 257 picks, all 7 rounds right here on the Player Profile YouTube channel. Alex always brings it up. This is when we find out what the organizations aim to do, what they're actually doing, and what their plans are, right?
They can't lie to you.
They can't lie to you.
Whenever an organization makes a transaction, whenever they say we are going to commit to this player millions and millions of dollars, that is so much more of an important point of information than you'll get from any press conference and any coach speak or any GM speak, any of it, right? This is the time when the NFL cannot lie to us. And so we're going to find out, man. And there's all kinds of stuff. We have I don't know. We probably won't need to talk about the AJ Brown stuff, but they're deadlines. What did they say? Like it's deadlines make deals, right?
Mm-hmm,
and it's like coming right up into the NFL draft. That's a big deadline in the NFL. We see the stuff with AJ Brown. I'll be interested to see if there's any cockamamie swindles that are to abound tonight that involve San Francisco wide receivers, that involve Denver wide receivers, that involve the rest of them. We have the over-under set at 6.5 trades.
Yep,
that's right.
In this draft tonight, I think that probably the bookmakers are they baking in the trades with the 2 quarterbacks outside the top 2, if we consider it could be. And look, the draft begins right now.
Boys, we are here. Although the first pick is not all that exciting. We know what it is. Caleb showed up in navy blue for a reason. That's my pick.
It's going to be a big night. We're looking forward to it. Caleb is about to make the walk probably in 10 minutes because they're probably going to milk this thing all the way out.
Which is insane.
Let me ask you guys. I'm colorblind. So is the Bears
no.
jerseys, are they really dark blue? They look
very, very dark blue.
They look kind of black to me.
Very, very navy dark blue.
I mean, dark blue, black, it's their neighbors. They're next door neighbors, right?
They're neighbors for Alex
Dunlap's
neighbors.
neighbors.
Yeah. We appreciate everybody in the chat also as well. Make sure you stay tuned in. Stay just commenting. Stay active. We appreciate you guys. We're going to be interacting with you guys as the draft goes on. Again, this is like a 14-hour ordeal over the course of the next 3 days, and we're going to stay here all 257 picks. If you stay here with us, we're going to interact with you. We appreciate you. We love you. Throw a super chat in there. We might answer it. We might do those things, but 100%, please click that like button. Matty, Bears, Washington, New England. We just talked about the odds around Caleb, Jayden, and Drake. There's a lot of questions about chaos. And you know one thing I love, chaos.
Hey, baby.
Are we going to get chaos in the first 3 picks?
We will not get chaos. Listen, if you need to go to the bathroom, you need to grill up some dogs, do them now because we already know pretty locked in who's going to be the 1, 2, 3. 3 quarterbacks, as you predicted. Williams, Daniels, Maye, bing, bang, boom. Probably Marv at 4. I think the fun The chaos can ensue.
I think the chaos
at
might
5.
Start, I think the chaos could start at 3.
I hope so.
But that's the thing, though, right? Like I'm diehard, grew up a Viking. He grew up diehard Patriot, right?
That's
You're
right.
here, right, and split in the middle, right here. Give us a neutral thought of: do you think that this is a realistic thing? Because I personally thought early on Minnesota 100% had the gasoline to get up there, but the Houston pick everyone keeps pointing at, they got that 23rd pick for a reason. They didn't. Everything we heard was that the Houston wanted to offload that pick so that they didn't have to have that money devoted to a rookie. Then they did so they could get Diggs, right? So the question is, are the Vikings really looking to move up, or are they content sitting and potentially waiting and moving back for a potential Knicks? Or do you really think that Maye is in this conversation where they're going to give up 3 first-round picks plus to get to 3? And can they?
Are they going to? I don't think they can go into this. They need to come out of this with a quarterback and not some kind of Spencer Rattler or Michael Pratt.
Yeah.
Or Joe
Bazooka Joe.
Or Bazooka Joe. Bazooka Joe Milton. Like there's absolutely no way. And it does line up. It does line up to where, 11, 23, and a 1 next year.
It does make a lot of sense.
Man, and here's the thing too about the Patriots. We got the reporting for Tom Pelissero that there was certainly some interest within that organization in Michael Penix, and they brought Michael Penix in for a 30 visit. And the idea that if they do trade down, Elliott Wolf said we're open for business, and I don't think that necessarily means anything. Of course, everybody's open for business, but they've done their work for a trade down situation.
They have.
We know that Marty Austinfort, has done his work for a trade down and a possible trade back up. That's what I actually have written into my mock draft over at Huddle Report. I can't wait to see it. I can't wait to see. Do Gerard Mayo and Elliott Wolf think in our first year we're going to go ahead and expend our first bullet with the fan base, and we're going to say we are staking our claim here, and we are taking our ship and we are extending it to Drake Maye, and that's our future. Is that what you want to do?
Well, here's also
is that what you for a guy who, like, people talk about his footwork and they talk about all the rest, work in progress, and he could be good and all the rest of it. And it's not like they come from a school of the Brian Dabolls of the world that have had the Josh Allens or these. I don't know if there's that much of a gravitational pull to this type of player for the Patriots, to where they would say, dude, we're willing to tie our horses to this guy. And so I'm very interested in what happens at 3. There's obviously teams that want to get up. Broncos want to get up. Minnesota wants to get up. We're going to find out soon.
Do the Cardinals having 11 picks in this draft, 2 firsts, a second, and 3 thirds, 11 total picks, have any impact on your thought process as far as this team does need to get blue chips on this roster? They do need a receiver. They do need a corner. They do need a couple defensive linemen. They do need a right tackle. Like, they need these pieces. So why would Austinfort want to move down and collect more picks? I get it for, getting that golden loom of next year, but he also has that 27th overall pick where you can be aggressive here. You can take Marv if that's your number one guy on the board, if he's your number one guy on the board, right?
You can still
and
get
then
him.
Move up.
If things fall the right way, you can still get Marvin, pick up a first next
100%.
year.
But this is a different year. This is not last year. I get everyone. The big thing over the course of the last month has really heated up to that video of Monty Austinfort. We all know it. We all saw it. We all love it, right? We love it. It's called the Austinfort. You move back, you move up, you can do it. But you watch the video. That was an intense 5 minutes for him to do that. He had to dial that in. It's the draft day thing. He had to dial that thing in.
It's
Again,
his job.
we know he can do it, but I'm just saying, This is an
every other minutes doing this show. It's our job.
Every other GM knows.
But dude,
every other GM knows the over feel of what Austinfort did last year. They all saw that video. They all have the same thoughts. Oh, you're going to do that to us? You think you're just going to move back and move back up with us? You don't think we want Nabers? You don't think we want Marv?
It doesn't matter what they think about Austin Ford, about saying like, you're not going to do it to me. I'm this big alpha dude. You can't do the same thing. It's about what helps my franchise. And so if there were something that were to happen at 4, to where let's say Drake Maye's off the board at 3 and JJ McCarthy's there at 4, and something happens with the Broncos or somebody that wants to move up and to be able to get him right. Austin Ford could pick up a number 1 next year, can do something with swapping some 2s and stuff, right, for this year, and then move back up to 5 to take Marvin Harrison again.
So this is the cockamamie.
This is the thing about Monty too. He's got 11 picks.
Yeah.
That already puts you in the territory. You can bully the draft pool.
Exactly.
But if he moves back, boy, oh boy, you got a big boy in the playground. He can bully this board for all the 7 rounds. And like you said, blue chips is what this team's missing. The NFL is a copycat league.
Yep.
And what is everyone on notice now? They're all on notice because what Houston did last year.
Bingo.
Moved up, double dipped in the top 3. Got the offensive rookie of the year, the defensive rookie of the year. If you don't think the Cardinals are thinking of that, they are. The Bears, these are the teams with 2 first-rounders that can make big noise in the draft that's uniquely suited to bolster these rosters.
And that's exactly what they need to do.
Mm-hmm.
And then, like, I'm not saying they need to trade up into the top 10, but I think they need to be ready to strike. And I think they have the ammo to do that with the 3 third-round picks, the 2nd and the 2 firsts. I'm just interested to see if it's maybe not him. Maybe it's Ortiz. Maybe it's Elliott Wolf / Kraft.
Well, see, that's the thing. That's the thing we did not mention, Alex. We talked about Elliott Wolf and Gerard Mayo. There's a third party in this, and it's also the owner's son, who is very heavily involved from what I've heard. And if you factor in ownership, what do you factor in more than anything else? Ticket sales, money, jersey sales, gate. Drake Maye, Jayden Daniels. Those are the names that fans want being quarterback.
Do you think, like, let me just ask you, and I know that this is, this isn't professional analysis. This is just me asking you as somebody that is lives in that market. Do you think Patriots fans want Drake Maye?
They do. They do want Maye. They do. I can tell you that right now from that area, the callers in sports radio, the fans want the blue chip. They don't want them to dance around. Now, the more savvy people understand that if you can command the draft board, they've done their due diligence. Quarterbacks 1 through 5, all the way through Penix.
All right.
So they've done the due diligence. So the smart move would probably be to move back and garner assets, get more assets. That's not what they're. If the Crafts are heavily involved in the decision making, they're going to want to get the blue chip at 3.
Okay,
the guy that people have been talking about for more than a calendar.
All right. So let's just pretend you're Mike from Gloucester Harbor.
Hey, guy.
Yeah, Mike
Hey,
from
it's Matt from
Gloucester Harbor,
Gloucester.
and you're calling into the, you're calling into the local radio, right?
Yeah.
And you ask Mike from Gloucester Harbor,
How dare you?
Would he prefer a 1 next year plus Michael Penix at 11 plus Brian Thomas Jr. at 23?
Brother, I'm going to tell you this right now.
Mike
from Gloucester doesn't give a rat's patoot about a future 1. Probably doesn't even know who Brian Thomas is.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
That's the facts.
Give us Drake Maye.
Well, listen, Jayden Daniels, Drake Maye, whoever it is, that's the guy that the fans have been grabbing to. Because you have to remember, too, Drake Maye has been slotted as the number 1 or number 2 player in this class for over a year. So that's what people want. I'm not in that camp. I cannot say that I want that. I have other preferences. But getting the stockpile of picks, Elliott Wolf is on record saying that the way to win in the league, the way to rebuild, is to stockpile draft picks. They have this ability to do it, but he also might be handcuffed in the fact that if you go look him up on Patreon, NewEnglandPatriots.com, his title's not GM. It's not the player personnel.
He's
it's
kind
like
of one of these like Duke Tobin kind of.
He's just kind of.
Yeah.
They're leaving him on the hook.
He's a puppet.
Right.
Yeah.
So, like, what type of leeway? Now, from what they're saying is that he's running the show. He's the GM in waiting. After the draft, supposedly this is the guy to lead the ship. Now, do I think that means he is right now? I don't, because I've heard too much that Jonathan Kraft is heavily involved because this is the most important pick of the entire franchise's history because 2 failed quarterbacks in round 1 puts you back in the pits of the NFL for a long, long time.
And all the New England Patriots want is their name in the conversation as winners because that's what they're used to, and they aren't ready to deal with the sacrifices of losses. Spoiled out of their minds.
Mike from Gloucester, you spoiled brat.
Now, boys, let's move down in this draft. We talk about guys trading down. We've talked about New England. We've talked about Arizona and the Chargers potentially moving down. Teams that we're thinking about moving up or teams that we've heard rumors of potentially moving up through this pre-draft process over the last 24 hours. Alex and I both finished our huddle report mock draft competitions. And through that, you have to be creative. You have to think. You have to do research. Things we've heard, things we've saw, teams we've considered moving up. Mm-hmm. Eagles, right?
That's correct.
Eagles moving up. We've heard a lot. We have a resident Bill fan in here, Nick Coder, shout out. He thinks Bills potentially move up. We've heard the Saints potentially move up. They don't have a lot of ammo to do it, but we've heard them connected to a couple of spots.
The Saints always move up.
They always move up.
Bingo. Vikings, Denver, Raiders sitting there 11, 12, 13. That, I think, is where the chaos can completely ensue. But I think 2 teams that they're sleeping on right now are the Bears, who only have 5 picks, and the Jets at 10, potentially moving down. I think there's a lot of chaos that could ensue from 9 to 22. Sure. Is there any in particular team that you guys would be looking at right now looking at potentially getting up into that top 10?
Yes, dude. The Philadelphia Eagles getting up to 10 with the New York Giants. They did with the New York Jets. It was didn't they do some kind of Hassan Reddick deal? There was some deal where these guys have done it recently. And whenever you think about it, for the Eagles, dude, Quinyon, for people who weren't there for all the Senior Bowl practices, might not understand what an unbelievable player this is. He's undoubtedly the cornerback 1 in this class. And for the Eagles, man, that kind of player for them, they have a very complete team. For them to be able to land somebody like Quinyon, who's not going to be able to fall to 20, what Eagles are at 22? Or the Eagles are at 22?
Eagles are at 22, yes, sir.
Yep. So from 22 up to 10, they can make that happen easily. That to me is the one that I have been having my eyes on for weeks, but apparently what the narrative is shifted to now is the Eagles trading up with somebody at what's the new thing people are talking about?
They're 9, 10, 11 area.
Yep.
9 is the Bears. The Bears, like I said, only have a few picks, and they are sitting at 9. If they get Caleb 1, that's likely to happen. The draft is open right now. There's 7 minutes till the pick is in. Hopefully they do it quicker than later. But the Bears sitting there at 9 feels like everyone's talking about Odunze, Bowers, Verse, Turner, whatever. Feels like the prime drop-down spot to garner some more assets. And that's the spot that I would say you're looking for Rams, Eagles to move up to.
But that's also the Byron Murphy trade-up spot. Right? Sure. So if you're the Bears, I know that they've expended second round and third round draft capital in the previous 2 seasons for their interior defensive line. But Byron Murphy, you just think about it, Matt Eberflus, he's a defensive-minded head coach, somebody who understands, as any defensive-minded head coach understands, that the defense starts and ends with the 3 technique. I think that, as somebody that's watched Byron Murphy very, very, very closely from the time that he came into Austin through the time that he's been there and seen his growth, he's better than Malcolm Brown. He's better than Hassan Ridgeway. He's better and more explosive than anybody that Texas has put out at this defensive tackle position over the course of the last 15 seasons. And you just wonder if you could say, dude, do we need these guys? It's Cody. We always say it, man. Like like how often do we need to say that? How often do we need to say that 310-pound men that move like this with their feet and are this explosive, they don't grow on trees. You get there aren't that many of them on earth.
That's right.
And so whenever we talk about the NFL draft and we talk about, consensus round 1 picks, right? Every year, guys are going to go round 1 32 times, right? But every year there's only probably, 14 to 18 consensus first round picks. like that everybody every team has as a first rounder, right? I think this year it stops at about 16. I think that the Jacksonville Jaguars at 17 are the team that if teams draft optimally, that the Jaguars will be the ones saying like, all right, well, we don't have a consensus first rounder here, right? So Byron Murphy's one of those guys, and so the question is, if you're the Bears, how far can you move down? What is the opportunity cost?
I think that's the biggest question is you have to be able to find that fine line and still be able to think you can get a Turner, a Verse somewhere in that conversation if you want to go defense or if you want to go tackle. I mean, that's the position that every single year, guys, when we do these drafts, we all want to talk receiver. We all want to talk quarterback, and everything else is fancy and beautiful until the draft gets down to the nitty gritty and it's tackle. And you like sit back and you look and you go, well, guess what? 5 tackles just went no matter 8 picks. And not saying 1 through 8, but I'm saying 5 through 13.
That's right.
We could be looking up and see that. And it's like, well, guess what? All the edge guys fell. And the 3-tech thing is a different conversation that we've heard over the course of the last few weeks. Murphy is the solo dolo interior right now.
Yeah.
Johnny Newton's in there conversation, but it's like you can feel it's a big chunk back. There's nobody else in the conversation for Byron Murphy right now. I think that weighs heavily.
The pick is in.
Well, the difference between Byron Murphy and
the
Newton
pick is in for the Bears.
is big, right? I mean, you just talked about Murphy. He's fantastic. We already know the pick for the Bears. That's going to come in right now.
The pick is in.
Real quick, though, I do want to say one team that has not been brought up as a potential trade up. If Rome starts to slip past, call it 9, be on the lookout for Jacksonville.
Yeah.
To also make a power move.
To move to 9?
To move up. The Jacksonville, they still were in on Calvin Ridley, even after bringing in Gabe Davis. And it's almost a put up or shut up year for Jacksonville and Trevor Lawrence, Frank Pearson, the whole gang. They could be looking to make a big move. Trent Baalke might be looking to do something big tonight.
If they do that, Baalke can go jump off a bridge. Idiotic, man. You play in the AFC South. That all of a sudden, man, with Levis coming on, with CJ Stroud doing what he did, with Anthony Richardson coming back healthy, man, like you gotta fortify that back end. So we'll see. And we know that cornerback was minus 225 on DraftKings, wide receiver plus 110 right before we got into this draft. So I think they'll probably go corner, but especially with what we've heard lately about how Terran Arnold and Kool-Aid, some NFL teams might not be quite as high on them as we could have expected coming in.
There it is. The pick is in, number 1 overall, as they announce it right now. Caleb Williams, officially a Chicago Bear, Monsters of the Midway. Seth is downtown, so we don't hear any screaming right now in the background.
He's very
but
excited.
Caleb Williams is officially a Chicago Bear. What is the instant analysis right now? It's official. Let me hear you guys. Of course, we got DJ Moore, we got Keenan Allen, they got the franchise, the state of the franchise in Chicago. What is the feeling, do you think, as a Chicago Bear for a team that hasn't really had a quarterback for the last 30 years that they think can take them to that next level? And there's a glimmer of hope right now as Caleb walks across that stage in Detroit.
Well, Ryan Poles and his team knew how important this was, and they showed it to us. Let me talk about today being the day that they don't lie. These franchises cannot lie. Well, the Bears haven't been lying because they've now set the standard, in my opinion, the gold standard on how to usher in a new quarterback. Get very QB-friendly receivers, build an entire system that is going to work for your new quarterback. And Ryan Poles right now is probably elated. Caleb Williams, we talk about him being the best quarterback prospect since Luck or Lawrence, however you want to say it. Now they got their guy. And, hey, Chicago might have a quarterback, boys.
Just, man, what I would say is this. I hope that the Bears don't fall into the trap of saying that they need to atone for the sins of Justin Fields with the lack of options that they've given him on the offensive side of the football. They've brought in running backs. They've brought in wide receivers. They have, they have DJ Moore.
They have another first round pick.
They have Keenan Allen. They brought in Gerald Everett. They still have Cole Kmet. Dude, this is enough for a guy like Caleb Williams to come in and absolutely be potent. If at 9, you don't need to make the point. At 9, you don't need to make the point that we're surrounding him with weapons. You've already done that through this process. What you need to do is build a good team.
Yeah, you need to build a team.
Build
That's right.
Build a team that's going to keep these guys in games, man. That NFC North is tough. You got Jordan Love coming on. You have the Lions doing what they did last year. Are you kidding me? If it feels like the Chicago Bears, you have a premium pick. You have a definite consensus first round guy that you can pick. And if you're going to take Rome Odunze,
Bullshit up, baby.
It's
possible.
It feels
Brock
like
Bowers?
it feels like overkill to me, and
that-
it
for
feels
a
like you're
pound.
getting overextended.
Yeah, I completely get that, and I think it's an alpha move. If they do go offense, I think that'll be telling to what their goals are and their trajectory in Chicago. But that's number one pick. We're going to throw it over to Matt and to Theo to get their instant analysis. We're here every angle of this draft. Pick 1 through 257. One's in the book. We're coming. Fantasy analysis, NFL analysis, projections, the whole 9 yards. Click that like button, click subscribe, and stay tuned. And we are just getting started. We're going to kick it on over to Theo and Matt.
Caleb Williams. I mean, we knew it was going to happen, but it's still exciting. It's a franchise that has never had a quarterback pass for more than 29 touchdowns, has never had a 4,000-yard passer. I think Caleb's going to hit both those things. Like, this is a guy that we've moved way, way up our dynasty rankings, and the weapons he has are awesome for a first-year QB. DJ Moore, we saw what he did last year. They go trade for Keenan Allen. Cole Kmet, top 8 PPR tight end last year. They go sign DeAndre Swift. It's an improving offensive line. I heard Alex and Matty and Cody talking about how we have pick number 9 coming up. That could be a player on the offensive side of the ball. I mean, this is about as good of a situation as you can imagine for a quarterback coming into the league.
Yeah, it's great. Now, RC Fisher came on the Mind of Mansion show, and he mentioned that Caleb Williams is more of an improvisational quarterback, and that a precise route runner like Keenan Allen's not going to be a great fit. I think that Keenan Allen's a great fit with any quarterback, and Caleb Williams is special. And I love that Caleb Williams working out with Brock Purdy, right? Working on the biometrics. I like that. I like the passion. I know there was a clip that went viral of him crying in his mother's arms. I just want to go on record, reminding everyone, all of the ogres and the boomers out there, that Michael Jordan cried, and Dak Prescott cried, and Lou Gehrig cried, and Tom Brady cried. And they cried because they cared. They care. And so you love that this guy cares, and he's misunderstood. But that's the beauty of it, right? A guy like this 10 years ago would have slipped in the draft. The teams, these front offices, they're getting better and better. Why do you think we're not going to see a middle linebacker or a running back go in the first round? I love seeing NFL teams embrace analytics and incrementally every year getting better, more efficient with their picks.
And NFL teams also are chasing, the next Patrick Mahomes. And it's very hard to put that on a young QB. But Caleb Williams has some Aaron Rodgers in him. He has some Patrick Mahomes in him. His ability to make pretty much any throw possible while on the move. Plus, he's going to be very, very effective running the football. Caleb Williams has it all. And he's been a fast starter everywhere he's been. This is a player that started at Gonzaga High School in Washington, D.C. at 14 years old at one of the best high school leagues in the country, then goes to Oklahoma with Spencer Rattler coming off of Big 12 Freshman of the Year. Spencer Rattler looking like a future top 5 NFL pick at the time. Caleb Williams comes in there, takes his job, plays outstanding as a freshman during the Red River Shootout. He's just been fast-tracked. Transfers to USC, wins the Heisman. He is a winner. He is a big-time producer everywhere he goes, and I expect it to be that way at Chicago. I think it's going to be interesting when we kick it to Dario Offstein. Dario has been trying to crank out the projections of sort of where we have Caleb Williams right now in terms of redraft. Is Caleb Williams, I think Caleb Williams has a top 5 potential in redraft. The opportunistic scrambling, I think, is what's going to be the biggest factor in whether he's QB5 or QB12 or QB8, how often he gets out and uses those wheels. But in terms of
that's the key.
That's the key.
Yeah, the median projection on Caleb Williams is going to have him, I'm guessing, we'll hear from Dario soon, in that QB8 to QB12 zone. But the upside on him is that he decides to run more. Now, is he going to run as much with all those wide receivers?
You know what? We're going to kick it to Dario actually after this pick, because we are getting the Washington Commanders about to pick at 2 overall. Podfather, they're coming up. Roger Goodell is on the mic, ready to make this pick. After they make this pick, we're going to kick it back to Cody Carpentier, Alex, and it's Jayden Daniels. That's what we expected. Jayden Daniels goes at 2 overall. This is very, very exciting. Jayden Daniels is the first number 2 overall pick. Back. This is also the first Heisman Trophy winner to go to Washington since Robert Griffin III. And I think Jayden Daniels, you've had the Washington Commanders staring at their neighbors on I-95, the Baltimore Ravens, for years with the sort of rushing ability and the wins they're producing with Lamar Jackson. They go and draft a player who has had 2,000 rushing yards over the last 2 seasons at LSU. Incredible fantasy potential as well. I'm interested to see what Cody has to say about this Jayden Daniels pick and Alex Dunlap. Why don't we kick it back to those guys?
Hey, Jayden Daniels, number 2 overall to the Washington Commanders. This has been a rumor in the cooking for the last 2 weeks since Adam Schefter jumped on a couple of podcasts and decided to open
Except
up
for Friday of last week. After the Cockamamie Top Golf trip.
Up and down, and there was rumors of Jayden Daniels not wanting to golf. He's sitting on his telephone, and maybe Drake May and JJ McCarthy were the hardos out there, drilling 300-yard drives into the center field of Top Golf. But Jayden Daniels officially the number 2 overall pick. Check another one off the box on the old huddle report. But I think Washington gets their quarterback. Washington gets the guy that makes the most sense for the Cliff Kingsbury offense. You go all the way back to Johnny Manziel. You go all the way back over the last couple of years to the running quarterbacks, all the way to Kyler Murray of most recency. So it makes sense to get that Heisman quarterback in Washington, and now they can really kind of open up and see. Later on, maybe in this first round, they come back and get a tackle, maybe a receiver. But they got Terry McLaurin, they got Jahan Dotson, they got plenty of weapons here. Really quickly, what do we think about this Jayden Daniels thing? Were you thinking at all about Drake May here, actually? At the
Absolutely. I mean, in my mock 4.0, I did have Maye going 2, but it settles in here that, remember, Adam Peters was front and center for the catastrophe that was the San Francisco 49ers moving up for the project Trey Lance. They decide to go with someone who's a little bit safer, a little bit more year 1 ready in Jayden Daniels, and they get, like Theo said, the first Heisman Trophy winner since Robert Griffin III.
And dude, here's the thing. As far as like fantasy is concerned, if you've been toiling away with this, gosh, what am I gonna do with Jahan Dotson? I took it the 109. In my rookie draft a few years ago. What am I going to do with Terry McLaurin, who's getting up there close to the age apex? What am I going to do with the rest of these guys? Man, this is big. This is for fantasy. We are getting some quarterbacks filling in some spots that are going to really rejuvenate some of these distressed assets that we've had. So if you went out and got Jahan Dotson for a late second, third round rookie pick, something like that, you should be happy about it, man. This is really good for fantasy.
We got one more pick in right now, and then we're going to kick it over to Dario right now. The number 3 pick in the draft is officially in. The New England Patriots. The New England Patriots have stuck at number 3. No deal has been in place with the Minnesota Vikings. There's rumors of the Minnesota Vikings potentially moving up. Everything cool out with the Broncos and the Raiders. Number 3, Drake May, the quarterback out of North Carolina, is officially a New England Patriot.
I told you, Mike from Gloucester, never fear. Drake May is here.
Okay.
It's go time for Drake May. I'm very, very excited as a Patriots fan. I'm excited to see what he can do. He's got that enormous ceiling, the size. He's got the athleticism, the rocket arm. He's definitely a project, but now it's time for the development team to commence. Drake May's in New England.
Does he start week 1?
100% over Jacoby Brissett. I think
I'm not sure.
I wouldn't say 100%, 90% chance that Drake May starts week 1. He has all the tools and the intangibles. This team is so young that I could understand them holding off for a little bit, but you can only hold off so long with a weapon like this. We remember Justin Herbert was, of course, drafted early.
Seventh
And
overall,
Tyrod
yeah.
Taylor was the starter, right?
Yeah, if it wasn't for
a little puncture,
a punctured lung mishap,
right.
a mishap.
I
on
could
the
see that
sideline.
with Jacoby Brissett. Jacoby Brissett is the pro's pro
Yeah,
at the
he
quarterback
is.
position. I can understand them rolling him out for a couple weeks, but you can't keep that Ferrari in the garage for too long. Just like we can't keep Dario Offstein in the garage for too long. We got to have him out here talking about Caleb Williams and his projection with the Chicago Bears coming up right now.
Now, I know many of you are looking for a secret weapon for your Dynasty League, and I have it. It's called the Dynasty Dominator app. You go to the App Store, go to Google Play. It's right there. It's $5 to download, and then every year it's $5 to load the next incoming class of rookies. You can add Superflex, add tight end premium. It's incredible because it allows you to look up players. It allows you to vote on whether a player is a buy, hold, or sell, and then see the market sentiment on that player. And you can compare their lifetime value rating from Player Profiler to their Dynasty ADP at the FFPC, all in the price lookup tool. And beyond that, we have a trade analyzer, so you'll never lose another Dynasty trade again. And in our settings, you can set this is a win now team, this is a rebuilding team, and then we let you compare players. Look at their metrics side by side, prospect metrics, NFL metrics. It's all there. It's $5 in the App Store. There's some add-ons for Superflex and to buy the upcoming rookie class. Every year, you're going to spend $5 on this thing, and it's going to be well worth it.
Thanks for that lovely introduction over there, Cody. I'm chilling on the couch with my boy here, Tyler Knabel, and we're just going to be grinding through these projections. As you guys said, coming in hot. We've got 3 quarterbacks in the first 3 picks, so let's just get right to it. I mean, we plugged in Caleb Williams with the Bears, Jayden Daniels with the Commanders, Drake Maye with the Patriots, and we have them in exactly that order in the projections so far. What's your take on it, Tyler?
Caleb, I mean, you got to think Caleb Williams is the most safe pick in Dynasty right now. You know, Jayden Daniels has the rushing upside. May even said that he wants to go down as the best rushing quarterback of all time. Guys like Michael Vick, guys like Lamar Jackson, little scared with that, with, you know, the slight frame. We'll see if he can put on a little bit more muscle, but time will tell, I guess.
Yeah, in terms of projections, we've got Caleb Williams for 19% of the Bears rush share, 88 carries roughly. I think Caleb and Drake Maye, people often don't realize these guys are runners too. They're going to get their rushing stats in, but obviously Jayden Daniels is leading the pack. We have him projected for 112 carries. Drake Maye coming in right around 100. I think Drake Maye is going to be scrambling for his life in New England. We know that they don't really have the weapons that are going to be getting open. And then in terms of passing yards, we do have Maye with the worst passing efficiency out of those 3 because we know the weapons are going to be rough. New England is just not a great situation right now for any quarterback to land in, but we're very excited for all 3 of these guys in Dynasty. I'm personally a believer in Drake Maye more so than Jayden Daniels, but we'll see what happens.
And we're also here with Memphis Young, too. Let's show Memphis love on the couch a little bit. Memphis, what do you have to say about the Drake Daniels, any of these guys? What's your take in terms of from a Dynasty perspective? Dynasty Wars on one of the best Dynasty-centered podcasts in the industry right now. What's your take on what we've seen so far in the NFL draft?
To be expected. I love the Drake Maye. I mean, his ceiling is in the Josh Allen, Justin Herbert range, but we have to remember his floor's in the Sam Darnold, Daniel Jones range. Such a wide range of outcomes. Drake May's my bust in this class. I said what I said. The rushing comment that you shared that we discussed here just a minute ago, that's a concern. I mean, you weigh $185, my guy. This is not the Pac-12 or even the SEC. This is the NFL. So that makes me a little bit nervous, but so far so good.
And we'll be coming back to you from the couch all night long. Make sure you stay tuned. Let's kick it back to the desk.
That's it. We're back. And the number 3 pick is in. We got all 3 of these guys in order, like we talked about just about 20 minutes ago. Was it going to be Caleb, Daniels, Drake? The answer is yes. That's it. It's the quarterbacks. And now is when the question is, does Monty Ossenfort make the move back with the Vikings, with the Broncos, with the Raiders to go JJ McCarthy? Or does he stand pat and take his blue chipper in Marvin Harrison Jr.? Or does chaos ensue with Malik Nabers as the first wide receiver off the draft board? And this is something we ripped the Band-Aid off. We ripped it off 2 months ago. Put the tweet out. Lance Zierlein comes back. He's my number 1. And all of a sudden, trickle. I like separation. I like yak. And you hear it left and right about the importance of having separation, the importance of yak. You see it in contracts. Amon-Ra St. Brown just yesterday signed $30 million per year for the Detroit Lions, right? Jamar Chase, top 10 pick. Jalen Waddle, top 10 pick. Malik Nabers, I think he fits the scheme. The number 4 pick is officially in, and the Cardinals have drafted the chosen one, Maserati Marvin Harrison Jr. to the Arizona Cardinals. Everything stays chalk. 1, 2, 3, 4. Caleb Williams, Jayden Daniels, Drake Maye, Marvin Harrison Jr. to the Arizona Cardinals. He fits in well with the scheme.
Listen, they needed to get Kyler a guy. They need to get a blue chipper. And it seems as if the Cardinals knew this would be their plan all along. When you look at how Maserati Marv went through the draft process, right? He didn't do anything. But he did take a 30 visit with Arizona, with the Chicago Bears, only 2 teams that he met with. So he knew he was going to go early. He knew he was going to go to one of those 2 teams. And I think the Cardinals and Monty Ossenfort, they knew that they wanted to get a true wide receiver 1 for Kyler Murray. And now we're going to go ahead and send it over to Theo and Josh and Matt over to talk about the fantasy ramifications of these first 4 picks.
I mean, the pick is in. This pick is in. This is the most exciting one for me, Josh. I'm
Theo,
so hyped about this one.
This is your guy.
Like the hype machine. The hype machine is real. I mean, we have potential for one of the best wide receivers in fantasy, I think, out the gate with Marvin Harrison Jr. I mean, this is like Marvin Harrison Jr. You talk about AJ Green, you talk about Julio Jones. If you simply look at number 4 overall picks, it's Amari Cooper, it's AJ Green, it's Peter Warwick. I mean, there's a very short list, and I think Marvin Harrison Jr. is just going to impose his will on the NFL.
Well, yeah, I think what's so great about Marvin Harrison Jr. is that the only quote unquote flaw anyone's ever picked with him is that sometimes they think he left a yard or 2 on the table after the catch. That means that he's on the same page as his quarterback. He's running the right route. He's getting open. He's catching the football. It's very, very hard, at least for fantasy. I think you could argue he is the safest pick we can make in our dynasty draft simply because, what is he going to give you? 1,200 yards? And you're like, oh, I wish he gave us an extra 100 after the catch. This is, at this point, where do you have him in dynasty? Since I know you've talked top five.
I have Marvin Harrison Jr. at wide receiver 5 overall in dynasty right now. I have him as wide receiver 1 in this class. I have Malik Nabers inside of the top 8 for dynasty wide receivers. I have Rome Odunze inside the top 12, but Marvin Harrison Jr. is just special. This is a guy who was a Bruce Feldman's freaks list guy. He had back-to-back seasons with double-digit touchdowns at Ohio State. This is a player who was fast-tracked. Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to be amazing. And I think already the biggest fantasy winner of this NFL draft, and we're only 4 picks in, the biggest fantasy winner is Kyler Murray, because Kyler Murray now has Trey McBride. He's got a proper alpha in Marvin Harrison Jr. Marvin Harrison Jr. is going to remind Arizona Cardinal fans about what it's like to have a dominant wide receiver. We saw it with DeAndre Hopkins a little older in his career, where he's able to take over a game. But you look at what Larry Fitzgerald did, a former number 3 overall pick. That sort of player, I think Marvin Harrison Jr. is just going to absolutely crush it.
Well, yeah, I think people need to remember just how good Kyler Murray is. And when we rewind a few years back, that first season for DeAndre Hopkins in Arizona, just like Marvin Harrison Jr., first year in Arizona with Kyler, Hopkins at age 28 has over 1,400 yards. He was a high-end fantasy wide receiver 1. I think that is in Marvin Harrison's range of outcomes. And I also just want to say for the betting folks out there, there were so many trades anticipated. And at this point, we are now through 4 picks. We are chalk.
Yeah.
Caleb Williams, Jayden Daniels, Drake Maye, and now Marvin Harrison. And I'll give a good stat on Caleb. If we rewind just a second, we're at the draft in Detroit. We had Jared Goff out there earlier announcing we don't get to see supporting casts for the first overall pick, like what Caleb Williams is stepping into. And if we rewind to 2016 with Jared Goff, that team, that Rams team, 0 players on that team had recorded a season with 800 receiving yards when he showed up. Caleb Williams will be joining a Bears team where there have been a collective 12 seasons of at least 800 receiving yards. He has 2 stud veteran receivers, the competent offensive line. good tight end room. We've got a pass catching running back in Swift. The defense is going to keep him out of awful spots. At this point, is there anyone you're concerned about? Drake Maye for me is the only pick that makes me a little squeamish. As you know, New England gives me the frights.
I think like I've taken the approach that Drake Maye is going to have more rushing opportunities because there are a lack of playmakers in New England. I know that Memphis Young is a huge fan of Drake Maye's ability, and now we have Drake Maye going inside the top 3. But for me, it's Drake Maye is going to be QB3 for me when we're going to do our dynasty rookie rankings of the quarterback position, because Jayden Daniels is stepping into a better spot. But back to Marvin Harrison Jr. Cody Carpentier has the dog rating. I have the swag rating, and I think he's probably this is one of the swaggiest outfits I've ever seen at the wide receiver position in NFL draft history. So Marvin Harrison Jr. just looks the part right now. I'm so excited about this one. We've got to kick it back to Cody for pick number 5, because Josh, I think this one is sort of gonna be how the rest of the top 10 picks kind of unfold. LA sort of holds all the cards. Could we see a trade here? Could we see them take JC Latham? Could we see them take Malik Nabers, Joe Alt? They could go in several directions here. Before we kick it back, which way do you think that LA goes here with the pick number 5?
I think it's gonna be a trade. If I were a betting man, and I look at the betting markets. When you look at what the Chargers are projected to do, you look at who they're supposed to draft, and then you look at who is supposed to go within the top 5, because we're now at pick 5. These are not necessarily players that are at the top of the Chargers draft board. I think we're about to see our first trade, at least according to the betting market. So I think it's very likely. I'd say right now they're sort of putting it at 60 to 70% chance the Chargers do not make this pick.
I'm hoping they take Malik Nabers. I'm hoping and hoping and hoping, but I'm thinking that they take an offensive lineman. They don't trade out here. I think it's going to be JC Latham, but I'm hoping for Malik Nabers. Kicking it over to Cody, Matty, and Alex.
We're back, and there's a few minutes on the clock still with the Chargers, and it's a big question right now. What are the Chargers going to do? The flat circle would tell you they're coming back to the wide receiver position, but everything about Jim Harbaugh screams tackle, grinder,
Mauler,
hands in the mud,
tough,
get that face mask dirty,
mean,
beat somebody up,
kill someone,
red zone, oof, run that football. That's what it all screams, right?
Yeah.
Alt,
Yeah.
Latham. That's
Well,
what it screams to us right now.
Here's the thing about Latham, and this is bro science to the max. My man doesn't wear gloves. Tough nose, dude. Harbaugh's gonna want that. He is. It is what it is. But Alt is the guy. Alex, we were talking about Alt, right? You texted us. We've been communicating about evaluating these players and how we're gonna go about them. And you text us like, guys, Alt's sick. Alt's awesome.
Ever since I got our little stash of Notre Dame Alt 22s, it was a pleasure watching Alt, man.
Yes.
He's so big, he's so long, he's so tall, he moves so well. I think that it's a slam dunk here. With that being said, our guy Mike Band came on the Roster Watch podcast earlier this week with a JC Latham.
The connection. It's
an
an easy connection.
A JC Latham connection with Harbaugh being big after him as a recruit. The fact that, do you really want to upset the apple cart with what you have with Rashawn Slater at left tackle? You want to bring a guy that's played a bunch of right tackle. I would say that if you do watch Joe Alt, man, they do a bunch of packages at Michigan, totally, run focused team, where they have him as sort of like a jumbo tackle, tight end type of guy on the right side. He looked just fine to me. I'd say for me here, it would be Alt.
Me too.
I know they need wide receiver help. I know that everybody says Joshua Palmer and Quentin Johnson can't be your guys, but dude, all through day 2 of this draft, there's all kinds of great wide receivers. I'll be interested to see if this is Alt or whether this is JC Latham.
The pick is in.
And who is it, Cody?
Number 5. In the flat circle selection here. First shows over the course of the last month, 2 months, across whatever, the hurdle, draft rankings, player profile, roster watch, everything. We talked about it. Joe Alt, Notre Dame to the Los Angeles Chargers. It's up to them whether Rashawn Slater plays left or Rashawn Slater plays right. If Joe Alt plays left, if Joe Alt plays right, it doesn't matter because the number one truth is best player available in this situation. The best player on the offensive line this year was Joe Alt.
I told you.
And,
JC Latham, my ass.
and here's the other thing. Do you know what else? It wasn't just that should have told us. It wasn't just Ortiz, what he said. It wasn't just Harbaugh, what he's said. Whenever you think about the way that what Harbaugh wants to build a team and what he's done in Michigan, just think about it. This is a team that had 18 players at the combine this year.
Yep.
And 6 of them were offensive linemen. So there was a guy there that wasn't even a starter, right?
Mm-hmm.
As an offensive lineman. That's how he builds. And dude, Alt is incredible.
Unbelievable.
Incredible. And the whole JC Latham thing, turns out what that was. Though, do you know what the whole JC Latham thing was that people were getting, the reporters were getting? They were getting the fact that they'd done so much work on him in the event they had to move down.
If they moved down, correct. I agree.
That's exactly what that was. But they got the cream of the crop, man. Oh my gosh.
Joe Alt's my number 3 player on the entire big board. I think he's incredible. I think that he is your foundational guy at tackle position. And now, this is a quick story. JJ McCarthy, in one of his interviews, this has kind of been made public, that the team was looking at this drive and breaking down his moves. And they get to about the 20, and JJ says, well, we can go to the next drive. And the team said, what? What do you mean? He goes, this is Michigan football. I don't throw the ball until we score. Well, Jim Harbaugh's in L.A. Jim Harbaugh's trying to replicate that type of process in L.A. And he said, listen, Justin Herbert has had to be Superman. 90% of the time he's on the field. What we need Justin Herbert to be is Clark Kent, maybe 60%. But when that 40% pops off, we need Justin to go bananas. So now they get the foundational tackles. Rashawn Slater, Joe Alt, give me a tackle tandem that's better than that.
And give me Clark Kent's Batman and J.K. Dobbins.
Well, J.K. Dobbins, it
works.
It's good for Dobbins, right?
Yeah. One note here when you're talking about the left tackle, right tackle situation is that Rashawn Slater is 6'4", 315 pounds. And you do look at what Joe Alt brings to the table at 6'8", 321 pounds, playing left tackle. We talked about, yes, he did play in packages on the right side. But when you look up Rashawn Slater's college package as a left tackle in 2019, 780 snaps, right tackle in 2018, over 1,000 snaps at right tackle in 2018, and Slater being quite a bit shorter, quite a bit smaller, profiles as a prototypical right tackle. Alt's going to come in.
Long arms for right.
This is going to be a disgusting duo at the tackle position for the next 10 years we expect Justin Herbert to be there.
Poor Pipkins.
Poor Pipkins, man.
He turns into a swing tackle, which is exactly where he belongs.
That's right. Alt, Slater, fantastic tandem. Keep Justin Herbert upright. Let's rock it.
And the pick is in for number 6 overall, and we go back to the skill position. The New York Football Giants select a wide receiver out of Louisiana State University, Malik Nabers, to go to the New York Giants. There was a lot of rumor and buzz the last 24 hours about maybe he's just maybe he's a mismatch. Maybe he doesn't quite fit what New York's trying to build right now. You know, he gives off some Odell, some Jamar Chase vibes when you're looking at him on film, off the field. There's people that brought up question marks over the last couple of weeks.
Yep.
We think he's a great kid. We think he's dynamite, separation, yak. It's all there, all 9 yards. He goes number 6 overall, not Rome Odunze. The Giants don't move back. The Giants don't go JJ McCarthy. So we're now on JJ McCarthy watch.
Correct.
No one's trading up. Giants didn't take him.
Broncos.
Also, too, remember, what was the consensus pick at 7, guys? Joe Alt, who's not on the board.
Joe Alt.
So now, who's probably making some phone calls to potentially trade back? The Tennessee Titans. Rand Carthen, he comes from San Francisco. He understands the value in stockpiling picks. So now we are on JJ McCarthy watch. But Malik Nabers goes 6. Listen, raise your hand if you don't believe Malik Nabers is going to be nasty.
Well, I mean,
none of us are raising our hands. This kid is dynamic.
Here's the real question. The real question is, we looked at these guys, Alex, months ago.
What are we
months ago, and we put these guys. Yes, what do we do in Indy? We can start there if you want.
We can.
We started in Indianapolis. We started before this, like where I got called a coward for this whole situation. But in Indianapolis, we were up until about 3:30 in the morning watching Nabers, Harrison, Odunze, all 22 for hours. Trying to decipher, pick one of these guys, and we really couldn't. And you really shouldn't have to as an on-watcher, whether it's from fantasy, from NFL perspective. This is one of the most disgusting wide receiver classes of all time.
For
The
sure.
top, as far as depth too, we're talking 22, 23 guys that we love in this class. But these top three are disgusting. Rome's going to come off the board. Rome Odunze from Washington very soon. But Malik on the Giants, my question is, guys, career arcs, instant analysis, things we can look back on right now. Career arcs, instant analysis. Malik Nabers on the Giants. Marvin Harrison on the Cardinals.
Let me just say this. So Cody and I, Trash Man as well over at Roster Watch, had Malik Nabers as our wide receiver 1, which felt so scary
my chop silver
to begin.
I had too.
You had Rome Odunze number 1.
No, I switched it. I told you that. I told you that.
So, so as far as the conversations that we had, right? Byron had Marvin Harrison Jr. at 1. So our consensus 1 was Malik Nabers. But what I had said this whole time was if things stand pat, right? If these teams stay the same way, we're going to have Marvin Harrison Jr. going to a completely depleted, completely vacated target vacuum, right, in Arizona. And we're going to have Malik Nabers, if this thing does happen with the New York Giants, going to a spot where we're in complete quarterback purgatory. Is it Drew Lock? Is it Daniel Jones? Is it some kind of weird switching off from player to player to where next year, and we're talking about dynasty, right, to where next year they bring in a rookie quarterback. There's some sort of acclimation process. Next thing you know, you look down and, Marvin Harrison has been the better fantasy player, right? He comes into a better spot. So I told Cody this last week, if Malik Nabers went to the Giants and if Marvin Harrison Jr. went to the Cardinals, even though I have Malik Nabers ranked as the higher prospect, I will have Marvin Harrison Jr. on our Dynasty Rookie cheat sheets ahead of Malik Nabers due to these landing spots. This is not saying that I don't think Malik Nabers is great. It's just I feel like there's some systemic risk with the quarterbacks, with the fact that it could be an unstable situation this year. Dable could get fired, and next year could be a whole new regime, a whole new quarterback, a whole new breaking in process. They sort of upsets the apple cart as far as, the guys you want to come in just right. You want the Odell Beckham. You want the Jamar Chase. Well, these are the kind of prospects. These are the top 5, top 6 prospects.
Blue chippers, yeah.
That's what we want.
Yep.
I'm a little bit worried about the system around Nabers.
Listen, at the end of the day, Brian Daboll from day one has preached separation. He got the guy who gets the most separation in the class. It makes sense. Now we're going to fire over to the fantasy desk. Matt Kelly, Josh Larky talking about Malik Nabers in the Big Apple, baby.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. What do you think? What do you think? Daniel Jones time? You ready for some Danny Dimes?
I was telling you and Theo during the break, is Daniel Jones at this point the biggest winner through 6 picks of the NFL draft?
It's either him or Josh Palmer. Josh Palmer doesn't face the target competition that is Malik Nabers, that is Rome Odunze, and there goes Malik Nabers to the Giants. I love that the Giants told Malik Nabers, we don't care that you don't want to go here. We don't care that you don't respect our quarterback. We know the games you're playing, and we're going to play our own game called the pick is in, and the pick is Nabers.
Well, I think what's nice is if you're Nabers, you're going to get force-fed 150 targets. Dable is going to be in Daniel Jones' ear saying, this is the guy. This is your first read. Every play, we're looking Nabers' way. And then all of a sudden, you pull up the contract details. Daniel Jones might not be there in 2025. And suddenly, you have Nabers who gets force-fed targets in year 1, quarterback upgrade in year 2. It's the type of dynasty asset that just keeps rising and rising and rising.
Do you think Waller wants to come back now? Like Waller's maybe a little less pressure, maybe like a little bit of a friendlier situation, a little less double teams.
Well, I think if we hearken to your favorite player of all time, Tom Brady, Tom Brady has some issues with his significant other. He returns for more football. Darren Waller has recently had some issues with his significant other. I think he returns to football. I think he plays with Malik Nabers. I think he's going to enjoy being a very, very good number 2 for an offense instead of feeling the pressure to be the number 1. The Giants I think they were the 10th, 12th highest scoring offense in the NFL 2 years ago. And I think that's now back within the range of outcomes.
Right. And Daniel Jones, a popular fantasy sleeper for the last 4 years, right? He's been a very late round quarterback. So many people, some really smart people loving this. No, this is the year. If you were drafting Daniel Jones when he had no receivers, when it was Darius Slayton, you're definitely drafting him now. Nothing has changed. He's still the same Daniel Jones. It's just now he has Malik Nabers. Let's go back to Cody, Matty, and Alex for a pick that is in.
Run it. The pick is in. Number 7 overall. We thought it was going to be 5 overall. Well, some people did. I mocked it there. I think you might have mocked it there as well. JC Latham at 5 to the Chargers?
JC Latham goes to the
Tennessee Titans at 7.
Titans.
Makes
Okay.
sense.
That's
Makes
the
sense.
pick. Number 7
Yeah, makes
overall.
sense. Great
They
sense.
get the tackle. Rumors that we heard at the combine were strictly surrounding if Alt is there, that's the selection.
Yep.
If he's not, Odunze's in the conversation. Olufashanu is in the conversation, but it was Odunze and Olufashanu. They don't go Odunze or Olufashanu. They go JC Latham. So there were some wires crossed there that were correct in Latham trajectory into a top 10 selection. He wasn't there 2 months ago.
That's right.
But today he's there, number 7 overall. The Tennessee Titans, back-to-back drafts with top 11 selections on the offensive line. Peter Skoronski at Northwestern last year. J.C. Latham, 6'4", 350 pounds from Alabama, comes in. He can play inside, outside, going to line up at tackle, and they're going to have a stout offensive line as they continue to build with the Callahans down there. There was rumors coming in. The Callahans don't respect the interior from a early draft perspective. They're going to build from the outside in, even though one of the best offensive line coaches in football, they instead go on the offensive line, J.C. Latham.
Hey, man, and look, I think that anybody who watched college football this season will understand 2 things about J.C. Latham: a complete mauler in the run game, somebody that, I mean, just go back and watch the Texas game. There's some issues with his kick slide, with his initial set, as far as the stuff in pass pro. He's a monster, though. And if you want to line up and you want to run behind this dude, you are going to be money running behind this dude. And he has everything that you need to build a complete monster just a complete monster as far as what you need on your offensive line. I'm talking about he has the toolkit to become a top 10 tackle.
That's right.
In all of the NFL. And it feels like through the course of the last couple of weeks, we've heard his name percolate up more and more and more as far as all these teams here in the top 10 have been concerned. And dude, I would say for me, this is great news for fantasy for guys like Pollard, for Tyjae Spears, but most importantly, Matty said it. You talk about helping out your young quarterback, right? And everybody says, help him out. Bring in this wide receiver. Bring in this tight end. Bring in Brock Bowers. Bring in Rome Odunze. No. The way you help Levis is you keep him upright and you let him sling darts.
Yesterday we went to the little karaoke. My man Cody just sang Billie Jean. And now I'm starting to realize it was about Will Levis, baby. Billie Jean's. The emphatic enthusiasm, the excitement in Tennessee about Will Levis. 2 weapons. Really good weapons. Now, the mauler, J.C. Latham. Now, I would say J.C. Latham, maybe you guys would disagree, but I think he has the best plant and drive outside of Joe Alt. His ability to just stay square and push someone out of the way is elite. The one thing I will ask you guys, you got Callahan, one of the greatest offensive line coaches of all time. Is it an issue going Latham when you had someone with a limitless ceiling in Fashanu still on the board?
I think it speaks to culture. It speaks to it. I think it speaks to what they want to do.
Mm-hmm. Right. That's a good call.
Do you know what I mean? And even with Vrabel gone, Carthen is still there. Carthen comes from the whole Shanahan thing. Even with Mike McDaniel down in Miami, that comes from the whole Shanahan thing. Whether you look at Miami last year or not, and you look at them as this set of Ferraris and Corvettes and Jalen Waddle and high flying stuff. It's like Mike McDaniel was hired by the Miami Dolphins as being just this run first guru.
Yeah,
It's just like Latham fits for what Rand Carthon wants to do. Was I expecting this? I wasn't. I was thinking I was thinking here they would go help the young guy out. Get Rome Odunze, get Brock Bowers. Rome Odunze is 8.5 as far as his over-under on DraftKings earlier today. I thought that had a lot to do with maybe Tennessee possibly doing this thing here. And now if you took the over, you're totally good because we have 8 coming up, which I would certainly hope that they're going defense.
8. I mean, it certainly is I don't know about that with the Atlanta Falcons, but 8.5. 8.5 is an interesting number because you did bring up 8.5 inches is Olu-Fashanu's hand size, and you are one guy that always brings up the hand. You walk around high schools with measuring tapes. I've heard measuring hand sizes.
Did I tell you about the backup left tackle Trevor Gooseby, who I met the other night? I got his hand size 9 7/8.
Okay,
yeah,
bigger than Olu-Fashanu 8.5.
Yeah,
8, like that's too small for a wide receiver. 8.5 inches for Olu-Fashanu's hand size. J.C. Latham 11 inches wins out.
Mauler.
Oh, that's a pizza pie can.
That's why he doesn't wear gloves. They don't have him that big.
Yeah, man,
he's a mauler.
Hey.
Now think about this though: Latham, Skronsky.
Listen.
Dogs.
Big conversations. I get it. The pick is in. The Atlanta Falcons. You tried to act like it was cockamamie to go offense. It's not cockamamie. The Atlanta Falcons have drafted a quarterback, and his name is not JJ McCarthy. Michael Penix Jr. from the Washington Huskies.
Oh my God! What? Oh yeah!
Michael Penix Jr., the wide receiver from the Atlanta Falcons, is now going to be the backup for Kirk Cousins as the NFL approaches the 2024 season. They done went Kyle Pitts. They done went Drake London.
Kirk Cousins, you like that?
Bijan Robinson.
You
and
like
they
that?
done went Michael Penix.
Oh my
They
God!
accompanied-
You like that?
They hit the grand slam. All 4 offensive skill positions.
Oh.
Bijan, Kyle Pitts, Drake London, Michael Penix. Unstoppable offense. Oh, wait, I forgot I spent $200 million on Kirk Cousins. That's the pick. It's in. 8 overall. The Atlanta Falcons. Let us know in the chat what you think about this Michael Penix selection, because like we talked about, and like we
7-on-7 team. They finally completed it.
The 7-on-7
They got the
team.
running back. They got the wide receiver. They got the quarterback. They got the tight end. They got 4 years. It was Kyle Pitts. It was Drake London. It was Bijan Robinson. It's Michael Penix. They have a 7-on-7 team.
And
what is
Can I ask this about Terry Fontenot? Did he know he had the 8th overall pick when he extended about $250 million for a quarterback?
This is the
Did he know that he was in range for a quarterback?
This is the problem. Is Michael Lombardi's the GOAT. And I cannot wait to hear Michael Lombardi's podcast tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Shout out, no free shout outs. This is abysmal. This entire franchise
horrific.
Deserves to be shredded top to bottom. Rich McKay deserves to be taken off the Arthur Blank will. Terry Fontenot deserves to get his job stripped. There's a child in the room right now making draft picks with the Falcons. Get him out of there. And this is a mess. This is a diabolical failure. With Fashanu
This is
on the
monumental.
clock, with Odunze with JJ McCarthy on the clock. I get it. You get your favorites at
You
quarterback.
got Byron Murphy on the clock.
Understand.
You got Latu
Dallas
on
Turner,
the clock.
Quinion.
Dallas Turner, Jared Verse. Are you
Cody
kidding me?
Carpentier. What?
This is a diabolical failure on the behalf of the Atlanta Falcons. But this is what happens. This is the chaos that ensues in the NFL draft. We're at pick number 8.
Dude,
Michael Penix.
This is you. You wanted chaos.
Wait.
And you got it.
We are different people right now than we were 45 minutes ago. Having
45
this
seconds
knowledge.
ago.
Okay.
What, dude? Michael Penix
Is an Atlanta Falcon.
is an Atlanta Falcon
They
at
flipped
number
this
8.
Can we digest this for just
Has-
1 minute?
Wait. Has Byron texted you?
He's
I'm
going to.
sure.
He's
I'm
going
sure
to.
the victory laps are going to be. Oh my God! But it's his sweetest son, Kirk Cousins, and his sweetest son, Michael Penix. How is he going to square this? This is unbelievable.
They didn't try to trade back.
I think
later in the
here's
first.
the thing.
Fondo's an idiot.
Boys.
This is
Boys.
slap
Bears.
it, tag it, put it in the ground.
It could
Monumental mistake.
Look, it could turn out that Michael Penix ends up being great for the Falcons.
100%.
We're not. This isn't about that. This isn't saying it's a terrible pick. It's not saying Penix is bad. It's not saying anything like that. It's saying from a team building perspective.
Right.
Why did you?
Right.
Why? how do you circle that square? How do you say we're going to pay Kirk Cousins market value plus some for 2 years, where it's going to be really hard to get out even in year 2, right? Or do you know what they're doing is what they're doing is in a cockamamie way. They are saying we're taking the Patrick Mahomes route, we're taking the Jordan Love route. We're going to do this in a way to where we have the guy waiting in the wings for whenever this happens. But here's the bad news. Whenever you have to elevate Michael Penix, guess what? Kyle Pitts is going to be up.
That's right.
In his next year, London is going to be up.
Mm-hmm.
And Bijan's going to be past the prime.
Jake Matthews is going to be done.
That's right.
It's just
Grady Jarrett's out the door.
Bergeron's
AJ Terrell's on a different team.
It's very weird, man.
It's not
and
team
now,
building.
With 8th overall pick, here's the thing. Can Kirk Cousins truly operate knowing a top 10 quarterback is sniffing his trails? Can you ever – we talk about it time and time again, year in and year out, a top 10 quarterback. It is so hard to keep him on. Kirk Cousins comes out and throw 3 picks in game 1. The Atlanta Falcons fans can put in Penix.
Oh, boy.
But you use a top 8 pick.
Oh, boy.
You can't. No, I get it, but that's what's going to happen.
You're paying Cousins as a top 8 quarterback in the league.
I get it, but this is why Terry Fontenot, this is a monumental mistake.
Listen, look what the Giants have built right now. They just paid Daniel Jones. I know it's on the same scale as Kirk Cousins. They just paid him a lot of money.
Here comes a text from Byron.
Right? No,
I feel it on my Apple Watch.
The Giants just paid Daniel Jones a boatload of money, and there was questions about them drafting a quarterback because he had a slip of a season, right? Injuries, he's not there, he's not the guy. They paid Kirk. Like you just mentioned, the minute Kirk starts to dip a little bit, there's going to be. We just saw the Denver Broncos get out of a $250,000 deal with Russell Wilson.
Right.
You can get out of deals. I understand Kirk's deals are always 90% guaranteed and stuff, but this is the NFL. You can get out of whatever you want to get out of. Michael Penix puts an immense amount of pressure on Kirk Cousins, who also is coming back from an Achilles injury right now. Let's not forget about that. But I do want to just tighten one thing up here in this draft. Is JJ McCarthy still on the board? And the Falcons were in nobody's stratosphere as far as thoughts of, are they going to take a quarterback?
Well,
so we still got
there was
a number.
There was the one bit of reporting from Schefter in the last few days that there was some kind of
they were going to add to the quarterback.
Some kind of Falcons Penix thing,
but
it's just
pick is in.
You want to, but also let's talk about a team building, a culture standpoint. The way to win is continuity from the top to the bottom. Kirk Cousins is going to show up for work tomorrow and be like, boys.
Yep.
What were you thinking? This is going to monumental mistake.
Talk me about the Atlanta Falcons culture, though, really, really quick.
Culture.
Well, now they don't have one, and they
Tell
continue
me about
to
their
not have it.
Culture.
Tell me about their culture.
I can tell you in 2 words: cockamamie picks.
Okay, now you can switch desks.
Cockamamie culture. Pick number 9 is in the Chicago Bears. Have selected Rome Odunze. They did the thing. That was the question. Would they do it? Would they go receiver? Would they go tight end?
In for a penny, in for a
Odunze.
pound, baby. I mean, listen, Rome Odunze is now going to add such a dynamism to that offense. He's someone that can step into more roles, more targets as Keenan Allen exits the NFL. Unbelievable. Good pick. I love that pick.
It was interesting. Would they? I told you the last 20 years, there's been a number of, I think it's 11 times over the course 25 years where a team has had 2 picks in the top 15, went quarterback, and always went defense outside of one opportunity. They go Caleb, Rome. You've always questioned it over the last couple of weeks. It's been in there. And you're like, man, they got Keenan, they got DJ Moore. Why? The answer is Keenan, 1-year deal. What do you think? This is the analysis you've been talking about the last couple of weeks. You don't understand it. Now you have to digest it.
That's right.
Well, I mean, are we throwing it to the other desk? Like, my thing is this. They should have built strength on strength. They brought in Montez Sweat. They should have gone Latu. They should have gone Jared Verse. They should have gone one of these Dallas Turner. They should have gone one of these other guys. Instead, what they did was they said, we fell into the narrative of having to build around our quarterback, which we've done this whole time.
Now we're going to get over the fantasy desk. We got 2 picks. We're going to talk about Penix, Rome Odunze. Josh, Theo, take it over.
So before we even talk about the Michael Penix pick, Dario's going to have to go and redo his projections because Chicago's all in. They take Rome Odunze at 9. This is like the dream for Bears fans, but the situation reminds me a lot of when Dallas selected CeeDee Lamb. They had Amari Cooper, they had Michael Gallup, they looked set at wide receivers, but they leaned in and they drafted the very, very talented CeeDee Lamb. I think that people are going to have a lot of difficulty with projecting Rome Odunze, especially in their dynasty rookie drafts. But when it comes down to it, you now have a player of Rome Odunze's talent attached to a quarterback like Caleb Williams. I mean, a year from now, Rome Odunze is going to be more valuable than DJ Moore in dynasty.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, this is for Dario and the projections team. This is we have 2 nightmare scenarios now. We have the Texans wide receiver trio. We have the Bears wide receiver trio. The one thing that I would push back on with the Cowboys is that I don't think Michael Gallup, who ended up being the one who suffered the most, I don't think he's the caliber of Keenan Allen.
Yeah,
That's what's so crazy about this is that Keenan Allen had arguably his best season of his career per game last year. DJ Moore had arguably the best season of his career last year. Now they inject Rome Odunze, who by most measures is a borderline perfect prospect.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with Rome Odunze's game. And you talk about the versatility of this wide receiver core. It's actually scary. Caleb Williams right now, I think, has the best set of wide receivers in the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Chicago Bears have the best wide receiver trio in the entire league. And they're showing you that they're doing everything they can to put Caleb Williams in a situation where he's going to excel. And with Rome Odunze, however much you liked him in your dynasty rookie drafts, you're going to have to adjust a little bit. But at the end of the day, he's wide receiver 3 behind Nabers and certainly behind Marvin Harrison Jr. in this class with this landing spot because the target volume is not going to be where those other 2 guys are in year 1. But Rome Odunze could still go nuts this year. I mean, the potential for a high touchdown catch total is there. I love this pick. I think that there's going to be a lot of criticism where why didn't Chicago lean into maybe a defensive lineman, maybe lean into trading down. They already have wide receivers, but it's lean into the strength of the talented quarterback, Caleb Williams.
Yeah, I'd agree here. I think at this point, when it comes to who loses here, because we have so many quality targets, I actually don't think Keenan Allen and DJ Moore take massive hits. I don't think we should give them massive hits, not just for projections, but where we're taking them in fantasy. I think the real big losers.
Well,
here
Josh, we have a trade. We have a trade here. Looks like we get our first trade of the night. The Minnesota Vikings are on the clock.
Well, we'll see what the Vikings do. So the way that I'm seeing this, Cole Kmet, DeAndre Swift, I think at this point, the target shares for these two are almost nil. They are the huge fallers here. I would be terrified at this point to fade the Bears pass attack with those 3 receivers. Anything happens to Keenan Allen, to DJ Moore, to Rome Odunze, the other 2 shoot up massively.
The pick is in, and JJ McCarthy is a Minnesota Viking. So we have our first trade of the night. Minnesota makes a small trade up. The Jets probably still get who they wanted. We haven't even had a chance to talk about the Michael Penix selection. I want to kick it back to Cody Carpentier and Alex Dunlap to talk about this JJ McCarthy selection to Minnesota. But JJ McCarthy, 10th overall, we end up getting 5 quarterbacks inside of the top 10. This is one of the more wild starts of the NFL draft that we could imagine. We didn't even get a chance to talk about Michael Penix, but let's kick it back to Cody and see what he has to say about this trade.
That's a good question.
We back.
Yeah.
We're back. And the number 10 pick is officially in the books, and it was not made by the New York Jets. It was made by the Minnesota Vikings, who were at pick 11, and they obviously got okey-doked into moving up a pick.
Do we have the trade details?
And they ended up having to give up a couple of selections here. The Jets received pick 11, 129, and 157, and the Vikings move up one single selection. They got 10 and 203. So they moved up one spot, had to give up 129, 157, received 203, and they get JJ McCarthy, the quarterback from the Michigan Wolverines. That's 5 quarterbacks in the top 10. No defense, as we can hear in the background right now. It's just a different situation here this year with the grouping of quarterbacks, the grouping of tackles and receivers. 3 very deep classes, quarterbacks deep at the top, receivers deep at the top, and depth. Tackles, same thing here. Big class. This is, I don't want to say it's chaos.
It's chaos.
It's not really.
It's controlled chaos. You ever do a controlled fire burn when you're kind of getting the next harvest? This is what this is. It's a controlled chaos. Yeah. Here's the thing. We were about an hour and 45 minutes ago. We were sharing the clip of the Vikings laughing when Jalen Reagor came off the board, allowing them to select Justin Jefferson. If you don't think they are laughing right now in their war room, you are mistaken. Seeing Penix come off the board when JJ's still there, they're saying to themselves, we thought we were going to have to give up 3 firsts to get this guy? Psych. Let's move up 1 pick, give up a couple outside of the first 3 rounds, and now we're cooking with gas. Sam Darnold, JJ McCarthy, Minnesota Vikings, Kevin O'Connell, ecstatic.
Well, and I'll also say this. Those picks, what was it? 127,
129,
129, 157.
With NIL these days, like these kind of day 3 picks aren't as,
for sure. No,
it isn't quite what it used to be. Like it feels like moving up that 1 spot. You're like, well, why did they move up 1 spot? Well, maybe somebody else would have tried to move up. Maybe you're trying to keep Denver out of there. Whatever else. But they gave up nothing.
Yeah.
Whereas we talked about this coming in to where they're going to have to give up 11. They're going to have to give up 23. They're going to have to give up 1 next year just to come out of this thing with one of these 4.
Jefferson was rumored at some point.
And
crazy.
Now the dude, props to Kwesi, props to these guys, dude, for standing pat. And I think that Cody deserves some props too for always saying that 23 that they got was not from the beginning a 23 that was purchased from that team with the explicit design of moving up. Now, did it bring with it the opportunity to move up?
You got to have the bullets in the chamber.
It brought with it the opportunity to move up, but it was not brought with the explicit design to move up. If they were able to, maybe they might have. Now what they do, they get their quarterback that a lot of people, dude, go look at the huddle report. There's probably mock drafts out there where they're moving up to 4 and the Cardinals move down and they give up 11, they give up 23 and they give up a 2025 1.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And all of a sudden now they give up nothing. They give up these day 3 guys whatever. So I can't see this as anything but a complete and total win for a team that needed to come out of this deal with their quarterback.
And again, they always talk about JJ McCarthy being a guy that, he doesn't throw the football a lot. We didn't see enough. He was on a running-based football team, etc. But this guy still started 28 football games, appeared in 40, attempted over 700 passes in his college career. This isn't Mitchell Trubisky coming out of college right here. This isn't a 14-start guy. JJ McCarthy's a bona fide winner. Everybody says it, right? What is he? He's a winner. That's the one thing you can always argue.
Look at his high school stuff.
He's lost 3 games
and I was talking,
since he's entered high school.
I brought this up to Matt last night. We're sitting here talking, and he's talking about JJ McCarthy, and I go, you know who my comp is for this guy? It's Trevor Lawrence. He doesn't. Trevor Lawrence was always overcast, too much hype, right? And I will say, Marvin Harrison Jr. is fantastic. The hype it was a little hot. It was just so long that you see these guys coming out of high school. There's nothing wrong with that. But Trevor Lawrence felt that as well. He was the hyped guy for 5 years. When you're under the scope for 5 years, it's a lot to digest. JJ McCarthy reminds me a lot of Trevor Lawrence, what he brings to the table as a winner, as an accurate quarterback, a good lean pocket passer. He's going to bring something to this Vikings offense that I don't think elevates it to the top tier. I don't think he has the abilities to get up into that top 5 conversation as far as overall quarterbacks in the NFL, but there's no reason he can't elevate this Vikings offense. The question, again, you asked earlier is, does Maye start week 1?
Does he?
No.
That's what I was going to ask.
Does McCarthy?
Does he start week 1?
I don't think he has to. That's the beauty of the McCarthy selection. That's why I wanted McCarthy to the Patriots. It takes off the pressure because he's younger. He's He can adapt. He can
God,
learn.
what a
Now,
deep
fantastic.
breath these guys are taking.
Unbelievable. They're
Can you
ecstatic.
believe that they navigated this thing to where they get to keep 23?
They
She's
did-
like, what?
I mean, it's just
and you know,
I mean-
Quessie's an analytical guy, and that's the baseline of everything. And analytics would tell you not.
thanks to our guy Mike Ban for bringing the analytics department to the
Not-
Minnesota Vikings.
not to tell you to trade up. That's what it would tell you not to do. It would not tell you to trade up. It would tell you to sit, stand pat,
Yeah.
read the draft, and let it come to you. And that's essentially what they did here. And yeah, we got it wrong. But the fact of the matter is the quarterback got to where he needed to go. The Broncos, the Raiders are still quarterback-less. The Giants still quarterback-less. And on the clock right now is the New York Jets. And they've been on the clock for a minute.
Mhm.
And they traded with the Vikings. So who knows what the Avenue is thinking right now? We haven't seen an answer to them. Jets, Fatanu, Graham, defense.
Fuanga.
Bowers.
They got
A
Bauer.
lot
I mean,
of
they're
names here.
sitting there happy. The Vikings, the Jets, they're all sitting there happy. But you know who else is sitting there? The boys on the couch. They're fired up. They need to talk about some of these picks.
yeah.
So we're gonna kick it
Gosh,
over the
look
couch.
at them. They're fired up.
We are live from the couch, and as you can see, we got Podfather behind me. Julio Jones shirt on. If I didn't want to get this copyright stricken because I don't want to show my upper body on have, I take this shirt off because I'm disgusted. I'm disgusted with the Michael Penix selection. Podfather wants to take the shirt off. We might get there. You do not draft. I repeat, you just signed Kirk Cousins to a $180 million contract, and you even restructure Taylor Heineke. You keep him on the team. You get rid of Ritter. So Heineke's what? What is he going to be now? He's going to be the third quarter. He's going to be on the plane having beers, popping zins. What are we doing? Penix better be the second coming of Michael Vick for this franchise, or I don't know. Like what are we doing? What are we doing? We need defense. We've been at the bottom of the league in sacks for like 10 years since I've been a fan of this franchise. Losing. That's all we're going to get in Atlanta. It's all we're going to get. And Dario, I think you got some analytics. Go for it, buddy.
That's right. Tyler, I'm very sorry for the Falcons and for you personally. But the people care about Marvin Harrison Jr.'s projection on the Cardinals, so I'm going to give it to them. Early pass of 25.5% target share comes out to 151 targets. Should be a high-paced offense. 92 receptions, 1,270 yards, 8 touchdowns. Puts him as our wide receiver 13 in seasonal projections. Malik Nabers on the Giants, not as rosy of an outlook. I mean, we've got not very much target competition for either of these guys.
Dario, not to interrupt you, but we have a pick.
So
the
Malik Nabers at our wide
Jets
receiver
select
25,
Olu Fashanu. So we see
too low.
the Caleb Williams high school
1168 receiving
teammate
yards on
selected at 11
135
overall.
No
We want to
target
break that for the player
competition,
profiler
Dario.
audience.
No
I'm going to kick it
target-
right
gotta
back
be-
to
we gotta
you,
be higher
Dario.
on Neighbors, baby.
20. He's also at 25%. It's just a worse offense. So worse offense. You gotta pay attention to the quarterback. And I like Neighbors.
Washington's getting better. The Eagles, the Cowboys, competitive division, Dario.
I
Juice
like
up those
Neighbors.
pass
Wide
attempts,
receiver
buddy.
25 as a rookie. Very hard. Sounds like we got another pick in.
Kick it back to the desk.
The pick is in, and the 11th overall selection goes to the New York Jets. They move back from 10 with the Vikings, as we just talked about with JJ McCarthy a second ago. And a guy that, for the eternity of the last 2 years has been discussed as the top tackle in the class.
That's right.
Alongside Caleb Williams, the top quarterback. We talk about Brock Bowers, top tight end, Marvin
Even though
Harrison,
he
the
has-
top receiver.
Even though he has a tiny Burger King hand.
The teensy little, you can barely see him Burger King hands. Olu Fashanu goes to the New York Jets, the Jets who spent money on Tyron Smith and Morgan Moses, who combined for an age of 97, who will start for the New York Jets in 2024 alongside their 40-year-old quarterback. They went youth on the offensive line when the question was, will they go receiver? Will they go tight end? They go tackle.
Well, we get the answer here from the Jets. They go tackle. But the question that I'm going to pose to you guys, with the 2 tackles that they brought in, I know they're old, but does Fashanu have the versatility to kick inside if Morse and Smith are healthy?
Oh, I mean, no, you don't put Fashanu in inside.
So does someone flex in? Does
No,
Morse
dude,
become?
Fashanu is Fashanu has a glide to him. Like, dude, you want him at tackle.
I agree.
It's just if you were to think about putting Fashanu at guard, you take everything about him that is special, and you completely dust it into the ground. So it'll be interesting to see how they handle this stuff. But dude, I mean, has Tyron Smith been a picture of health?
No. He's
Right?
getting older.
Morgan Moses, I know he's the Great Wall of China, but man, I feel like he was at the first Senior Bowl that I ever went to back in like 2011.
Mhm.
He's old.
No, yeah.
You know, it's what I talked about earlier. It's like, well, if you're the Chicago Bears, you want to help out your new quarterback, you bring in Rome Odunze. I don't necessarily think that's the way to do it. I felt like they were building around the new quarterback through free agency, right? It feels like they did a deal where they were overcompensating, saying we are atoning for the sins of Justin Fields, right? I feel like with this is a way where you see Aaron Rodgers go down with an Achilles injury 3 snaps into his career with your organization. You say, man, we don't want that to happen again.
Right.
Let's bring in a guy with a gliding kick slide who's really, really hard to beat on a speed rush.
Mm-hmm. And the Jets, you got to tip your hat to Joe Douglas and his team moving back a pick, just one pick. They would have taken Fashanu at 10. I mean, that's pretty clear, right? But they move back, they get something out, 129, 157. They move back, get 2 additional picks, still get their guy, a really, truly limitless ceiling type tackle. And now they're cooking with gas, like you said. You have nightmares when you bring in Aaron Rodgers and he goes down before you even punt on your first drive. Now you bring in a guy that's going to keep him upright.
Couple things to watch going forward. We're at 11 picks now, 11 consecutive offensive picks. The over-under was 21.5 in this draft. I think the record was 23 in this draft. Offensive players drafted.
We don't have a defensive player yet.
No defensive players drafted to 11 picks. The Denver Broncos are on the clock right now. Another team
So that 10.5 right now, that under, there was the juice on the over on that. That under, you could have gotten positive money on that under 10. We'll keep an eye on that, man.
And we got to continue to watch it because there's guys still, Brock Bowers. We're still talking about offensive linemen that were discussed early in Fuaga, in Fuatanu from Washington, the offensive lineman who can play inside left guard, play outside left tackle. Talisi Fuaga can play outside right tackle. An abundance of offensive players still, but he's kind of a later round one guy when he comes into the middle tier. But we still have an abundance of defensive talent in Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, Liatu Latu, who was pegged just instantly into the favoritism the last 2 weeks of the Atlanta Falcons.
Dallas Turner's still on the board. Jared Verse.
The pick
is officially in. And the Denver Broncos have made the selection. Were they going to trade down?
Don't tell me
they did not trade down. They did exactly what Sean Payton wanted, and they kept it chaos. Bo Nix from Oregon, 12th overall to the Denver Broncos.
Listen, if you're sitting there in your war room, you're the Denver Broncos, you see 5 quarterbacks go off before pick 10, you have to take Nix. You can't play chicken with the draft board knowing that Jared Stidham, Ben DiNucci, Zach Wilson is your QB room. They say, screw it, let's take him at 12, and they'll figure it out after. They don't have a second-round pick, guys. They need to make something big. They need to make this happen now. And now the 6 we haven't seen 6 quarterbacks since 1983.
Yeah, well,
and now we have 50% of the selections tonight have been quarterback.
Congratulations to all of the over 5+5 bettors and all of the under 32.5 that was offered on FanDuel and DraftKings for Bo Nix as far as his draft position. It felt to me that 32.5 was telling me that maybe the books could know something about the possibility of somebody either moving up at the very end to get him, Denver maybe making a move to do that, or making a move up at the beginning of the second round to do it. Sean Payton says, screw it. Our guy, Michael Lombardi, he always talks about, man, Sean Payton would still be the head coach of the New Orleans Saints if he was able to get up and get Patrick Mahomes the way that he wanted to, right? Yep. And I don't think he wants to go into this season if there was somebody that he likes that he was able to get and they just pass on him. And I think they probably could have traded back and gotten him later, but I just think he said, man, I'm not walking down that road again. I'm not getting swindled again. Bo Nix, when you look at him versus some of these other guys, good footwork, gets the ball out fast, doesn't turn the football over. He's athletic. He just, Sean Payton wants somebody to be an extension of him on the football field. And when you look at that, you look at a guy that can just be like a robot for you. Bo Nix certainly fits the mold.
Nobody, few people, I would say, know Drew Brees and feel his tendencies as good as you. When you compare a guy, and people don't know the backstory. The backstory is he just straight up played high school football with Drew Brees. And you know his mentality, you know the structure before he got to that level. When you compare a guy like Bo Nix to a guy like Drew Brees, a lot of the conversation around Bo Nix has been this guy can get the ball downfield, but he tends to just dump it off a lot as a screen game quarterback, and that's kind of where he milked those attempts. He got almost 1,936 pass attempts in 61 games as a collegiate quarterback, the most starts of all time for an FBS level quarterback, Auburn and Oregon. When you compare these guys, again, we've heard the leadership that Bo Nix does bring to the table, 5-year starter that's at the FBS level. Can you compare these guys at all?
Well, I mean, it's different as far as what Bo Nix is. If you watched him last year, you could definitely see what he's able to bring with his legs. That's something that Drew never had. But the one thing I'll say that they have in common is, as Cody was saying, both of these guys, even coming back to the mentality, man, even playing in high school with Drew, what it was on our offense was take what the defense gives you, and we're just gonna beat them. Like we have dudes, right? We had dudes, and whenever you have dudes, you take what the defense gives you. And when you do that, you're not always going to have you're always going to have these Michael Penix drone strikes to the Rome Odunzes, or some of this these weird off-platform throws that you see from Caleb Williams, that make him look like a magician, right? You see a guy with good feet, his feet are connected to his arm, he gets back to his spot, he takes what the defense gives him. And I think for a guy like Sean Payton, that's exactly what he wants.
That's right.
Take what the defense gives you, man. You're going to win whenever you do that.
Two things that come away from me, in my opinion, that I see here. One, an NFL take, one, a fantasy take. The NFL take is Broncos looked in the rearview mirror. Who's right behind them? The Raiders.
Yep.
They couldn't risk letting a quarterback fall for Antonio Pierce and the Raiders. And my fantasy take is Bo Nix, what did he do pretty well at Oregon, right? Check down to Bucky Irving. Bucky Irving over 60 receptions. Sean Payton was the coach, the developer of Drew Brees, who was known as a good check down quarterback. So if you're playing fantasy and you're hoping the Javonte Williams of the world get more receptions, Bo Nix,
is that present from above, baby?
That's good.
A lot of targets going to running backs now.
I think that's two important notes, because I think that the thing is nobody else was looking at quarterback other than themselves and the Raiders. After the Vikings made that bullish move to go up, get McCarthy, make him the 5th quarterback, it opened the door of this is it. It's Bo or it's Jarrett Stidham.
That's right.
And they had to. And, we listened to a lot of stuff, and it was the question, is this guy worth it? The over-under was 32.5 for both he and Michael Penix in round 1, straight up.
Could be 12.
Is he going to go
Holy
12?
cow.
Are they going to take him at 28? I think you hit it right in the nose, is that the Patrick Mahomes thing. If you get your Patrick Mahomes, you're happy. They don't get him, you lose your job.
That's right.
Ends up being what it is. The Las Vegas Raiders are now on the clock. And now as the Las Vegas Raiders, the angle needs to be one of two directions. There's no quarterback here to you even have a conversation with.
No.
It's Aiden O'Connell going forward. When you do look at what's available on the board, you look at Talise Fuaga, the offensive tackle from Oregon State. You look at all the cornerbacks. We still, again, have yet to get a defensive player.
That's right.
Quinion, Terrion, Byron Murphy are all guys that are available right
I
now.
would not be surprised to see Phil. Is Philly not going to?
This is the spot.
Are they not going to trade up here for Quinion?
I would imagine that
to the mic.
Vegas is definitely a bit rattled.
Yeah.
As we all are.
They
as
have
what
to
we've
be.
seen. So this is the moment that Howie Roseman makes that phone call. Go, listen, your board is in shambles. Your plan is in
pick
flames.
is in. It doesn't matter.
And
The
it
pick
doesn't
is
matter.
in.
The pick is now in. We'll see who goes here to the
What do you
Raiders.
guys think?
I think it's Quinion Mitchell or a pass rusher.
I know what it is, and I'm going to tell you what it is. I think it was a nervous spot here where the Raiders had a second-round pick last year. They spent on Michael Mayer. They needed a pass catcher because they were nervous. Devontae Adams is a trade candidate. He's a guy. It's old, aging.
Oh, you
They go
guys-
Brock Bowers to the Las Vegas Raiders.
and
Bowers and Michael Mayer.
Michael Mayer's nuked.
Did the NFL decide, hey, we're going to take a piss on the fantasy gamers because Odunze goes to a crowded field. The Neighbors doesn't have a
hey.
quarterback. Now Bowers is, what is going on for fantasy?
Hey, so much for your whole tight end 2 thing in the 11th round for Michael Mayer and underdog. Oh my gosh. Oh, that thing lasted for a quick minute and now it's completely over. It's Michael Mayer now gets relegated to the true Y tight end.
Yep.
And
Yep.
To be honest,
It's proper.
what it's probably fine from a pure football standpoint, but the question was coming out with him, or I guess what the true benefit was of Mayer coming in was he looks like a Gronk who can line up at the Y, but he can also do this stuff. You get him at the F, you get him at the H, and you can truly have him.
That's
We gotta interrupt the broadcast for the greatest tight end of all time being drafted, guys.
I bet you that Mayer ends up being in line and attached more often.
And we're going to kick it over to Theo and Josh for their thoughts on Bowers. And
The greatest tight end of all time was just drafted by Las Vegas. Shout out to the Michael Mayer dynasty managers. It's a very, very rough time for you. But Brock Bowers in Vegas, I have visions, Josh. I'm going to get off the plane when I land in Vegas, and I'm going to walk into the airport, and I'm going to see a billboard with Brock Bowers in a couple years. I love this pick because you end up getting Brock Bowers. This is the heir apparent to whenever they move on from Devontae Adams. This is going to be the number one target in Vegas. They took the best player on the board. They didn't have to trade up to get Bowers. They stood pat, and they take a sort of a shock selection, but a guy who has immense fantasy potential.
Well, yeah, when we have draft night, we have Kirk Cousins' team draft Michael Penix. It only makes sense then for fantasy managers that Michael Mayer, we now have Brock Bowers. And in terms of a player comp, I think Bowers is one of the hardest players actually to give a 1-for-1 comp.
It's easy. It's easy. You got to go to the wide receiver position. This is big Jordy Nelson with a little bit of Shannon Sharp mixed in. Big Jordy Nelson with a little Shannon Sharp mixed in. Brock Bowers is going to light it up. He's going to light it up.
Theo, for the group that has only been watching football for 5 years, folks, I have you with the player comp. I've been going with, we have George Kittle mixed with Deebo Samuel. It's purely coincidental that they're teammates, but ultimately what we have is a guy that had more rush attempts in college in Brock Bowers than Deebo Samuel. He's got the yards after the catch ability of a George Kittle. I don't exactly know how they're going to use him, but this is not the traditional. I guess I'll put it this way. I don't think we're going to have a Kyle Pitts situation simply because Bowers' depth of target is going to be a lot closer, which means he's going to be less reliant on quarterback play. He's going to get fed more scheme touches. So at this point, I'm fairly optimistic about this spot.
Yeah, I'm more than optimistic about the spot. And we talked about Daniel Jones, how is like an out of nowhere winner. Daniel Jones goes from being erased in Dynasty and being replaced by one of these JJ McCarthy quarterbacks. Giants instead take Malik Nabers, give Daniel Jones like a huge short-term bump. Now you get whoever the winner of the Vegas Raiders quarterback job has Devontae Adams, Jacoby Myers, and now Brock Bowers. And you bring up Brock Bowers, like Brock Bowers is a yak monster. They're going to get him the ball in very creative ways. He had multiple rushing touchdowns for Georgia. I mean, this is a player where Georgia, despite having NFL players all around him, used him in creative ways to get him the ball. He had 13 touchdown receptions as a freshman. This is a slam dunk pick. And I love how Las Vegas drafted Michael Mayer last year, but that didn't influence their decision this year to take this mega talent in Bowers. So I love the pick. I think it's great. We haven't even had a chance to talk about Michael Penix. What you want to take one more Brock Bowers talk?
Yeah, I'd say that with Bowers, the Raiders did not fall into the sunk cost fallacy. And that's what I really like here is that, yes, Michael Mayer was a second-round pick, but again, he was a second-round pick compared to the talent of Brock Bowers, compared to taking someone at 13 with this draft capital disparity. It's pretty clear that they're saying, we think Brock Bowers was probably worthy of a top 5, top 7 pick. When he falls to 13, we don't overthink it. We simply draft him. If we really believe in Michael Mayer after his rookie year, we'll find a way to have 2 tight end sets. He'll see the field. So I'm very just optimistic that Bowers can sort of sneak into that 18-20% target share range pretty much immediately.
Yeah, I mean, there's a pathway for him to be the number 2 target in Vegas, and I like Jacoby Myers. But at the end of the day, Brock Bowers is the guy who you're going to do some things with. And I think that this is also you lose Josh Jacobs. There's been a sort of a short-term dynasty bump for Zamir White. Zamir White's a guy that we have a very small sample size on. They go and they sign Gardner Minshew. This team's going to be a little more pass happy than I think a lot of people are realizing. I don't think that's necessarily Antonio Pierce's MO, but that's what the roster's looking like to me right now. So I love the Bowers. And you bring up the fact that they view Bowers as a top 6 or 7 player. To put it in context, Brock Bowers is drafted higher than any wide receiver in last year's class. He goes at 13 overall. And to put it in context with the wide receivers, he goes a few picks behind Rome Odunze, and he goes ahead of multiple wide receivers that were expected to be drafted in this round. So I love the pick. I'm sure there's going to be some people, who are not loving this one, but I also think there's a lot of people that are burned by the Kyle Pitts lack of production. And I think that's influencing how they're looking at Brock Bowers, certainly in Dynasty and redraft. That can we trust another first round tight end after, those lost years with Kyle Pitts? So, I'll be interested to see what Memphis Young has to say shortly about the Brock Bowers selection. But I love this one. I mean, this one gets me hyped.
Yeah, what I'll add in, I think this is a perfect segue of the Raiders are going to pass more. I think the Falcons, we figured they would pass more. They bring in Kirk Cousins. I think definitively at this point, they should be one of the pass heaviest teams in the NFL. We know that Bijan is incredible as a receiver. Them taking Cousins and then doubling down with a quarterback at pick 8. I think we can, at the very least, feel very, very optimistic about the volume projections in that receiver room.
And we have another pick to announce. The Saints, who absolutely never trade down. This is now they haven't traded down since like 2007. They're picking Talisi Fuaga from Oregon State. This was a player that could have been drafted maybe 1 or 2 picks higher, an absolute mauler of an offensive lineman. I want to kick it back to Cody shortly to talk about Fuaga and how he thinks that he'll impact this Saints running game, their passing game. I mean, adding an offensive lineman was something that New Orleans has been rumored to do, and they get a really, really good one. But let's finish off with your thoughts on the Penix situation.
Yeah, the way I see it is that with Kirk Cousins' contract, he's got at least 2 years there. I think this year is Cousins' year.
Yeah.
And I think what they're believing is that Cousins is willing and able to mentor Penix and start to give him the reins sometime in 2025, or else you're essentially wasting half the rookie contract to Penix, who's already at this point and older. I believe he's 24 at this point. He had 6 years in college. So the way I'm seeing it is that Kirk Cousins had to be on board with this pick and that he is willing to mentor him this year and then sort of turn the reins over at some point next year.
I don't know if Kirk Cousins likes this one at all. Michael Penix Jr., like the whole, I thought the way that Alex kind of presented it was very smart, like the Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts pathway where you get to sit at least for a large period of time. I think that Atlanta knows that the quarterback position is somewhere that they've struggled. Ever since Matt Ryan sort of moved on, they've struggled to find a replacement. And I think at the end of the day, they signed Kirk Cousins, but throughout the process, they looked at Michael Penix as a guy that maybe they valued higher than we did in the fantasy evaluation. So you don't draft a guy at 8 overall to have him take the Jordan Love approach. This is an aggressive pick. Not a great outcome at all for Kirk Cousins managers. I think that this is you're probably right. It's probably Kirk Cousins for a year, and it's going to be a much shorter window for Cousins than we ever anticipated after he signed as a free agent. But this has been wild. We actually now have a record-tying 6 quarterbacks selected in this first round. We have tied the NFL record. I think when we look back at our process at Player Profiler, a lot of times when I'm doing podcasts with like Maddie, Matt Kelly, or Cody, we talked about how we expected maybe 5 quarterbacks to be drafted in the first round, but we didn't really expect 6. I think 6 is a huge win, shows that the NFL valued this quarterback class maybe a lot more than we did. And the fact that they're all off the board by 12 is wild. So we expected a record-breaking night, potentially at the offensive tackle position, potentially at the wide receiver position. It's quarterback that's tied the record. And we don't think anybody other quarterback's going to sneak in here, but it's still significant that it's a record-tying night.
Yeah, one last thing before we kick it back. We have still yet to see a single defensive player through 14 picks.
I think we won, Josh. Fantasy football won. You're watching us. Fantasy football won. The IDP crowd, I'm sorry, guys. This is a tough draft for you to watch so far, but it's a fantasy football night. Let's kick it right back to Cody, and then shortly stay tuned because we have more stat projections from Dario on the way back as well.
Yeah, we got it. You're good.
Psych, we're actually going to kick it to the couch. See what the boys are doing on the couch.
And we are back at the couch. As you notice, I have changed shirts. Cannot support that anything with a Falcons logo on at the moment. But we got Bradley Stalder here.
Hey, guys.
Podfather's in the background eating some popcorn. But Bradley, a lot of picks coming off the board. What are your thoughts just thus far through the draft?
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun seeing a lot of offensive players go off the board. Some wild shakeups at quarterback, in particular, the Bo Nix, the Michael Penix, and we were expecting a lot of those. The lines were whether there were going to Matt's just having fun in the back here. Whether all offense, baby. Yeah, it's all offense. Whether these quarterbacks were even going to be first round picks, there was a lot of questions about that, but steam was gaining. And in particular, I want to talk about JJ McCarthy for a moment because he goes to the Minnesota Vikings after a little bit of shuffling with the New York Jets. Matt and I were talking before this segment, and it is possible that not only Caleb Williams eclipses the 4,000 pass yards, but also JJ McCarthy. And you're thinking, why JJ McCarthy? He had low passing volume at University of Michigan. The reality is he's not playing for Jim Harbaugh anymore. He's not playing at U of M with one of the best defenses. He is playing for Coach O'Connell. And what we know over the last few years is O'Connell is one of the top pass rate offensive minds. And so he's going to push the ball down the field. He's going to make McCarthy throw a lot to Justin Jefferson, to TJ Hawkinson when he returns, to Jordan Addison. And so for getting JJ McCarthy at quarterback 30, quarterback 32 in your best ball drafts in the pre-draft process was a smash pick. And so continue to draft him. I think, yes, he's going to rise because of the landing spot, because we have the clarity there. However, I don't think he's going to rise enough. I think we continue to lean into JJ McCarthy because I think the market's going to land on him as a back-end quarterback too. And I think he has mid to upper quarterback two outcomes with when you're attached to Justin Jefferson, when you're attached to Jordan Addison, who can win deep down the field, and TJ Hawkinson returning, Aaron Jones as well, who can catch passes out of the backfield. This is a Minnesota Vikings team that this may be the missing piece for them to continue moving forward. Tyler, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, JJ McCarthy, there was talks about that. They wanted to go up to 5 to get JJ McCarthy, and they can just stick. I mean, they go up to 10. They give up a little bit more assets.
Almost
but
nothing.
There was talks. I'm in a ton of Vikings group chats from Minnesota. All the boys in there, they're like, well, we're fine giving up the 2 first this year, maybe even a second or a first next year. Like that's
patience.
The price they were willing to give for JJ McCarthy as his fans, and now they get him for pretty much a steal. Just stuff like that, and it's just absolutely crazy. And we have Memphis here too. The Colts are on the clock. He's the resident Colts fan in this house. Memphis, what are we thinking with the Colts on the clock here? If you were the GM, what's the pick you're going here?
I'm going Quinyon Mitchell. They need corner help, but I think it'll probably be Dallas Turner. I like Byron Murphy too, but they just extended Buckner, so they're definitely going to be looking defense. I think they'll break the seal on the defensive players.
Wasn't Andrew Luck? Didn't he have the most rookie passing yards for any quarterback? I think it's
43-74.
43-74. Thank you, Memphis. We have 2 quarterbacks now. JJ McCarthy. By the way, Bradley Stalder pounding JJ McCarthy late in best ball and underdog. Too easy, right? Just too easy. Oh, the uncertainty is going to land somewhere. Happened to land in best case scenario. And props to Cody Carpentier talking to him about landing spots. He's like, Minnesota wants McCarthy. Minnesota's going to find a way to get McCarthy, and he was right. And now Caleb Williams,
more passing yards at USC than Carson Palmer, more passing yards in a single season than even Matt Leinart. So I could see both Caleb Williams and JJ McCarthy having more passing yards in their rookie year than Andrew Luck, a double record. All offense in the top 10, never been done in NFL history. This is a fantasy draft, and I'm loving it.
And speaking of offense, we have our first defensive player off the board. The Colts select edge Latu with the number 15th pick, Memphis. Immediate thoughts.
Oh, he's the best edge rusher. The concern is the health. He had neck fusion, medically retired a couple of years ago, came back out. If he stays healthy, I love the pick, but that's the concern.
If he stays healthy, and we toss it back to the boys, the three guys at the desk. Take it away.
That's the pick. The pick is in. Number 15 overall, the Indianapolis Colts snapped the streak. 14 consecutive offensive players drafted. An NFL record ends here. We're all eyeballing Quinyon Mitchell, the cornerback from the Toledo.
Is he going to fall to the Eagles? Is Howie Roseman going to do the beautiful
Howie-
mind thing again this year?
I mean, last
Are
year
you
we
kidding
sang
me?
his praises as they walked through Jalen Color and Smith.
He's
Might be
gonna,
doing it again.
He's going to be able to move up to 17 or something now.
The swindle.
With Jacksonville. Jacksonville's going to be able to get the corner or the wide receiver that they want. I'm just saying, write it down. I think something
Put it
like
in
that will
your
happen
notebook.
with Philly. Let me tell you just this one quick thing. We'll talk about Latu to the Indianapolis Colts here in a second. But Jane Slater, who was actually a classmate of mine at the University of Texas, as I was
Shout out
coming up. Jane Slater, NFL. Ex post. As we all sit in shock over the Atlanta pick, a source tells me Kirk Cousins just as shocked and disappointed, never said anything to him or his reps about a QB in the first round, despite suggesting they would. Still, quote, it's a business. So Terry Fontenot didn't even talk to the – I don't understand what they're doing in Atlanta.
I don't think anybody does.
You know who's happiest?
To be honest, I know that there's not the there aren't the implications of bad improprieties like there were with Snyder and stuff with the Commanders, but that organization to me feels almost as just rotted as far as what they're trying to do, and as far as what the direction is.
They don't have
what is the direction? What is it if you're coming in as a GM or you're coming as a member of that staff to build a team in the Falcon way? Like they are rudderless. I'm not saying that Penix is going to be bad. Like Penix could be good, but it's just that from a team building perspective, none of this makes sense.
You could have known throughout the entire process that you were going to have a shot at Michael Penix Jr. So why extend nearly $1 billion, $250 million for Kirk Cousins just to take his replacement in the top 10? And the fact that he's shocked, disappointed, is exactly what we're talking about. But you know who's happy in all this? My man,
Penix?
Bill Belichick. Because he's laughing his way saying, thank God they didn't give me a job to be the person manning this dumpster fire.
What happens? This is a dumb thought. What happens a year from now when the Atlanta Falcons have a top 3 pick in the draft? What happens?
Dude, that's a great point.
They'll take another wide receiver.
And Fontenot is not the general manager. And Arthur Blank maybe makes the decision to go the Robert Kraft way and bring Belichick back. And you
know exactly what they'll do. They'll address the most important things they need to address in the game of football, which are the lines of scrimmage. And it's what people just don't understand. It's so crazy to me that people want that's the game. That's the game.
You win in the trenches.
It's just that's the whole game.
We've seen it in the first half of this draft. It's been pretty apparent with the tackle movement. The tackles that went off the board: Alt, Latham, Fashanu, Fuaga in the top 15, 4 big tackles. The quarterbacks, another right there. The most important position in football, 6 of them, bang. That's 10 of the 15 picks right there in the dead center of the field, controlling the line of scrimmage and having the quarterback. And you're only going to continue to see that as Latu goes up the board right there.
What about Latu?
Latu.
Well, Latu, for me, he was my favorite defensive player
I'm thrown
in this
by
class.
this one.
I had him inside the top 10. He's got the deepest bag in terms of getting after
Yeah.
quarterbacks. He's not only good in his first move, but he's excellent in his second move.
He's magical.
He's
is
ma-
the way,
he's-
right?
Chef's kiss. He's magical.
Yeah.
I mean, you guys were down at the Senior Bowl,
Yep.
right? You saw it. There was the one-on-one matchup.
Too easy.
And then he was going up against Fuanga. Fuanga was the star offensive lineman, right? And what did he do? He got kind of pushed around rep 1, rep 2. He hit him with a double move, got after it. This is the type of guy that the Colts are getting. They're getting a difference maker. Out of the entire class, you can include Dallas Turner, Jared Verse, all these guys. The candidate to have double-digit sacks amongst the entire class was Latu. And now he goes at 15 of the Colts. Good pick. And I love the pick.
And the concern was always that he had the neck fusion. Sounds bad. You fuse your neck. It sounds bad. But here's how we have to take the breadcrumbs that the NFL gives us, right? The medical rechecks began, I think, on the week of April 8th.
Yep.
And so around then, we started hearing about Latu moving up the boards, which made me think, and I talked to Cody about this. I'm like, well, it feels like Latu's medical rechecks went well, right? And then coming into this week of the draft, we began hearing possibly number 8 to the Bears, possibly number 9 to the Falcons. All the betting markets had Latu as, if not the first defensive player off the board, the second defensive player off the board.
Yeah.
At plus 175, 135, depending on where you're looking.
Yep.
I think that the medical checks came out fine.
He said that at the combine. He was asked at the combine during the medium scrums, like, how has teams approached you when it comes to the medical, the examinations? He said they have not proceeded with any extensive medical examinations further than everyone else. So even starting back at the combine, the groundwork was being laid that NFL teams weren't that worried about the fused neck.
The thing is if the fused neck is not a question, it shouldn't have been a question whether he was first or second defensive player off the board. We love Murphy. We love Quinion. We love Latu's bag. And you talked about the bag. It's comparable to Max Crosby. And Crosby was one that was missed by the NFL going the 4th, 5th round to the Raiders. And that was the comp that everybody loved and ran to. That length that he brings to the table.
He's not quite as careless as Crosby. He's more finesse and more
yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
In emotion,
that's
correct.
Crosby's got the sick length. I will tell you that, though.
Right.
The Latu stuff is, you saw at the Senior Bowl, I think best, was how strict that aggressive pass rush was and how strong the dip was. Like, he seemed light, he seemed lean, but it's just so fiery quick. And it was clearly 10 times better than everybody else in the field.
Whenever he here's the thing about Latu. Whenever he can convert his outside speed rush to an inside rip, and it feels like it doesn't feel like it's something where it's like
it's natural.
Some kid throwing a punch. It feels like it's this natural motion where it's just it just happens.
It's magical, like you said.
And it just all of a sudden it happens. And you're like, how did that happen so quick? It feels like he's some kind of optical illusionist, and it's kind of a weird way to talk about a guy that you think is the best defensive player in the draft, but there's something to Latu, and dude, the Colts got a
Chris
really
Ballard
good
got a very good one.
Yeah. Let's have a party here. I want not just one defensive player. I want 2 defensive players. 2 defensive players. That right there's a horn, baby. That's a long horn. Seattle Seahawks, 16th overall. Byron Murphy, 3-tech, defensive tackle. Texas Longhorns,
16 overall
to the Seattle Seahawks.
So you're
Mike McDaniel.
So you're 16 and a half over unders. You unders betters, you got it.
Razor.
If you got it last night. Today, Byron Murphy moved down to 13 and a half. I would have still taken it at 13 and a half.
Yep.
I can't believe that it
was
fell
favored
that
under.
far. But hey, he can talk to his boy Puna Ford
Yep.
about what it's like to be there, playing that 1 shade and that 3 technique. for the Seattle Seahawks, even though it's completely different now. Mike McDonald. I'm not sure that I look at Byron Murphy and he's here's the thing. He's not like a Baltimore Brandon Williams. It isn't the same kind
He's
of
not a
player,
load like Williams is.
right?
Or
What about
was.
a Matabuke? Matabuke is probably what, 20 pounds heavier than
dude,
him?
he is so much better than Justin
Matabuke is pretty dirt
Matabuke.
nasty right now.
No,
he wasn't
he's
this
so
coming.
much-
Matabuke
right.
wasn't this coming out of college. He wasn't this coming out of A&M. I get that. But
I
right
just
now,
can't put
Matabuke
those
is
two in-
nasty.
I can't put those two in the same
Well,
conversation. Dude, Murphy, if you watch him at Texas, always one technique, always no shade. When you have the Outland Trophy winner and T'Vondre Sweat next to you, always at the 3 technique. I understand how that could possibly help, a good bit, but it was these backside guards he was dealing with.
Yep.
It was these double teams from the center and the backside guard that he was dealing with, and it was always this swat, this rip, this club, everything, dude. Murphy. You look at the tool set, right? For every single way that an offensive line is going to attack him, from a zone scheme to a man scheme, he has a tool in his belt to be able to attack it. He's versus zone. His hips are always upfield, right? Whenever it's a man concept, and he knows that there's a guard pulling that's going to try and trap him. His hips are always upfield. He always is going to make sure that he's not going to be taken out of the play, right? So versus the run stuffing, over the last 13 years of Texas, there hasn't been a better run stuffer, period, than Byron Murphy. And you add into the fact, 15 quarterback hits,
19.7% pass rush win rate last year, top 5 in college football.
I mean, dude,
Dominant.
He is a beast.
Byron
I
Murphy
can't
is
believe
beast.
I can't believe he fell this far. So like,
It's the art of the draft.
McDonald comes from the Harbaugh tree of coaching. He wants to stop the run. He wants to build what he calls a run wall. He got that with Byron Murphy. Great pick. He's elated that he was there at 16. Now we're going to actually go, remember, boots on the ground at the NFL draft. Seth Diewold's got a little take on Michael Penix.
oh, boots on the ground.
Boots on the
Wow.
effing ground. We're going to kick it to
All
Seth,
right.
and then we're going to go over to the fantasy desk, talk a little bit about the fantasy ramifications that has occurred so far.
This is Seth Diewold reporting live for Player Profiler at the NFL Draft. Hope everybody's doing well. Michael Penix going number 8 overall. It was pretty much chalky up until that point, maybe with J.C. Latham going a little bit higher. But Michael Penix, number 8 overall. What does this do for Superflex rookie rankings? It propels him far up the rankings for sure. Now we got to trade. The Vikings are trading up as I'm talking to you right now to number 10. More videos to come. It's getting crazy right now, guys. So back to you. This is Seth Diewold again reporting live from the NFL Draft on the Player Profiler Network.
Guys, we have a trade to announce. The Minnesota Vikings are trading up to pick number 17. I don't know who they're going for here. Let's see if we find a little something here.
I'm going to predict Quinyon Mitchell.
Yeah, Quinyon would make some sense. They're projecting a corner, but before we get the pick, Memphis, I want to talk to you about this Bo Nix selection because I think people are having a little bit of difficulty right now in how they're ranking these quarterbacks. Are you Michael Penix Jr., who was drafted 8th overall? We're going to have to wait on him. Or are you on Bo Nix?
Oh, I'm 100% on Bo Nix. And go back to who Sean Payton's mentor was. His mentor is Bill Parcells. And Bill Parcells had 4 rules for drafting a quarterback. They needed to be a senior, a graduate, a 3-year starter, and have 23 wins. And Bo Nix meets all of those categories. It was
He's doubled up that 23 wins.
Yeah, it was as slam dunk can get. And don't want to go the coach worship, but if you're going to draft a quarterback, I mean, a guy who's going to be starting day one and a guy that doesn't have great weapons, but they have some weapons.
Yeah.
And the draft's not over. So I really like Bo Nix. I think Michael Penix is now your QB6 in the class.
Yeah, it's
Has to be for Superflex.
I think it's wild because we get a quarterback drafted inside of the top 10, but JJ McCarthy with the landing spot, with the immediate opportunity to play, Bo Nix, who's going to be a starter from day one, Michael Penix, you're going to have to wait a little while. So I think a couple years down the line, Michael Penix could be absolutely cooking with Zach Robinson there, but I think immediate contributions, that matters for us when we're evaluating these players for our dynasty rosters. So it's definitely been a really, really fun draft. How are you ranking Rome Odunze versus Brock Bowers right now in your dynasty rookie drafts?
I'm looking long term. I'll go Odunze by an eyelash. I don't love the dual tight end. I think best case scenario, you're looking for a Gronk, Aaron Hernandez situation. The nice thing is that
Memphis, I'll interrupt you.
No, you're good.
We have the pick. The pick is in, and Minnesota gets Dallas Turner.
Okay.
Okay. They get one of the best edge rushers in the draft out of Alabama, All-American pass rusher for the Tide, a player who was projected to go as high as number 8 by a lot of people, and Minnesota makes an aggressive move to go up and get him. So I think when Matty Kiwoom's writing his NFL draft grades article on playerprofiler.com, I'm guessing he's going to give Minnesota a very good one. They get the quarterback that they wanted in McCarthy, and then they go ahead and get one of the best edge rushers in the draft with a small trade up. So, when people look back and they say, why did Minnesota trade up to get that second first-round pick? Maybe it wasn't always for quarterback. Maybe it was so they can make a small move and get inside the top 20 when a player started to slip down. So I like that move.
I don't think it's going to be a one-to-one comparison, but it feels very similar to what the Texans did last year. They got their quarterback and then they got their edge.
Yeah.
They lost Danielle Hunter in free agency to Houston of all teams. And now you replace both those, they lost Cousins, they lost Hunter. They replaced both those guys with rookies, hoping to get some of that Texans success out of those two positions. I think it's the right play.
Yeah. And I think right now we've got through pick 17. You have Cincinnati Bengals coming up at 18. You have the Rams coming up at 19. Both of these picks could be on the offensive side of the ball as well. So, we talked a little bit about how these teams at the bottom of the first round, the quote unquote best teams in football right now, are going to have access to some of the best defenders in this draft because of how offensive heavy, these first few picks were. So it's sort of the rich get richer potentially with some of these guys falling to some of the contending teams. But so far, an amazing draft for fantasy football. We get the record tying 6 quarterbacks go in the first round. We get all 3 wide receivers going inside of the top 10. And you get Brock Bowers going to the Las Vegas Raiders, an out there selection, but one I'm super, super excited about. And I think, Memphis, I don't know if you play in points per block leagues, but points per block leagues, Michael Mayer's looking pretty good right now because you're projecting this sort of as a 2 tight end set, continual, a lot of 12 personnel.
And I think you see a lot of that in the league. And
yeah.
I don't think we'll ever quite see it to the level of Gronk and Hernandez. That was a really special year. But it's certainly there. Mayer's going to lose out, right? I mean, it is points per block. He might as well be Durham Smythe from the Dolphins at this point. I'm mostly joking. That I don't think it'll be that bad, but it's not going to be good.
Yeah.
I think they see Brock Bowers as and I know it's a tight end to wide receiver. I think they see him as their Cooper Kupp.
Yeah.
Or their Puka Nacua, that guy who can do that.
Don't get me this excited. I can't handle it, Memphis.
I mean, but that's the style he could play. Like there was rumor that the Rams were going to try to trade up to get Bowers, and I think the Rams are a team to watch for Worthy.
Yeah,
to add that speed element to go along with Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua.
Yeah, I think that the Rams, the rumors were there that they were trying to trade up. They're trying to stay offense, and we have wide receivers kind of sitting there. You bring up Cooper Kupp, maybe sort of the successor to Cooper Kupp, or a player that they could just put in 3 wide receiver sets. Very interesting one. Rams, it was kind of, are they going to trade up to try to get JJ McCarthy? They missed out on that, but I do think they go on the offensive side of the ball. And Cincinnati pick is coming up here.
The pick is in per the internet.
Okay, so announce it. Well, hold on. Let's get it.
Okay.
Go ahead, Memphis.
Amarius Mims,
Okay.
the tackle out of Georgia, and that's good. Joe Burrow is missed the several games the last few years due to injury, and I know there was this big debate when they took Chase over Sewell, but they've got a tackle now. So they lost Jonah Williams in free agency, so a good pick for them. Doesn't score fantasy points, but it keeps a quarterback that depends on where you get your rankings, top 5 to 8 in a super flex startup.
Yeah, and this
with
was
Joe Burrow keeps him upright. Hopefully.
and also a player that the Pittsburgh Steelers were likely to select at 20. So kind of the game within the game, they prevent their AFC North opponents from getting maybe the offensive lineman that they really wanted. And Mims is an absolute unit. And I'm going to kick it to another absolute unit, and that's Cody Carpentier going to break down the Amarius Mims pick.
Finally,
We back, baby.
holy shit! Is it time to actually talk about football?
We're gonna talk football.
We talk football.
We love
I
ball.
was taking a nap over here, waiting to talk about offensive linemen and defense.
Sometimes you need a nap.
We got football. So what do we have?
We got
to
three.
the,
We got 2 picks to come back to. The Vikings, who traded up to take Dallas Turner,
DT,
edge
baby.
rusher, right? They addressed it in the offseason. Daniel Hunter goes to the Houston Texans. They bring in Jonathan Grenard. They bring in Van Ginkel, something called a Van Ginkel from Miami, to play with
He's a good
Flores.
effective passer.
They said this guy's
Big
gonna.
Eagles actually
This
good.
is
pretty good.
This is Brian Flores, this guy, and I go, yeah, on paper, this still isn't an elite defense, and this team's going to give up 35 points. So they address it. They trade up, take
Yep.
Dallas Turner. They give up pick 167 and that 23rd pick to go to pick 17 and take Dallas Turner out of Alabama. And with the 18th overall pick, your boy nails it with the huddle report. Amarius Mims goes to the Cincinnati Bengals to play alongside Trent and Orlando Brown at the tackle position. Another tackle off the board.
So what is kind of not confusing me, but what's making me think, right? You had the Jets go tackle a bona fide tackle.
Yep.
The Bengals also go bona fide tackle. 2 teams who address their tackle needs with veterans. Troy Fautano is still out there. Graham Barton is still out there. These guys who have versatility to kick inside, kick outside when need be, have been passed up for bona fide tackles. What do you think that says about how these teams are approaching the trenches?
They know that the Dolphins and the Cowboys want Troy Fautanu, right?
They're just being nice.
Yeah, they're
Hey,
being
Mike,
cool
you're a
dudes.
nice guy. You're funny in your interviews. You take Graham Barton. Come on.
No, man.
It's interesting, the fit here in Cincinnati.
Well, they just want
Yeah.
huge men. They
Yeah.
want sumo wrestlers. They got 2 big veteran tackles, and now they
No.
got the biggest tackle
Well, no,
in the class.
But they brought in Trent, who's had his problems the last couple of years, staying healthy, staying on the field, and Orlando, who's been a model of consistency, it feels like the last couple of years. But they bring in Amarius, who has like 9 starts in his career at Georgia, and the projections there. And Kirby says you don't need to have starts when you're at Georgia because your boys go against some dogs in practice,
right,
really
that's
bona
right.
fide every single day. So Mims is ready, but it wouldn't hurt this team to have Mims just sit behind Orlando and Trent for a little bit. And it's abnormal, I would say, for a first-round tackle, to be the one that sits for a minute. But in this situation, it might behoove the Cincinnati Bengals to do so.
So what we always thought was that wide receivers were going to go 6. So the over-under was 6.5.
6.5. That's right.
And it was always, okay, we knew the top 3. We knew the big 3, the elite 3, the Odell Beckham, Sammy Watkins, Mike Evans, right? We knew that was Marvin Harrison Jr., Malik Nabers, Rome Odunze, right? After that, we thought it was, probably what?
BT,
Brian Thomas
Adnan,
Jr.,
Worthy,
Adnan
pick
Mitchell,
your flavor.
maybe Worthy, like
Lad,
the rest of them.
whatever.
And maybe there's the Lad McConkeys, the Troy Franklins of the world that could maybe pop in, right? That was always what made it a 6.5. So now as we're looking at this, with these offensive linemen that have fallen, right?
Yeah.
With these defensive players who've fallen, what corners are off the board?
Zilcho.
None.
Not the one.
Quinyon Mitchell,
If you
Terry
guys
Arnold,
took
Nate Wiggins.
6.5 wide receivers, you're done.
Yes, I agree.
It's not.
Look
it's
at
just-
look
it's-
at who's
it's-
coming up too. I mean, will the Rams take a receiver? Doesn't seem likely. The Steelers could, maybe. Doesn't seem likely.
No,
Dolphins doesn't seem likely. Eagles is kind of a long shot.
No,
the
dude,
Jaguars, it's tough now.
The Eagles right now, Howie Roseman is doing the beautiful mind stuff. And he's after last year, whenever he did it, he's gonna do it again, and he's gonna get Quinyon somehow.
I think she will. It's a great swindle, is Howie Roseman every single
How does he do
year.
it every year?
Last year, it was
It's-
Nolan Smith. Nolan Smith was the one that fell all the way to pick 30. And he was like, Nolan Smith is a guy that could potentially be picked 10. Quinyon is turning out to be the guy that falls, who we thought was going to be top 10. He's going to fall right into their laps at 22 is what it feels like right now. I don't know.
I mean,
he
loves SEC guys.
I think
Both over
that, I
there.
think that the legitimate landing spots for wide receivers, depending on how the rest of this stuff falls, is I can't see Miami, I can't see Philly, I can't see Minnesota, I can't see maybe the Cowboys.
Not with the amount of tackles that are in offensive linemen is still
But
available.
that's the
I cannot
thing.
see
Like,
that.
if Grant Barton's still on the board, the Cowboys probably aren't even going to go off offensive tackle. The Bucks, they're not going to do it. The Cardinals are not going to do it. The Bills might do it, so that's one. The Lions won't do it. The Ravens, I don't think they'll do it. The 49ers, we've heard all this stuff about the possibilities of trades, even the Deebo Samuel stuff that kind of percolated up through the Twitter sphere or the X sphere. You know, maybe there, maybe Kansas City. But even if those things all fall, we're looking at 6. Your 6.5 is going under.
I mean, DJ said it. Daniel Jeremiah said that the teams were saying that because there's such a plethora of receivers and the ability to take them late, it might push the secondary tier down. Obviously, the top tier was elite. It was sought after. We saw all 3 of them go in the top 10. We expected them to happen, and it did. But now the BTs, the Adonai Mitchells, the Xavier Worthies, we're going to wait to see where they go. We don't know if we have a landing spot in the near future.
How do you rank it for Dynasty? The top 3 wide receivers.
I mean, for me, it's tough. I love Rome. I love Nabers, but now it's got to be Marvin Harrison Jr. at the top. Nabers second. Odunze. Listen, Odunze, he's great. He's gonna be great, but you might have to wait a year.
So for Dynasty, you have Rome third.
I think I'm gonna have Rome third. It's tough. Also, you're also talking the resident DJ Moore guy.
Yeah.
So it's not great. I do love the tandem, but it's tough.
What about you? Do you have Nabers over Rome? Even though you know Rome is connected for Dynasty, you know for the long term, Keenan Allen might only be there 1 year.
The person I feel best about for the next decade is Rome.
Over Nabers.
Over Nabers and Harrison for the next decade.
It may give me a hot bother talking that around.
I told you I love all 3 of them.
Well, wait, hold on, no. So you're saying in Dynasty, you're going to take Rome over.
Didn't say that. I said I feel best about him.
Well, the way that you feel about these players, it definitely goes into your rankings and what you'll do with your selection.
I'm going to rank Marvin number 1. I feel best about Rome. I'm going to put Nabers 2.
Well, why you feel best about Rome, but you put him at 3?
I'll probably draft him the most.
But
I will navigate myself in drafts to take Odunze at value.
Why do you not feel so? What makes you feel better about Rome's situation than Marvin Harrison?
Because
Jr.?
I'm not scared of Keenan Allen, and I know that Rome Odunze is an alpha in a room with DJ Moore, and I know he's a guy that can take 160 targets. I know Marv's going to be good in the Arizona offense. I don't trust Arizona as an organization, and Malik Nabers. I don't need to explain very much about that quarterback situation.
We've talked about it. Big time.
Well, maybe they can make a trade for Kirk Cousins now that Atlanta has Michael Penix.
Shit.
Bring Kirk Cousins in. Make Malik Nabers great again. Dude, look, man. I have no idea how it's going to work out. And to me, what's the one obvious thing is Marvin Harrison Jr. becomes wide receiver 1 in Dynasty. The whole Rome, Malik Nabers discussion to me in Dynasty might come down to how you're trying to build, right? It's gonna be hard, man. But I'm gonna have to make a Dynasty cheat sheet. And I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have it Marvin Harrison Jr., Malik Nabers, Rome.
There it is, Malik Nabers, Rome. We're going to kick it back to the NFL draft. Boots on the ground, and then we'll be back with the next pick.
This is Seth Diewold reporting live for Player Profiler at the NFL draft. JJ McCarthy to Minnesota. This is the perfect landing spot for him. He can sit behind Sam Darnold. He has those weapons to throw to Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, TJ Hawkinson. You name it, he's got it. Aaron Jones now is there. So this is a really good pick for the Vikings. They trade up just one spot to make this selection. And honestly, they probably get the quarterback they wanted all along, and they don't really have to move up too far. They don't have to give up much to get him. It's a pretty good outcome for the Minnesota Vikings, in my opinion. This is Seth Diewold reporting live from the draft for Player Profiler Network.
Make Malik Nabers
Make
great
Malik
again.
Nabers great again. We love it. MMNGA. Make Malik Nabers great again. It's been great coverage here. Player Profiler doing it like no one else in the space.
This
Boots
is,
on the
it's
ground,
just
multiple desks, the
great,
best.
Great comments in
It
the
is.
chat, man. Thank you guys so much, dude, for keeping keeping us entertained here as
We got another,
continue to watch here with the Rams having their pick in.
another defensive player. Another defensive
Ooh,
player.
the pick is in.
No interior. Exterior. First. Length. Sign me up. Los Angeles. They've needed a guy like this. They got rid of Aaron Donald, of course, retiring this year. They nailed
They were
Kobe
so-
Turner
they
this
were
last
so-
year.
Oh,
yeah.
and
Nailed
and,
and Byron
and,
Young.
and
Great
Byron
job.
Young. So
Yeah.
they feel really good about the one technique, the three technique. What is it that you need to address that is when you're in a spot like the Rams, the F them picks kind of Rams, right? Where we've seen in the past they've gotten into trouble with big contracts for certain guys and all the rest. Well, who are those guys? They're your edge rushers, right? Get one of those guys on a cheap deal, dude. Strong player, right?
Tough players.
Strong player, tough player, a dude that can get in the backfield, who can really, really help you out. Lean on the cheap contracts that you have in the interior of the defensive line. And all of a sudden, man, it's like McVay and Les Snead and these guys, we left them for dead last year.
Right.
And
We thought
through
they
the-
would be in the conversation for Caleb this year.
Yep.
through the draft process, they found dudes,
Mhm.
and now they're actually building again. And when you're building the defense, man, right now's the time to fortify the edge, and that's what they did. It's a terrific pick.
Smart pick too, because the sentiment I was hearing was that because this is Sean McVay's first pick as head coach in Los Angeles, was going to be, of course, he's going to go offense. He's an offensive guy. No, he makes the smart pick. He makes the tough pick. Now you have to
He's
look
a
at
football guy.
that's right. That's no,
You know
you're
what I'm
100%
saying?
right.
Like,
Alex.
yeah.
And here's the thing. Now they brought in Tre'Davious White. They brought in Darius Williams. Now Jared Verse. All of a sudden, this defense is not. It's not a pushover like it was a year ago. And you still have Matthew Stafford, Puka Nacua, Cooper Kupp. This team is going to compete in the NFC West. And just like this, a quick snap of the finger, that NFC West. Oh boy, it's a gauntlet.
And that's a defense that over exceeded expectations in
That's right.
2023.
That's
by
right.
far.
And they
dude.
fed it.
Like,
Getting versus
and-
feeding
like,
the
they didn't just
overachievement.
overexceed them.
But-
Like it was like miraculous how much better that they were than anybody expected.
They did lose Raheem Morris. They did lose Aaron Donald. But this is a big piece in adjusting to that. And I will just say, one of my takes coming into this draft is that Peter Schrager was going to be wrong about some stuff, and he was
He's been
wrong.
wrong a lot, yeah.
He said in that mock draft that the Rams are going offense. Sean McVay's
You
not
got
going to
me-
not go
yeah, you got me
offense.
convinced.
And McVay texted him and said, "How do you know I'm going offense?" And he goes, "You're going offense." You're wrong, Peter. Sorry. They go verse here, and I think this adds a nasty element, and it's kind of similar to like what Texas is. Very off topic, but what Texas is doing. They lost Murphy and Sweat. You add exterior pieces. You just rush from a different angle. Is really my thought here. Is
Weapons.
it doesn't always have to come from the interior. You can rush that style, right? It was nasty when it was Brockers and Donald, but it doesn't have to be that way.
And the
It
thing
can be
about
from the
Verse is
exterior.
the thing about Verse, you watch him, he could play heavy on the 4 technique.
Yep.
He could slant inside to B gap.
Yep.
Like so. It's just I wasn't expecting this to happen
It was a smart
with this match, but the more and more I think about it, I'm just like, dude, McVay's a G, Snead's a G.
Makes a smart
This
pick.
is what they do. So
So we went 14 selections on offense.
Yep.
The last 6, so 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 have all been on the line of scrimmage.
Trenches, baby.
Trenches.
Give me them trenches. Well, I mean, listen, the fantasy community, take a quick break because I think we're going to see a lot of trenches, a lot of offensive linemen, a lot of
Corners.
defensive players coming off the board now. The fun has been had. Now it's time for the trenches, the winners. And again, the rich are going to get richer as the better teams in the league, the back half of the first,
somebody's going
are
to
going
get
to get
Quignon,
sick
Mitchell.
players.
Somebody's
Sick
going to get
players.
Quignon.
And now we're going to kick it back to the NFL draft, and then we're going to see what the boys are doing on that rowdy couch.
Seth Diewold reporting live once again. Bo Nix is the pick here for the Denver Broncos at pick number 12. What does this mean for the Denver Broncos offense going forward? Will Bo Nix start right away? There's not much competition right there right now, but Sean Payton has made his pick at quarterback. And how does this affect the Superflex rookie rankings? Much discussion to come, fellas. As we are here, we are live. These last few picks have been wild, and Bo Nix lands with the Broncos. So reporting live, Seth Diewold, 2024 NFL Draft coverage for Player Profiler.
Bring it in.
Okay. And we are back from the fantasy couch. Podfather joins us on the couch. Little do-rag. He's got the drip on. What do you think of some of the players' drip or some of these player takes? Brock Bowers going to Las Vegas. What's that all about?
Is it the drip? Is that what they're saying? The kids?
Yeah, the drip.
The young kids, the drip. All I know is these players look stylish. Especially the top 10, I was blown away by clearly shout out to the stylists in the NFL draft. I mean, the most fashionable dudes. I mean, I was like, this was just blown away by the offense, right? How many was it? Almost double the number of offensive players drafted consecutively to start a draft. What was it? Last was 7 was the most we ever had. 7. Now we're close to 14. So incredible, styling, amazing, and Bowers. I think this is actually a really bad landing spot for him. Yeah. And I keep hearing about Adams, and then but Mayer, forgetting about another target hog that he has to compete with, Jakobi Meyers. Jakobi Meyers is the under-the-radar problem for Brock Bowers.
Jakobi Meyers, Tyler Lockett 2.0. So he's not going to go away anytime soon. Devontae Adams on the wrong side of the age cliff. We love Jakobi Meyers. I think that there's enough room for Bowers, but this really hurts Mayer too.
A bad quarterback situation, a lot of weapons. I don't. This was worst case scenario. I think the Raiders could have traded up to get a quarterback. They could have gone up and got McCarthy. All they had to do was make that call and say, "Hey guys, Jets, what do you want for the pick?" And they would have been like, "Just a couple late picks." They'd be like, "Yeah, we'll give you a 3rd rounder. We'll move up and get McCarthy." It's all what it would have taken, man.
It was a mistake by the Raiders. Bad teams stay bad. This is an example of that.
And speaking of bad teams stay bad, Falcons staying bad with the number 8 overall pick with Michael Penix. I want to just say one more thing on it, and we'll put it to bed. One more thing. You got the rant out of me. You got the shirt switch. Congratulations. You got what you wanted. But here, the one thing I didn't get off in that rant, it would have been one thing if it was McCarthy, because he's young. You know, he's going to be maybe Kirk stays around for 3 years. He's 21 years old right now. He'll be 24 when he starts. That's fine. Guess who's 24 right now is Michael freaking Penix. He's 24. So let's say Kirk Cousins sticks around for a couple of years, right? 27-year-old starting quarterback in the league, ACL problems. It's a mess going on there. And the Steelers pick is in, and it is Troy Fontenot at pick number 20 for the Steelers. Any first reactions from you guys?
Well, actually, there is a particular pick in these mock drafts where when the local Steelers beat reporter makes one of these mock drafts, everyone goes and looks at it because apparently that's always a wired pick. Let's go back to the football desk and see if the pick came true from the local Steelers beat.
It did not.
In short, it did not.
But I will say this, man. I think that the person that we spoke to about this, who's been right the last 2 years about the Steelers picks, probably did not think that Fontenot was going to be available.
We talked to a handful of people, and we heard a lot of rumors about Fontenot being a guy that's going to be gone by 12.
Yeah.
By 12, gone because of his versatility on the offensive line, to play left guard, to play left tackle, to move around, to just be straight up versatile. Between the Giants and the Vikings, those were picks that were up in the air. The Jets was like the nails. But
For
we
him,
saw
yeah.
how this draft unfolded, and it opened the door for Fatanu to fall. And there's a number of players that are still available that are falling on the offensive line that you're going to see continue to go out the board in spots that you didn't expect to go out the board. So it makes sense that Fatanu goes here. It's unfortunate that, yes, we were wrong, but it happens. It's the NFL draft. It's part of the process, and it's a fit. That's really what it is. Is they have
Dude.
Broderick Jones. They believe in
This is
Dan.
a great pick.
They believe
What a
it. They
pick.
Talk
believe in
about
Dan.
it.
Najee.
Talk about it.
They
Steal
believe-
it.
They believe.
Talk about it. Steal it.
They believe in Dan Moore. That's the
right.
bottom line.
That's right.
They
They
believed in
believe in
Dan Moore
development.
last year when they drafted Broderick Jones, and that's why Broderick Jones didn't start right away. And they're going to continue to believe in Dan Moore. They're going to continue to believe in Broderick Jones' progressions, and they're going to plug Fatanu in here, and they're truly going to continue to grow this offensive
Do you
line,
know what
which
they
is going to enhance Russell Wilson, a la Justin Fields, whoever's the starting quarterback, as well as that rushing game that averages 3.6 yards per carry.
I will tell you this: if Tyler Guyton from Oklahoma falls into the second round, look for the Pittsburgh Steelers to trade up to go get him.
Oh, baby. Oh, my God. That would be. Well, this is, again, the ramifications of an idiotic pick. Penix at 8 instead of Murphy. Let's think about the domino effects. Let's play what if. Let's say they make the smarter pick, Byron Murphy. The Seahawks probably go Troy Fautanu. They do have Ryan Gibb at offensive coordinator. He's very familiar with what he brings to the table. Fautanu could have gone then to the Seahawks, which would have left Guyton being on the board for the Steelers. But here in this scenario, in this timeline that we're in, Troy Fautanu being available for the Steelers is a no-brainer.
What is the
Unbelievable player.
What is the rule with these super chats, man? I see one popped up. Are we supposed to take these?
Of
with the player
course.
profiler?
Shout out to I also want to give a quick shout out to everyone tuning in to Player Profiler. You guys are the best. You guys are driving what we do here. We do this for you guys. So thank you for rocking with us. Thank you for having us. We're about
man.
2,000 deep
watching, man.
live,
Yeah,
hanging out with the PP boys. And we like it. We got a famous Jay Super Chat. And what he says is, love your pick by pick analysis for my dynasty drafts. You're welcome. You're welcome.
Yep.
Really wanted the Jets to get Odunze, but can't hate the Jets turning a weak area into a strength. Expect the Jets to draft their second Wilson wide receiver on day 2. Cody, what?
It better
receiver
not
could
be
that be?
Johnny. It better not be Johnny. I'll
It
tell
must
you that
be
right now.
Roman.
Roman
The
Wilson.
Roman.
It fits.
Well,
I would not hate that at all. I would
You gotta be
love
smart.
the connection of Roman Wilson on that slot position next to Garrett Wilson and Mike Williams in year 1.
and
because-
that's the thing that we always said, Cody. Remember whenever like Rome Odunze kept getting there, we're like, what, do you put Rome in the slot?
no.
You know, it's like,
Well,
no,
you have
take care of other business, man. You got
weaponry.
you got these slot guys that you can take later. You can take a Roman Wilson, a Lad McConkey, one of these other guys in the second round. At this point in time, with the players left on the board, I can't like
The
Lad
picks,
is not going first round. I don't think.
No.
So that'll be interesting to watch. And thanks so much to Famous Jay for the super chat.
Also, Famous Jay, you are a legend for the super chat, but 1425?
Just know that
What's
when
that-
you
what do you-
guys do
what's
tap
that?
in here in Super Chat, you
25.
get vaulted to the front of the line. We ain't answering any questions on this chat unless it's a super. And
Whoa,
is there 2 supers on there?
Oh, back-to-back super. Let's get the back-to-back super chat. Super chat. Harry Snowman, shout out to Rob. I just wanted to see the 1425 and raise a quarter.
Love
Great
you,
job, boys.
Snowman.
Can I get a
Harry
1435? Can I get a
Snowman.
15, 15, 15, 15, 25, 25, 25, 50, 50, 50, 50,
Snowman,
Let's
dude.
go. Who's got that 15?
Our guy.
Let's go.
Our guy. Thank you so much, Snowman. We
Appreciate you guys all tapping.
We appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, you guys are the best, and we're here to just bring back, all 32 picks in the first round, all 257 picks throughout the entire weekend. We're elated, we're excited, we cannot wait to bring it all back. But what I'm hearing
Is the Dolphins
from my guy is
This is an interesting one, Matty. I want your thoughts right away on this one because this one moves to minus 11.
Can we take a guess?
Yeah, you can, but I'm going to tell you this one
Let
moved to
him-
a
let him
minus
set it up.
minus 1100 today. This is a flat circle guy. This is a line of scrimmage guy. Give me it.
Minus 1100.
Today he was minus 1100 to go first round. This is a line of scrimmage guy. This is a flat circle guy for the NFL draft.
They took Johnny Newton.
no, Chop Robinson to
No,
Miami Dolphins. And now
Is it Chop?
it's Big Chop.
Chop Robinson.
Hiya!
Chop Robinson. Flats. The NFL draft is a flat circle.
It is, boys.
Look
It
at
is.
it. It's a flat circle.
Who's that?
It is. And then look, I mean, think about it.
It's just
It makes too much sense for them. We got the chopping in the background.
I
Chop
s-
Robinson.
I sent you guys those all 22 cut ups of Chop Robinson versus Harbaugh last night.
and it was
it's
dirt.
I mean,
nasty.
it's look. There's been so much to this whole process, and people find ways to they find ways to throw dirt on dudes and say like, well, he can't do this, he can't do that, and all like. But you look at Chop. He has the best first step off the line of scrimmage of any of these edge rushers. We talked about Latu earlier, who is certainly has the best finesse move, certainly is magical as he makes his conversions. But Chop is the most explosive, just right off the line, that first step. And he's shown it time after time. This makes it easy for the Dolphins to be able to get away from some of the expensive edge.
Bradley Chubb,
they have
Jalen
Chubb,
Phillips, the injuries.
like some
correct,
of the guys that they might want to
Resign.
maybe just gives them a little bit of leverage and says, well, you've been hurt. But
That's right.
So I think that this is really good. I really thought they would go all offensive line, but with the way that this thing fell, Chop makes tons of sense to me.
Also, that corner was kind of interesting and something they could have done. Xavier Howard's no longer on the team. Jalen Ramsey's there. They took Cam Smith in the second round last year out of South Carolina. He's a guy that got a lot of helium on day one. On the edge, you brought it up. They brought in Shaquille Barrett this last year, brought in Bradley Chubb on a trade just a year ago. And on the other side, of course, they got Jalen Phillips, who's a 2021 first-round pick. So I think he fits in very well, and I think it makes them have some flexibility and utilization on that edge where they don't have to worry about potentially bringing Shaquille or finding somebody else to replace Shaquille Barrett in the future. It fits well. I, again, thought the offensive tackle explanation you had last night made sense to protect the blind side of Tua Tagovailoa. That player's gone into Talisa Fuaga that we talked about. Cornerback, the door's wide open.
Still
wide open.
The Eagles are going to get Quinion.
And the Eagles are on the clock. So they should be right now at the current time sprinting from Philly to
This is my
Detroit.
impression of Holly Rosen right now.
Dude, if they don't take Quinion,
Colossal failure.
I don't know what to say.
Yes. But like
dude, people are loving this in these super chats.
Oh,
So
dude,
let's-
we're gonna get to the super chats, but real quick, all I want to say is I think that the important thing to bring in, Vic Fangio out, Anthony Weaver in. He clearly had a say in who he wants here. Brings in a little bit of leverage in terms of how they build their defense going forward.
Oh yeah,
Chop Robinson, great addition. But like we mentioned earlier about you lose Aaron Donald doesn't mean you need a down the pipes guy.
Yep.
You can win
Especially-
on the edge. You can pivot to how you win. No Christian Wilkins. They pivot, get Chop Robinson, and I love it. So let's get to these super chats here. FF Bearded Prince, shout out to you. You guys are the
Bearded
best.
Prince. Thank you, bro.
The rest are dog water. That's a shout out to Cody. Shout out to our Trade Gods League. Shout out to you, FS Bearded Prince. You guys are the best. Thank you for tuning in. We're so grateful for all you guys here, making Player Profile what it is. We do this for you guys. You guys are the absolute best. So thank you, FF Bearded Prince. And Sean Roberts, just one up. You guys are the best. The Bears won the draft. It's hard to argue that. You know I love Rome.
Guess who they got?
And then Caleb Williams personally sought
We got
after
Rome.
me at the combine to talk to me. Psych, I went to him. But
The Bears
still,
got him.
The Bears,
got him.
Great pick here. Boots on the ground. We got one more thing. We're going to kick it back to Boots on the ground. Then we got to go back to the fantasy desk. We haven't heard from them in a while. Let's see what Memphis and the OG Theo Gremminger has to say about how this draft is playing out.
All right, here we are, Anand, and Brock Bowers comes off the board at 13 here. My first reaction, I told you, Michael Mayer completely nuked in fantasy. If you were holding on to him, if you drafted him last year, you cannot be happy with this Brock Bowers pick. So what's your reaction?
My immediate reaction is, first of all, Mayer's nuked, which sucks because good football player. We liked him a lot coming out of Notre Dame. But man, the Raiders do Raiders things all the time. We've talked about how tight end in early round one, especially now we're in mid round one, but especially early in round one is kind of a sketchy proposition. It hasn't really worked out for most teams. Yikes, man. Like, this is a concerning pick if you're a Raiders fan, not because you don't love the player, but because look at all the defenders available. We're 13 picks into this draft, and there are no defensive players taken. I wouldn't believe that's ever happened. So unprecedented territory we're in here.
Yeah, some team's going to get a tremendous value on a Byron Murphy or a Dallas Turner or whichever defensive player, Jared Verse. I mean, like you said, it's up in.
Or, I mean, even if you want to go Quinion Mitchell or if you want to go Terry and Arnold, the fact that Byron Murphy, for the first 13 picks, no one's taken a defender. Hey, man, someone at 20, 21, 22, even if we get a little bit of a defensive run here, and I don't think we will because we're going to look at tackles now. Even if we get a little bit of a defensive run here, you're still looking at a really good player at 20, 21, 22. If you're one of those teams, you got to be thrilled right now.
Yeah, I think we could see another potential trade up too to get to capitalize on some of the players that are falling. But that is Anand Nanduri. I am Seth Diewold. We are live coverage coming at you for Player Profiler in the 2024 NFL Draft. Much more to come. Coming at you live.
And we're back. Memphis Young.
Yes, sir.
Philadelphia Eagles are sitting here at 22 with their pick of the cornerbacks. They didn't have to trade up. They're going to probably go cornerback here, and they're going to be able to make their pick of whatever cornerback they have as number one.
I agree. This will not be a fantasy pick. Don't be surprised if they take the center Barton too.
Yeah,
with Kelsey retiring in the offseason, I think that's an outlier, but a possibility all the same. But I think they go Mitchell. I know I've been wrong about Mitchell once before, but it just seems to make sense.
And then we have Jacksonville coming up at 23. We have these wide receivers sitting there. Jacksonville trades back. Maybe we see a wide receiver go off the board. I think that would make a lot of sense, whether it's a Xavier Worthy, and Adonai Mitchell, Brian Thomas. I know that we have the late rumors about injuries, but I still think he goes inside the first.
It'll be the back end. But yeah, I heard that on the drive in here to Detroit, and it's one of the medical things, but it didn't stop the Colts from taking Latu. So if the team really likes him, they'll take him. But I've never been a big Brian Thomas guy. I have my reservation. Jerry, my co-host from just down the street. Jerry, my co-host, was born less and lived less than a mile from where we're sitting, which is wild to think. But he comped him to DJ Chark, and I can't unsee it.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. Shout out to Jerry Sinclair. Surprised he's not at the draft, a Michigan native like Jerry. And definitely check out the Dynasty War Zone every Sunday night. Get to see Memphis, get to see Jerry. I'm sure you guys are going to be reacting to the NFL draft this Sunday. Definitely watch that for your rookie drafts. But Jacksonville, Dallas, I mean, we're starting to see the tail end of the first round. This is also a time where teams can potentially trade in, moving up from the second round to this back half to the first round. We saw that last year a little bit. So I'm looking for some of these wide receiver selections. I'm still optimistic that we're going to see a couple of these guys selected.
Well,
but
the Bills are what, 28?
Bills at 28, Chiefs at 32.
Ravens.
Yep, the Ravens at 30. So we're going to have opportunities, but interested to see what Philadelphia does. We also have the Chop Robinson pick. I think was very interesting. Blazing 40. Not a whole lot of production at Penn State, but one of the best athletes among all edge rushers in this draft. That looked like a position of need for Miami.
You want to read that one?
Yeah, let's go ahead, and we can make a pick announcement here.
Go ahead.
The Philadelphia Eagles are selecting Quinion Mitchell, and I know that's a lot of people have Quinion Mitchell as their number one cornerback in this draft class. That was actually a player that Philadelphia was rumored to have to trade up as high as 12 to get. Howie Roseman sits back and gets Quinion Mitchell at 22. Rich get richer.
Perfect fit for Vic Fangio. Their new defensive coordinator comes in. He runs a man-heavy scheme. Mitchell's considered the best man corner in this draft. You're right. This is what happens when teams reach for 6 quarterbacks in the first 12 picks. Really good players fall to teams like Philadelphia, the Kansas City Chiefs, and the term you use, the rich get richer.
Yeah, the rich get richer. And I think that you're going to see that at the end of this first round with all these defenders sliding down, especially these cornerbacks. You're going to see some good teams get some very, very good cornerbacks. Shout out to the chat. If you're enjoying this, make sure you give us a like on YouTube. Make sure you're subscribing to Player Profiler YouTube, and make sure you're also subscribing to Player Profiler News YouTube, which is a new venture that Bradley Stalder is headlining, and we're really building that up. You're actually going to be able to watch some of our streams there later tonight, including our post-draft show. And make sure you're sticking around because our post-draft show is going to be lit. We're not going to bed early tonight. Let's put it like that. I know that Alex Dunlap is dying to discuss the Quinyon Mitchell selection. So we're going to kick it back. And a shout out to Alan Soslowski in the chat. Alan will be a guest of ours on Saturday right here on this stream. Alan Soslowski of RotoWire. Big shout out. And this chat is absolutely lit right now. Let's kick it back to Alex, though, because I know Alex wants to talk about, Quinyon Mitchell's technique and all that for the IDP crowd.
So Alex is going to break down his thoughts on Quinyon Mitchell to the Philadelphia Eagles, but you got to stick around for it because we're going to break this ad.
Oh, hey, it's Mr. Breakout Finder coming at you. The Breakout Finder features 3 key tools: a database of metrics that include speed score, college dominator, breakout age, but also Breakout Finder only stats like dynamic score, level of competition, teammate score. All of these things are part of the overall Breakout Finder algorithm that pinpoints the probability that a player will break out. Everyone's talking about my model does this and my model does that. Well, we give you the data points that go into the model. We have a feature that lets you compare players, and then we give you the precise probability of every wide receiver, every running back, sorted and filterable by class year. So when I'm talking to my friends and I need to show them why I'm so bullish on player X, I pull out the Breakout Finder and bam, there he is. So go to the App Store, go to Google Play. It's $5 to get the Breakout Finder, and then a couple extra bucks to get some of these additional enhanced stats. Go download it and thank me later.
Shout out to the Fantasy Plumber 6873. I just bought my first house in Detroit, Michigan, guys.
You can do it.
I just cashed in on my under 6.5 wide receivers going first round, and now I'm a homeowner in Michigan, baby.
There you go.
Let's go.
Bunch of houses. They look. They got good bones.
They got good bones.
They got good bones.
I know who's not here, and that's John Freeborn. He's definitely not in this 10,000 square foot house right now.
No, well, this house. I mean, this house doesn't go for 63.73.
6873 We will protect this house, dude. So what do we?
The pick of the draft is that's the bottom line. That's what
So
we're talking
Quinyon Mitchell, 22 or wherever it is, to the Philadelphia Eagles. Howie Roseman, laughing to the bank.
Beautiful mind.
Talk about
it's
it,
just
baby.
Beautiful mind. Cornerback 1 goes to the Eagles, who have the specific need there. Aging cornerbacks. The one dude who's the best man corner, the best cover corner, the best turn and run,
Competitor.
hip pocket, trail technique, bail technique corner in this draft, who also, on top of all of this, can get out of his T-step and run down and just hit you in the face as far as a run defender. Yeah. This is such a coup. I had him in my mock draft going for the Eagles going from 22 to 10 to get Quinyon. I cannot believe that he fell this far, but the Eagles, once again, it's the Howie Roseman. It's the beautiful mind, dude. It's just like it was last year, man.
We love it.
At 10 last year, just falling to him. At 32 last year,
30
last year, falling to him. It's just I don't know how he keeps doing it, dude. This Quinyon Mitchell piece to the Philadelphia Eagles, man. I don't know about you guys, but I know that I live around people that know what I do for a living and stuff. And my neighbors are always saying, like, hey, like, well, who's going to win the Super Bowl? Like, all this stuff like that, right? And, I was like, well, I don't know. No one knows. It's so stupid. If my neighbor were to walk up to me right now and say, who's going to be the Super Bowl next year? I think, dude, I truly think that adding a guy like Quinyon to that roster with the Eagles, it completes them.
It does. I mean, it solidifies
like,
their secondary.
It's just like
insane.
To me, like, that's just I would say that if I had to pick an NFC team, and I know it's cockamamie and weird stuff right now, but I would say Eagles. They like that is it is Quinyon is so good, man. I don't know if people realize it how good they're adding a Sauce Gardner
That's right.
To,
right.
To the Philadelphia Eagles. And it's just,
And people are going to look at that and
it's
scoff
insane.
and
It's-
say Gardner was drafted earlier, Gardner this, Gardner that. Quinion's quiet.
Circumstances
Quinion does
matter,
not
yeah.
need to talk. Sauce, I'm not saying he needs to talk, but Sauce is just a different. He's more
His name's
flamboyant.
Ahmad, but he goes
Yeah.
by Sauce.
He's more
That's all you need
he's
to
more
know.
flamboyant. He's more
If
out there.
Quinion went by something like that, a
Again,
nickname.
he's a smaller school guy. He went to Cincinnati, but Quinion at Toledo, a similar small school. We literally just drove through Toledo on the drive up here. Quinion, but is a blanket. He is Sauce. You know what? I would venture to say, as a prospect, I like Quinion better than Sauce Gardner coming out. I think Quinion fits in here like a ding. We always talk about guys on offense, like this guy's a cut candidate because he's a receiver in an offense with a guy coming in. Royce Freeman, a guy that just signed with the Cowboys. They're going to draft a couple running backs. He's a cut candidate when fall comes around. James Bradbury is a guy that I think is a cut candidate that stands when you're able to add a Quinion Mitchell to this defense. James Bradbury kind of hit that lull 2 years ago. Slay started to hit it last year. I think a guy like Quinion can bring that flow back into Darius, give him some blood pressure, and all of a sudden you got some energy back in that defensive backfield that they've needed and they've missed the last 2 years.
Think about, you know, sometimes when the dominoes fall into place and everything just locks.
Yeah.
Everything's perfect. The puzzle comes together. Now think about what the Quinion Mitchell selection does for the entire defense. It allows Darius Slay to not be relied on to shut down the number one. It allows James Bradbury to go back into the slot where he's best. It allows Keely Ringo to now develop and also just be a weapon on that secondary because Quinion, like you said, can walk in and be that dude.
On the boundary side. Like, dude, you get Quinion on the boundary slide. You get Darius Slay on the field side, and you let him be big play.
That's
Slay.
right. Big base Slay.
You know what I'm saying? You let him be able to take those chances, undercut those routes, spy them, rob them. So it's, I mean, to me, it's like,
but guys,
back to
guys,
offense. You guys can, talk a little bit of fantasy now in here a minute. Brian Thomas goes to Jacksonville. I've always thought this one didn't make a lot of sense on their surface. Brian Thomas goes here 23rd to the Jacksonville Jaguars after they move it back. So good work, Trent Baalke. My question and my thought here is it makes me like jump out of my seat because I'm like, why? Because it doesn't make sense. Is you have Gabe Davis.
That's right.
You literally paid Gabe
$40
Davis.
million.
You overpaid Gabe Davis a mere 2 months ago, and you're going to go out there and you're going to draft a guy like Brian Thomas when there is other guys that can do a bevy of different things at the wide receiver position. A very deep class. You talk about Xavier Worthy. You talk about going to the next round, Keon Coleman, Lad McConkey. These guys that can fit into this offense in different schemes, and they go out and add a Brian Thomas who, he might take over for Zay Jones, but he's kind of a similar prospect to what Gabe Davis brings to the table.
What we're learning tonight is that some teams have, I'm going to call it what it is, shit foresight.
Yeah.
Why spend that much money on Gabe Davis when obviously you are interested in Brian Thomas? Why spend $250 million on Kirk Cousins if you're going to go quarterback in the top 10? Foresight is important. Planning is how you win. These teams are showing us that maybe they lack a little bit of foresight. But we're going to kick it over to the fantasy desk. They're going to talk about
Can we ask them with a super chat to get to? But before we send it, can we just ask the fantasy desk one thing? You guys tell us that at the fantasy desk. Rate these guys next year for target share.
Love it. Great question.
Christian Kirk, Brian Thomas. I want to hear the target
Gabe
share
Davis.
with the Christian Kirk, Brian Thomas, Gabe Davis, Evan Ingram. I want to hear the target share, and I want to know whether or not Brian Thomas, with his 17 touchdowns or whatever last year, whether that's going to translate. We'll see.
Well, I'm more excited about the Brian Thomas selection than the NFL desk. I mean, certainly if you are a Trevor Lawrence manager, you're ecstatic about this one. But in terms of like a stylistic fit, I know, Josh, you brought up potential redundancy with Gabe Davis signing. I think Gabe Davis is in the Zay Jones role. I think Brian Thomas is in the Calvin Ridley role. And to Alex's question, in terms of targets, Christian Kirk, his first year there, had a very, very strong season. But you're talking about a guy in Kirk who's never had more than like 130 targets, even at his peak. Brian Thomas Jr. is a next level athlete. This is a guy who had 17 touchdown receptions in the SEC, tore up the NFL Combine, absolutely one of the biggest winners at the NFL Combine. And The Jaguars get him in the first round here. The Jaguars have been very successful in their evaluation process when it comes to skill position players. They sign Evan Ingram, he succeeds. They sign Christian Kirk, he succeeds. They make the move for Calvin Ridley, and despite Calvin Ridley steaming up in redraft last year, Calvin Ridley still finishes inside of the top 20 wide receivers in PPR. That was another win. So this is a franchise that evaluates the receiver position well. Why can't Brian Thomas Jr. step into the Calvin Ridley role and get, Calvin Ridley had 25 red zone targets last year, was one of the leaders in the NFL in red zone targets. He had over 130 targets. Now, I don't think Brian Thomas has 130 target potential, but I do think those red zone targets could go right to him. He could be a big winner on touchdowns.
Yeah, I think the only concern I have with Brian Thomas in terms of for at least this year and kind of as he gets acclimated is that, one, we know he's a little bit injured. Two, even though his actual aggregate counting stats were incredible last season at LSU, this was an offense that had Malik Nabers, that had Heisman winner Jayden Daniels at quarterback. He was only targeted about 1 in 5 of his routes. That's actually quite low for a first-round pick in the NFL draft. Now, if we reframe this as, do I think this is a good overall pick for the Jags in terms of their general offense? Yes. I think one thing that we did see last year is that when everyone's healthy, this offense hums.
Yeah.
And you pluck one guy out, there's an injury to Zay Jones, to Christian Kirk, suddenly the wheels started to fall off. I think what they're saying here is we're going to make sure that we have enough depth at wide receiver that every given Sunday we have 3 competent receivers and Evan Ingram. Since Zay Jones at this point has to be one of the NFL's best number 4s. And I think this is actually very, very good for Christian Kirk in the sense of he gets to play the slot.
Yes.
He wants to play the slot. Right now we're essentially saying defenses, you cannot key in on Christian Kirk. We've got Brian Thomas, who's 6'3", 205 and runs a 4.3. We've got Gabe Davis, who's one of the better outside clashers. And then we have Evan Ingram. We have Christian Kirk in the slot. This is when everyone's healthy. I will say, even though I think there's a touch of redundancy in terms of lack of year one target earning profile with Thomas and then Davis, who isn't a target earner, it's going to be a dangerous offense what defense wants to cover what's going to be 4 of the pretty deep weapons.
Yeah.
And then we still have Travis Etienne at the backfield.
Yeah. I mean, the Jaguars went out and they got bigger and they got faster at the wide receiver position with Thomas and now Davis. I mean, Thomas, you're talking about a player with his size that's a 4.3 speed kind of guy. This is a very exciting pick. And I think for fantasy, let's take a long-term approach. A year from now, I think Brian Thomas could be looked at as the number 1 target for Trevor Lawrence. So for me, this is a big win landing spot-wise for Brian Thomas. Certainly some target competition, but he gets attached to Trevor Lawrence and a team takes him in the first round. And I think the sort of rumors that Thomas was going to fall out of the first round because of some injury concerns were completely put to bed with Jacksonville taking him ahead of Xavier Worthy, ahead of Adonai Mitchell, and taking him at 23 overall.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd say at this point, we have to love whichever receivers now get drafted. We were talking about this kind of right before that Brian Thomas pick of, suddenly we have a gauntlet of offenses we like, quarterbacks we like. We still have the Bills coming up.
Yeah.
We still have the Chiefs coming up. We've got Xavier Worthy, Ladd McConkey, Adonai Mitchell. There's a lot of potential receivers that are going to be paired with pretty elite quarterback play at this point.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. We're going to kick it to the couch. We've got another pick here, and the Podfather is going to announce the Dallas Cowboys selection.
We have a trade, but before that, we need to talk about this Brian Thomas situation. Be prepared for Brian Thomas to be the most overrated wide receiver in all of fantasy football.
Brian Thomas is a trap. The Jaguars tried to replace Calvin Ridley with Gabe Davis and now Brian Thomas. So, they're just trying to throw anything that they can at this wide receiver room. And Calvin Ridley, he did the best he could coming back from all he did. And now the Jaguars are, trying to piecemeal it all together. They've been losers throughout this process, and they continue to be a loser. We talk about bad teams staying bad. We talk about Atlanta. We talk about other teams.
Listen, it's good to Brian Thomas structurally. It makes sense. Like this is a slight upgrade on Gabriel Davis. This is first round Gabriel Davis, faster Gabriel Davis, but it's still a redundancy on Gabriel Davis. So in year one, expecting more than the bare minimum from Brian Thomas is a mistake. And this makes Kirk and Ingram incredible values. This is where Trevor Lawrence thrives. Trevor Lawrence is a game manager. It's official, right? He's had 3 seasons. We now know what he is. He maxes out at 17 fantasy points a game, and he likes to keep the ball in the middle of the field.
He's pretty boy Baker Mayfield.
And if you try, yes, giving him perimeter weapons on the boundary is great for real football. It absolutely, what it does, it just opens things up more for Ingram and Kirk, baby.
Yeah, and Ingram last year, one of the tight end leaders in targets and receptions. He's going to continue to do that, and that's why we want to be targeting him, especially in the FFPC leagues, in your best ball leagues, in all of those. Ingram is one of those players that is an extreme value, so you need to go out and get him, especially compared to the other tight ends who are putting up the same type of fantasy points, but Ingram's getting drafted much, much later, so great value. Not worried about Brian Thomas here being drafted in the first round by the Jacksonville Jaguars.
One of the big stories of this draft, too, while we're on the topic of receiver, is the over-under for these receiver totals, 6.5. We've seen, 4 come off the board so far? 4. The Lions pick is in, but if you're an under better, you have to be feeling great. But, there's like Green Bay could pick receiver. I know you're thinking defense, but it could happen. Tampa Bay doesn't feel like it's going to happen. So it's going to be day 2. You better tune back in tomorrow on this stream for day 2 because we're going to see a ton of receivers come off the board. And I'm thinking early and often. And the Lions pick is in. They traded up to grab Terrion Arnold from Alabama, the corner. They were a team, especially late last year. If you had Justin Jefferson, you knew this. He shredded. The Lions defense got shredded by Justin Jefferson in those 2 fantasy playoff weeks. It was a problem all season. It was a problem in the playoffs. And now they get some help. And to talk about this pick, let's toss it back to the fantasy desk, NFL desk.
Yes, pick is in, and the Lions move up to make a big move. This is an alpha room. This is a Brad Holmes,
Dan
I don't want
Campbell,
to say.
Say it from your chest, kind of move.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Drop. Get a big cup of coffee. Walk into the office. Say, "All right, we're gonna make a move,"
and then just drop them on the table. And they do it. They move up from 29 to 24. All they had to do was flip a third for next year's 7th. Next year they got a 7th next year. They gave up a third this year. I think it's a win of a trade, a 3rd round pick in 2024 just to move up 5 picks and to guarantee you're going to get this cornerback. I thought the Cowboys, who were on the clock at the time, needed to get a cornerback. I thought that would have made a little bit of sense right now to pair somebody with a Trevon Diggs, but they go ahead and add Terrion Arnold, a cornerback that a year ago, Alex, wasn't the Alabama cornerback that we were talking about.
And Kool-Aid is having to deal with a Jones fracture and all the rest of it. There's been the talk from, I feel like it really stemmed from our guy, friend of, I guess, I'm not sure, friend of Player Profiler, but definitely friend of Roster Watch, Michael Lombardi, who talked about the issues that Kool-Aid and Terrion had this year with Alabama, possibly playing a lot less man than Saban would have liked, a lot more zone. What does that really tell you about what he might have thought about those guys? Look, if you're the Lions, this is where you need to address it. And whenever you think about the 2 guys, Kool-Aid McKinstry and Terrion Arnold, and how they operated within that Alabama defense this year, you think about Kool-Aid, who was not thrown at anywhere near as often, right? Not thrown at anywhere near as often.
Because of how good he is.
But Terrion Arnold, much more aggressive at the catch point, much more advanced. Think about the Lions, dude. What do they want? These guys want they want people They want people who are going to come in and be meatheads and go and try
That's
and make
right.
the play. And and the other thing about Terry and Arnold is if you look at it, I don't have PFF pulled up right now. Like this whole show is for all of us. It's been off the cuff, but much more often at that star spot, right? At that nickel corner star position, a little bit of versatility that he brings. There was something that, Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes saw in him, but we know it's not just about a scheme fit, a personnel fit where it seems to fit really, really well. It's also just about a personality fit and like a play style fit. And Terry and Arnold, this opportunistic kind of guy who consistently gets his hands on footballs, is willing to take risks. It makes sense. I always thought that Cooper DeJean would be the perfect corner for these guys. But
here's the thing, though. You thought he would be, because not in anyone's wildest dreams did we think Tyrion Arnold was going to be available here in the 20s. The thing about Tyrion Arnold is obviously he checks boxes in terms of his play, but what everyone was raving about when it comes to his interviews was his ability to recollect, his ability to diagnose, his ability to command the interview room. You want to talk about biting kneecaps? Tyrion Arnold was that guy.
Well, do you remember at the combine whenever they were asking him, and it was one of these cockamamie things, and like I always remember these things, right? The most useless question that gets asked at the combine from NFL team reporters and NFL team websites is, who have you met with? Have you talked with this team? And I remember whenever it was somebody from one of the Raiders websites, SB Nation Raiders, whatever, something kind of like this, right? Is SB Nation still even a thing?
I haven't been on that website in 2.5 years.
I don't even know. USA Today Raiders.
Screw that website. Go to Player Profiler.
Right. One of these things, right? He just walks around, doesn't know who players are, doesn't know anything, but is looking for content for their fans, saying, "Have you met with the Raiders? What do you think about the
Broncos?"
And if so, and they say yes, okay, what did you think about Antonio Pierce?
Yeah,
whatever. And so that was the question that Terry Arnold got asked. And I remember I was standing next to this dude. I'm like, dude, this is a BS question. But I remember what he said was that he said Antonio Pierce walked in the room and he said, "Are you high energy?" And Terry Arnold said he stood up and he said, have you seen my tape? And Antonio Pierce was like, "I love hearing that." So you have a high energy dude. You can kind of see. I don't know what happened in his meetings with the Lions, but if he acted in that same kind of way with Dan Campbell, it's the kind of guy that fits in with the culture.
You ever watch like those movies? It's always like a joke where like if someone walks in an interview or some sort of scenario, and they basically tell the boss, the manager, to F off. And everyone pauses, they get scared, like, and then the manager goes, "I love that."
Yep.
That's Tyrion Arnold.
Yep.
That's Dan Campbell.
Yep.
That's the interview, and that's the pick. But boys,
The pick is in. And offense this year, they've won defense in 9 of the last 11 drafts. They go Jordan Morgan at the tackle position. This is tackle
over
number.
Graham Barton.
This is tackle number.
This is crazy.
Tackle number 7. We're looking for that number to be 8 this year.
You
That's
guys
the
need to-
record. The record at the offensive tackle position is 8. We indeed have 7 selections left. About 3 spots where we could see a tackle go. Morgan plugs in here, pick 25 to the Green Bay Packers.
People start needing to listen to Michael Lombardi. Like he's been saying it the whole time, man.
Yeah.
8, 9 of these guys.
The over-under was 9.5.
Like
DK.
it's just it's definitely a big year for offense and a big year for helping out these quarterbacks, and it's been much needed.
But I do find it a bit. Now, I'm not going to use the term crazy, but I do think it's a bit off kilter that Morgan goes before Barton.
Yep.
Morgan goes before Frazier, JPJ.
Well, why?
Because it just felt
Those
like
guys-
the
those
talking
guys
points,
are
the
just-
strengths of Morgan was amplified by a guy like Barton.
Morgan didn't dominate the Senior Bowl.
Well, but
He actually faded in the Senior Bowl. He was actually a faller after the Senior
hold
Bowl.
on. Do we have Morgan's like arm length and stuff?
Yeah, I can pull it up.
Like he feels more like a guy you can't keep Graham Barton at tackle.
No, he's a guard. He's an interior guy.
Yes.
But Marshall Yanda, remember him back in the day? Like,
no, but I'm
you
just
kept him
saying these
inside.
guys
He
you're
was
talking
fantastic.
about.
Not
these
long.
guys you're
Not
talking
long.
about.
32 and 7/8. Not long. That's short. 10 7/8.
Well,
11 inch
I-
hands at the pro day.
I know what I know that that's not long. You don't have to tell me, but I definitely
kidding.
always thought of Morgan as a guy that could play right.
37 starts at left tackle. Like this is a Bakhtiari. This is what this is. They got Zach Tom on the right side from Wake Forest a few years ago. They
dude,
need somebody to replace Bakhtiari,
but-
and this is Morgan.
But aren't the other guys that we're talking about definitely have to move inside?
Yes,
Morgan doesn't
and
definitely have to move inside.
The other guy that we were talking about, the pick is in. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers go inside technically, and a guy that can play all 5 positions. One of our favorite guys in the entire class, Graham Barton, 26th overall,
man.
to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
They got Graham Barton and Cody Mock these days.
Dirt
And
nasty.
Tristan Wirfs.
Okay.
Dirt nasty.
Baker,
Tristan
you know what
Wirfs.
Baker Mayfield's doing right now?
Yeah.
He's going, boys, pour me
Hey.
up a shot ski.
Lake,
This is a great day.
man. Hey, dude, if he can get his boat in on any slip in Lake Travis, Texas, right now, he's because the lake is so low. He's gonna be out there tonight partying, dude.
Pretty.
Can,
That's a sick
can,
landing spot.
can
Sick
you
landing
believe
spot.
this?
Talk
They-
about a Christmas present. This is a Christmas present. When you
It's
talk about this
just-
offensive line, they signed Sua Opeta from Philadelphia this
Yep.
offseason. But when he plugs in, Barton's a guy that can plug in probably at that position on day one once training
they
camp
get
is over.
Barton.
Wirfs, Barton. They got Hainsey, who's a 3rd-round pick a few years ago.
Was that pick 23?
Mock, no, pick 26. Mock is at right guard and Luke Gedke at the right tackle
So-
position. They went 2nd round in 2022 for Gedke, 2nd round in
So-
2023 for Mock, 3rd round in 2021 for Hainsey, 1st round 2020 for Wirfs, and now 1st round in 2024 for Barton. This is when I'm thinking of these picks and thinking about these landings, but this is a recollection of the Dallas Cowboys building an offensive line just a decade ago. It feels like now, where they built this thing all the way up and all of a sudden it was like
So-
impeccable, and this is what this offensive line is becoming.
So 26.
Rashad White?
So 26. So the 27 and a half over. Gosh, they're just always right.
Nails.
Yeah. So if you took the under 27 and a half, you're good.
You Gucci.
Yep.
You Gucci gang. And we're going to kick it over to the fantasy desk here. They're going to talk about the ramifications of some of the picks that have been made here today.
Thanks, guys. So we have a super chat from Slashy. Could you guys speculate on what the Jets might do to trade up for a weapon now that they have the extra picks from the Vikings trade? So just to repeat, the Vikings got pick 10 from the Jets and a 2024 6th. The Jets got the 11th pick, so they essentially traded back from 10 to 11. And then they got a 2024 4th and 5th.
I'm looking
I-
at the best players. I'm pulling up the best
Yeah.
players available.
I ultimately think this could gear up for a 2nd or 3rd round trade up. We've discussed this on so many shows at this point, just how stacked the wide receiver class is in terms of these 2nds, these 3rds. We're now about 5 picks away or 6 picks away from the end of the 1st round. We still have Xavier Worthy on the board. We still have Ladd McConkey on the board. We still have Adonai Mitchell on the board. We have Keon Coleman, Troy Franklin, Ricky Pearsall. Is there anyone in particular that you'd really like for the Jets where at this point they didn't take Bowers? So it's still just Garrett Wilson, Tyler Conklin, and then I don't know at this point. Would you say Alan Lazard is that other?
No, I don't. For me, I would go Ladd McConkey.
Mhm.
You're either better than, different than, or the same as, and he's different than what they have now. So he would give them that extra piece that they want. I think it was odd they didn't go for Bowers because that was the big rumor that you're the betting guy. It was the betting favorite that he was going to go 10 to them. So I think McConkey would be a good fit. And then I like Worthy. I like Worthy everywhere because speed helps pull defenders out of the box. You got Breece Hall. You've got, I don't know, just gives you a lot of different options.
Yeah, I think the 2 names that I would also be looking at is this is if we think about what Aaron Rodgers likes, he's always liked having a big red zone target. Maybe that's still Allen Lazard. I'm kind of with you. I don't think so. I think his days are mostly done.
What about Keon Coleman?
That's what I was gonna say. Is I think Keon Coleman, Adonai Mitchell, two guys where Adonai Mitchell tested like a freak at the combine. He's got the size. While Keon Coleman did run the 4.6, the GPS tracking on a lot of the drills, like the gauntlet, actually had him as one of the 1 or 2 fastest players just throughout. So his play speed is potentially what Rodgers would like. So I'd kind of be curious if Rodgers at this point is talking with the Jets brass and saying, here's how I would rank these receivers. I think he might lean big body at this point.
Yeah, when you're doing your receiver group, you want to build that basketball team. You want to have your short slot guy. You want to have your big outside guy, and that's what they could use. I like that call because going back to Jordy Nelson, you don't think of Jordy Nelson as being a big guy, but he's a pretty big guy. Mm-hmm. And then Devontae Adams, another big guy. So not to say that Keon Coleman could be Jordy Nelson or Devontae Adams, but he could play that type of role for them. And I do not think that Allen Lazard is that guy anymore. I mean, maybe in best ball, if you want to throw him on the back end of a roster, he might win you a week, but I'm out on Lazard.
Yeah, one last thing I'll say is at this point, huge winner so far through the draft process has to be Tyler Conklin. Essentially free in all formats, 3 straight seasons of at least 87 targets. He now
is gone.
He now has Aaron Rodgers as his quarterback. And folks, breaking news, the Cardinals pick is in. We're going to kick it over back to Cody, Matty, and Alex for this one.
The pick is in, and the Arizona Cardinals are doing something that
Monty's
Boston.
And we're a couple of Monty boys.
We've only been talking about this exact selection for so long.
Me out. I'm a Monty.
You're a Monty boy too.
Well, I'm not sure I'm a Monty boy.
1, 2, 3, cutie pie, Monty boy.
I'm team Boston for it.
Boston for it.
Yeah.
They don't trade down. They stand put, and Boston Fort leaves himself plenty of ammo to work the phones tomorrow.
Oh my God.
And not today. He didn't call. He might have made a couple calls today, but guess what? Boston Fort stand pat, and he gets himself guys that matter. Marvin Harrison Jr. And he comes back late in round 1, and he gets himself Darius Robinson.
Our guy.
Darius Robinson.
Our guy.
A guy who went down to the Senior Bowl, proved that he could play all 5 positions down there at the Senior Bowl. He can play 5. Technique. He can play 3. He can play nose.
Yep.
Hell, you can stand him up on the outside. He'll get that job done. He's 295 pounds of pure meat and potatoes. Man. And Darius Robinson is going to work in this Arizona defense. They need help. That's just period. They could use a player at each position on the defensive line. Darius Robinson plugs in. He might play all 4.
And think about it, man. It's like Jonathan Gannon. He loves
shots,
loves
explosive.
But you picture him saying this Rondale Moore stuff, right? But you gotta remember, man, deep defensive minded guy, multiple sort of defenses, right? That he kind of comes from. The way that Darius Robinson can be utilized, and it's literally third downs, man. You can get him at the 3 technique. You can have him in at the 4 technique, 5 technique, wide 7, wide 9. You can play him everywhere, but he almost weighs 300 pounds. And whenever you stand next to him at the Senior Bowl, and you're just like, dude, I can't believe this guy off the edge.
Yep.
Is this? And I was even asking Cody, like I was talking to Cody this last week. I was like, so whenever we're putting him into like our mock draft stuff and into our like scouting stuff and our evaluations for when we're eventually going to have to, do our fantasy football stuff with the personnel about how these guys hold it versus the run, how they pass rush, all the rest of it. Are we looking at him as like a 3-4 defensive end? Are we looking at him as a true like 4-3 like edge rusher defensive end? And what Cody said was, man, he can do it all.
Yep.
And it's like, so Darius Robinson is a player who we've absolutely loved, all roster watch, all Senior Bowl team, even sight unseen. to, some of the people that we were with.
We saw him.
What? But no, but I'm saying even sight unseen coming into the Senior Bowl, right? If you've never watched a single one of his games, right? You watch his reps in the Senior Bowl, and you say, well, this is just one guy that just comes in and dominates. Gosh,
it makes sense.
It makes sense. But I think the point that's taken away is what you guys said. Gannon, at the end of the day, is a defensive-minded guy. Gannon is a guy that understands the importance of what a defensive edge that can be versatile on that line can do. Remember the Super Bowl, Patriots, Eagles. The game came down to one sack fumble, Brandon Graham. What was Brandon Graham good at? Being able to be put in the middle, put in the outside. He understands the importance of versatility.
Very good.
Darius Robinson is that guy. Because when it comes to what is the game of inches, dude, this is a guy that helps you win on those inches.
But here's the thing about Darius Robinson, and this is the last thing that I'll say. He is huge through his shoulders, through his chest, through his rump, and through his thighs, and all the rest of it. But when you see him line up on the edge in the true pass rush package, he looks like an edge rusher.
Yeah, he does.
He moves like one. And so you're just like, well, what exactly is this guy?
He can do it all.
He
can do it all.
Yeah.
And that's it. He can do it all. And I think that's what one of these to pick 28. This was a spot that I wanted to see Darius go because they've had a need of everything except for where Ed Oliver sits. The Buffalo Bills are picking at 28, and that's where I thought Darius would have fit well. The problem is the Bills have now traded that selection. Pick 28 has now been traded. We're waiting to see who they trade the selection to.
My mock draft's screwed because this was the Xavier Worthy spot.
Well, this is where Washington steps in to get Guyton. Kingsley.
This was
Kingsley's
or
McGay.
Or maybe Pittsburgh steps in to get
This was a rumor. This was a rumor that came out over the last month. Was the biggest unspoken fact was that Washington was going to come back in to take a tackle.
Shout out to Jordan Reed
to protect the Washington Commanders' new quarterback Jayden Daniels. The one that I always connected to this thing, dude, is the one that you're going to hate is Patrick Paul. Patrick Paul, to me, when you are visualizing guys that fit in, again, I'm not saying Patrick Paul deserves to be a first-round pick, but what I am saying is Patrick Paul fits the Washington Commanders jersey, and he fits a need for the Washington Commanders. As we wait for the capital to come in from the Buffalo Bills, our resident Bills fan, Nick Coder, shout out from Philadelphia.
This was the thing that was going to make him happy.
He said, I wanted to trade down. They never do it. They only trade up. They always trade. Or sorry, they never trade down. They always trade up. It turns out the Bills are indeed going to trade down from 28.
If it turns out to be Patrick Paul, maybe
Chiefs traded up is what I'm hearing. Is that true? Did you have any do we have a? It feels like the Chiefs moved up, so it's Cooper. I'm going to guess Cooper because Cooper DeJean is the best. I've been saying this. Cooper DeJean is the best one-for-one replacement for Darius Sneed.
Can you imagine Chiefs Kingdom?
But you have to take into account who they're jumping.
Imagine the jersey sales. Oh my God!
Listen. The Chiefs are not trading up. The Chiefs are
Sorensen that they actually like.
You really?
What if they trade for Worthy?
I was gonna say you think that the Chiefs are trading up a couple mere spots to take Cooper DeJean? Do you think that's an advantageous move?
Yeah, I mean, opposed to what, Cody?
A wide receiver. Look at the teams you're jumping. The question:
wide receivers it's a stale crack.
The Cowboys are 29.
Do you know what?
The Ravens are 30, and the Niners, who have been in conversations of getting rid of Brandon Ayuk and or Deebo Samuel. The Chiefs are jumping these three teams. These three teams all have a need.
And so,
offensive line, receiver.
Do we know the pick?
And corner.
Get the
guy.
Do we know the pick? Maybe they just want to get the guy.
Do they just not want Buffalo to get Xavier Worthy?
The pick is in.
The pick. Wait.
And guess what?
Wait a sec.
Listen.
Let me hit the timer.
Pick is in, and this was an Alex Dunlap hammer at the Indianapolis NFL Combine. The Chiefs cannot leave the draft without trading up for Xavier Worthy.
Oh, baby! Electricity. This is. You gotta be kidding me.
He said, listen, we walked out of the Indianapolis Lucas Oil Stadium.
We didn't mock that night.
Listen, we walked out of Lucas Oil Stadium 1 year ago, and he said Anthony Richardson will be a first round number 1 overall pick. He went 4th to the Indianapolis Colts. We walked out a mere couple months ago, and he said there's no way Xavier Worthy gets out of round 1, and the Chiefs will have to trade up. Again, I don't think you visualized it being 28. I think you visualized it more being like 12, but they do indeed trade up. They get rid of pick 95 to 21. They move the pick 28, and the Bills move back 4 spots, garnering
Let's talk about this
a 5th
real
round pick.
quick.
Xavier Worthy plugs into the Kansas City offense
As the
on the
wide,
side of Rashi Rice
as
and Hollywood Brown.
as the as
Hollywood and Xavier.
as the immediate wide receiver 1, and so the question now becomes, where do we slot him in Dynasty among Rome Odunze?
It's 4. I had him at 4. He's still at 4. You can't put him above Rome.
And
Don't fall for that trap. Alex. Don't do it. Don't do it.
you don't need to, like, I've been doing this a long time. You don't need to tell me about traps.
Alex Dunlap knows no about traps.
There's gonna be a discussion here, man.
Oh, for sure.
Like, this top now, Xavier Worthy is butted into the top 4, and there will be a discussion whether he becomes
That's correct.
more than 4.
One question. We'll kick it to the couch.
Wow.
Brian Thomas
Dude.
who? Brian Thomas who? Brian Thomas who?
Brian Thomas is out of the
who?
question.
Brian
It's
Thomas
like-
who?
Brian
Yeah,
Thomas
out of
and
the
Gabe
question.
Davis.
Who?
It's the Spider-Man meme is
It-
going on in Jacksonville right now. Gabe Davis pointing at Brian Thomas.
You got, man, like, people are about to find out about X, dude. Like, he's not just fast, he's a sick receiver. So we'll see. But being with Patrick Mahomes
Patrick Mahomes wanted him. Patrick Mahomes said, boys, go get him.
versus the wide receiver connected to
One more thing.
Mahomes said, do you guys
versus
remember
the guy
when
connected
MBS
to-
dropped the touchdown against the
One
Eagles?
more
Do you
thing.
remember when my deep threat I can't throw it to Justin Watson.
Marquise Brown's there on a $4 million deal. He's done after this year. Like, in Dynasty, like, I mean, honest, like, I'm being serious. This
You're
is
right.
This is a conversation.
You're right.
This is a
You said he has
conversation.
Tyreek Hill-esque
Yep.
ability, and now he's on the offense that developed Tyreek Hill.
One more
This is
question.
it.
One more question. The Bills traded down and allowed the Chiefs to get
Losers stay losers. I'm sorry, Nick Coder.
The Bills allowed this to happen.
Hey,
And
they
the
let
Bills-
the Bills let
the
Daddy
Bills-
walk in and
the
do
Bills,
Daddy things.
who are doing everything they possibly can to emulate the Chiefs and get rid of all their receivers and get a good tight end and be able to, like, all the rest of it. And now, all of a sudden,
Guess where the AFC Championship is
the
going to be played this
Chiefs
year?
jump ahead.
Kansas
Of,
City.
the Chiefs jump ahead of them to say, we're gonna take the guy. We're gonna take the guy that you're not gonna take.
They said, Mr. Bean, step aside. Let
Dude.
winners win. Losers go to the back.
Hey,
we're gonna kick it over the fantasy desk
Can I
right now.
Can I say one thing?
Of course.
Before we kick it off, if you took Xavier Worthy around pick 95, 96, 97, 98 in underdog drafts, congratulations. to
Cha
you.
effing ching.
He was still like a top.
Yes. We got him. We got him, Xavier Worthy. Oh, poor Cody. He almost got away with leaving Worthy out of his mock draft. Didn't work out. Worthy is not Marquise Brown. Worthy is not Mecole Hardman. Worthy is not John Ross. He is Brandon Cooks. He is an elite speed receiver that also has refinement, can play all over the field, slot, outside, inside. Tyreek Hill is not necessarily a crazy comparable. And the beauty is the reason why you see a trade up here is because in real life, it's a tactical advantage to have a guy that runs a 4.22. He's going to make everybody's life easier. It was a mistake to let him fall this far. And now we get the fantasy outcome that we wanted. You're going to draft him ahead of the fact that you're going to draft a guy that's outside the big 3 receivers over some of the quarterbacks that go first round. Like, I wouldn't have thought that was possible. Like, of course, I'd be taking Bo Nix over any of the other receivers outside the big 3. Of course. And then this pick comes in, and now I'm like, I got to go Worthy over Nix. I got to go Worthy over Penix. Worthy is the wide receiver 4 in this class. And we're going to kick it to Dario. We're going to talk it through. Who is the wide receiver 3 in seasonal leagues is now a debate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I will say, I know, Matt, you don't like Brian Thomas. I do think Brian Thomas should be in consideration for the 109, the 110. Right now we have Trevor Lawrence as his quarterback. Very minimal target competition after pretty much one more year of Christian Kirk. It's essentially going to be Brian Thomas, Gabe Davis, and Evan Engram there long-term is what it's looking like right now. With Xavier Worthy, well, we have to look at the hit rates of these smaller receivers. He's under 180 pounds. None of us knew he was going to break the 40-yard dash record. None of us knew he was going to get even close to it. If you said, do you think he's going to run a 4.25? Nobody would have been like, oh yeah, Worthy's running 4.25. The play speed is not on Tyreek Hill's level. I do think he's in consideration for the 109. I do think I'd take him over Penix, who's blocked for at least 1 year. I don't quite share the full-blown enthusiasm.
You would take him over Brian Thomas?
Worthy.
Yes. You think he's worthy of a pick? You're not sure about Worthy over Thomas?
I'm willing to hear arguments for those two. I think I would go 109, 110.
Patrick Mahomes over Trevor Lawrence. That's easy. There's less target competition actually in Kansas City. Rashee Rice is going to miss a few games, at least 4 games. Is that the current projection? So now it's like an aging Travis Kelce. I mean, the fact that Kelsey's 35, I mean, everything is just lining up so perfectly for Worthy. I mean, this is it. I mean, this is not a field stretcher. This is not even Deshaun Jackson. This is a guy that has real target commanding abilities. Plus, he has the deep speed after the catch. This is awesome.
I'm just for Dynasty. I'm surprised the 4-game hypothetical sample of Rashee Rice missing worries you. The way I see it is this is basically like if we had Christian Kirk on year 2 of his rookie deal and he's missing 4 games. Rashee Rice was awesome last year.
Yeah,
he's there for at least 3 more years target competition wise.
Yeah.
Brian Thomas is competing with Evan Engram and Gabe Davis after this year. That to me is much, much more exciting from a pure target competition.
Brian Thomas is Gabriel Davis. I'm not. There's just there. If you look at the breakout finder, we talked about it earlier. The breakout finder looks at all the data points, and one of the important data points is freshman year production. Worthy, incredible as a freshman. I mean, not 1,000+ yards, but most receivers don't even get close to that as a freshman. So he outperformed any expectations that anyone would have possibly had for a guy like that as a freshman. The breakout finder has him locked into the top 4. You have to get the app to see exactly where he slots in. So we know in a vacuum, this is just a good player by the numbers, and also, you know, the football guys, the Codys, the Alex Dunlaps, they like him. So, okay, so these all line up, and then now he gets the landing spot. This is just not something I'm not. So this is not an overthinking situation.
Hold up. So we're talking about Brian Thomas's freshman year. Do you like Malik Nabers? Because the two of them had very, very, very similar freshman years at LSU.
Okay.
So the way that I see it is Brian Thomas, very similar to Malik Nabers as a freshman. He struggled as a sophomore. That's not good. But we have a reasonable freshman year where he's competing with a lot of guys and he's holding his own even when compared to Malik Nabers. Junior year, I'm a little bit worried about whether or not this guy can command a potential 25% target share. But I'm worried about that with Xavier Worthy as well. Xavier Worthy looks like the kind of guy that's going to give you an 18 to 22% target share. And I don't think that's necessarily different from Thomas. I just think one of them has the frame that has been proven year after year to hold up at a much higher rate than the guy that weighs potentially less than we do.
I mean, we got in trouble last year discounting Tank Dell. Not going to let that happen again. And we got to kick it back to another desk here to chat a little bit. I'm sure the football desk has opinions on this. But just accept the good.
So as it turns out, the fantasy landscape has developed. Rashee Rice's car, post pre-crash, that's Xavier Worthy. Fast, agile, quick. Brian Thomas is Rashee Rice's post-crash, slow, dead in the water. Not going to do much after the wheels keep spinning.
Not gonna do much in that thing.
Can't do anything.
You
Not gonna do
draft
much.
you draft that thing as wide receiver 4 pre-draft, and you leave it on the highway after you get in a little mini accident.
Just Rashi Rice
and
in
you
the
just
car,
run away.
speeding. He's speeding. He's loving. He's going, oh, I'm saving your word.
Every-
right now.
every-
Oh, crash, Brian Thomas.
Everything,
Run away.
everything okay with that whole drive train? We got to take a look at that thing. Oh my gosh, Xavier Worthy to the Kansas City Chiefs. Are you kidding me? This is intense. We need to have the talk. If he can infiltrate the top 3.
Whoa.
Yes, it needs to be a discussion that needs to be had. I'm not sure for Dynasty, certainly for best ball and redraft.
Yes, best ball.
It'll be a situation where we need to discuss that, but also for Dynasty, I think we'll probably have to talk about it because Marquise Brown, only on a 1-year prove-it deal there with Kansas City. The next Tyreek Hill, the next Deshaun Jackson, the next T.Y. Hilton connected to Patrick Mahomes. I don't know how we get away from this. This is sick. This has happened. This is the knowledge that's available to us now that was not available to us 2 hours
What did
ago.
you say at the beginning of the
and
stream?
we are different people.
We are different people, Alex. We are different. But what do we have, boys?
The pick is in. Back picks. The Cowboys address a mega need. I did think it was interesting that they came back. They could have went receiver, added somebody to the CD Lamb wide receiver core. They've been trying to fix the thing the last couple of years.
Yeah.
They go Tyler Guyton just up the road in Oklahoma, a guy that can plug in day one at the right tackle position. And the Ravens, the pick is in. Value falls to them. What did we hear the last couple of days, Matty, as far as a guy that just kind of quietly vaulted himself into a conversation of, wait, you're talking about this guy's a top 10 pick? Nate Wiggins goes to the Baltimore Ravens. A value here for Eric DeCosta on the back end at pick 30, cornerback out of Clemson. Tyler Guyton to the Cowboys to play right tackle. Nate Wiggins to the Ravens to play corner.
Well, the Cowboys have been quietly developing offensive linemen, right? I mean, that's their strong suit.
Right. It feels
And now
like,
getting Tyler Guyton allows them to put Smith and allow him to stay on the inside where he's been so damn good. And Tyler Guyton has been the freak athlete, the developmental project, the big ball of clay that the Cowboys can now mold to be their big Tyron Smith replacement.
former tight end, a guy with really, really good feet, can move super well in all directions. And whenever we were at the combine, Cody and I like to do this thing, right, where we ask players in their particular conferences. So say the Big 12 conference, right? We'll go around asking the defensive linemen, who was the biggest problem? Like who was the guy?
Tough? Yeah.
Who was the guy you faced that was the toughest? Who was the toughest guy you faced? Whether it was whatever game you had this year, maybe it might be the Senior Bowl. Like who's the toughest guy you faced? 6 out of 8 Big 12 defensive linemen / defensive ends told me that Tyler Guyton was the toughest that they had faced. 2 others said it was Kelvin Banks from Texas, who is widely locked in.
We'll get ready to talk about him in 25. No doubt.
A round 1 pick as far as left tackle.
Could be a top 3
So
pick.
Guyton is a player who, only 18 games he's
That's it, yeah.
started.
Yeah, less than 20.
But
15.
Yeah. 15 games he started. But if you're at the Senior Bowl, you saw it.
Yeah.
And if you talk to these guys, you see it. Tough to face, man. Long, gliding, basketball player type of left tackle.
Yep.
So we'll see what the Cowboys. We'll see what I think it's a great pick for the Cowboys. Right?
Well, also, yeah. I mean, it's a great pick for the Cowboys, and we have to factor in not 1, 2 trade backs. So the assets that they've been able to gain and still get a guy that they probably would have taken with the original slot. That is having control of the draft board. That's the dream of these teams. It's not easy. If you play fantasy football, whether it's your rookie drafts or your dynasty startups, you want to have control, but sometimes it gets away from you. What happened to the Atlanta Falcons? What I think happened to the Las Vegas Raiders.
Things got away from them.
We watched draft day last night here at the house. The Falcons might be having a worse day than Kevin Costner hoisting the cockamamie
I've
draft day stuff.
I've never seen that movie. Is it?
We might have to run it back tonight. Run
Okay.
2 back-to-back nights because it's truly a treat. But the Cowboys moving back twice, getting their guy, a very good high ceiling. I mean, it might be crazy, but you could make the argument he has his highest ceiling as fashion now.
Can I ask a question about this particular Guyton selection here?
Yeah.
Because they drafted Tyler Smith from Tulsa a few years ago in the first round. He's in the left tackle position now with Tyron Smith gone, plugged in there, right? They paid Terrence Steele 5 years, $82 million to play right tackle.
Yep.
Guyton played 13 of those 15 starts at right tackle.
That's interesting.
Steele's their new left tackle.
But no, but don't.
That's
but
not
don't-
left tackle money.
No, but he's going to play it
And
now.
Steele took a little bit of time.
Because
Steele
Smith is
took
that good in the
Steele
dark
took a
at
little bit of
guard.
time to progress into
Don't
a
they
right
talk
tackle.
about Smith as maybe a guy that can bump in?
He's
Sure,
keep
but
that
who's going to
guard.
go to left tackle?
It's going to have to be the guy they paid. Guyton's not ready to be left tackle. We know that.
Steele took a couple years to become a standalone, dependable right tackle.
Look,
Well, that's
man,
why you move him to left.
Yeah,
And then you hope that Guyton can maybe make the ipso facto swap.
I think what Cody is bringing up here, and this is a good point, is that this Dallas Cowboys offensive line is one that is full of high-end developmental talent, but we're not exactly sure how this thing's going to go as far as how
That's
they
right.
put the pieces
It's true.
exactly together.
That's the biggest
Right.
question.
But
what would
if-
you guys do though?
for-
if you were
I think
setting the depth chart of the Cowboys, how would you do it?
I would put Tyler Smith at left, and I put Guyton at right.
And I put Terrence Steele at the guard position.
Yep.
Has any history of playing guard?
Well, Steele's just as a veteran, it's going to be a lot easier to transition inside at your older age. As you
Because
slow
Guyton has
down.
no experience
Yeah.
inside, right?
Guyton can work
No,
next
he's
to
a
Steele.
no,
and that'll-
he's a basketball player.
That's right. He needs to be outside.
I mean, you remember?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, you don't. You weren't at the Senior Bowl. Had to plug that in. Sorry, Nux. Appreciate you. Love you.
Stream's over.
It's
Get out
okay.
of here.
It's
It's
okay.
over.
No, but if you would have saw him at the Senior Bowl, it was too easy to see when he would open up and he would kick back. It was like this dude is like Flat Stanley. Remember,
Yeah.
You remember Flat Stanley from like third grade?
Of course, I remember Flat Stanley.
He looked like Flat Stanley, how open and skinny and basketball player.
Yeah.
He's got some. He's got.
He
some
can't play
ground-
guard.
Yeah.
No, you wouldn't be
There's,
outside.
there's no. Well,
Byron
you
Murphy
just-
would kill him.
You just
So Steele
can't.
kicks inside. Smith goes to the
Yeah.
left tackle. Guyton right tackle.
I mean,
Either way,
no, I'm not
this
saying
is
that
a
that's what's
good-
gonna, I'm not saying that you asked us what we would do. I
Yeah.
think that's what I would
yeah,
do.
but do you think that's what the
But-
Cowboys do? It makes sense.
But no, I mean, what I think the Cowboys have decided to do is just say, like, dude, let's put this piece into the room. We'll figure it out. We really like him.
31st pick is in the 2024 NFL Draft. Kool-Aid McKinstry is continuing to fall. Cooper DeJean goes to the San Francisco 49ers at pick 31.
What a good
Oh
pick.
my
Yeah.
God, him and Christian McCaffrey going out on the pontoon boat together.
They be tuning? The boys be tuning?
Hey, man, Saturdays are for the boys in San Francisco.
Boys are
in
tuning
the Bay
San
Area.
Fran.
Are you
Shanahan.
kidding me?
Back-to-back
Yeah,
corners, and we talked about it earlier.
Yep.
The corners were not going off the board as the draft was unfolding. And as we get to this back end, corner, they're starting to slip off the board here. We see Wiggins go. We just saw Terrion go 24th overall to the Detroit Lions. Cooper DeJean falls. The Kansas City Chiefs had it in their arms. They could have taken a corner when they moved up, but they could have sat still and probably still taken one. Instead, they, of course, go worthy. Corners falling, becoming values for teams that finished.
Wait, is Nate Wiggins still on the board?
No, Wiggins with the Ravens.
Okay, so Kool-Aid's still on the board.
Kool-Aid is the guy who's going to slip. There was going to be one.
So
It's
Kool-Aid slips.
Correct.
Wait, who did Wiggins go to?
The Ravens.
Oh gosh.
DaCosta loves
Okay,
BPA.
right.
That's how they.
Okay,
He was
so
on. That's how he does business.
We have that. We have that. With
Those are the last two
Guyton,
picks.
DeJean, and Wiggins are the last three picks.
what?
It's
Shut
not
the
Cooper
fuck
DeJean.
up.
Oh, what?
Shut up.
So we have some confusion here. What is happening?
Wait.
We have a Cooper DeJean.
Wait,
It
wait,
might
wait,
not
wait.
be right.
Ricky Pearsall,
No.
wide receiver from Florida,
No.
31st overall. This tells me one thing here.
No.
Brendan Ayuk is trading the next 12 hours.
Brendan Ayuk's gone tomorrow.
Hold on. Wait. Is Ricky Pearsall a San Francisco 49er?
Ricky
It sounds
Pearsall
like it.
is the newest San Francisco 49er, 189
Oh,
pounds,
my
6'1", 4'1", slot receiver, slot dominator, is going to plug in now with the San Francisco 49ers alongside Brock Purdy, George Kittle, currently Brendan Ayuk, and currently Deebo Samuel, Christian McCaffrey. The sickest weaponry in football
Period.
just got
Period.
sicker.
Period.
And here's the thing about Pearsall. He's a freaky dude.
He is a little freaky deaky, yeah.
He's a
Great hands,
freaky
good
dude.
route runner, yeah.
I will say this about fantasy: why I'm not like running around and jumping up like I was about Worthy. It's you guys know if you play fantasy football, if you play DFS, you guys know every single week it's impossible to say like, okay, dude, I love this matchup for the 49ers. I'm gonna play Purdy. But the question always is, who do I stack him with?
You're right.
You know, do I stack him with Kittle? Do I stack him with Ayuk? Do I stack him with Deebo? It's going to be that same way for Pearsall. But geez, man, if we're talking about for deep dynasty leagues, if we're talking, all the rest of this stuff, Pearsall with first round draft capital means one of these dudes is leaving. Ayuk's leaving,
100%.
or Deebo Samuel's
100%.
leaving. And I think now what this means is in dynasty rookie drafts, Pearsall is going to be going at the 111 or the 111.
He's a first round pick.
He's a first round pick. I'm sorry. In one quarterback leagues,
quarterback leagues, yeah.
The 110 to 111 and super.
Listen, I'm going to say this: you can make an argument in one QB, and this might seem bold, but as we stand today, Marv, Nabers, Odunze, Worthy, Pearsall is now.
Pearsall,
dude,
Pearsall went ahead of Adonai Mitchell.
We need to stew. We need to mix this soup up. This is a big pot of stew here. We're actually making chili tomorrow night. We got to stir this big boy up. We're going to send it over to the fantasy desk right now because we want to get their analysis on this Pearsall thing. The Bills just traded back. The Bills just traded back from 32. These guys are going to talk about Pearsall quick. Listen, these guys are going to talk about Pearsall quick, and we're going to come back and we're going to tell you who dropped at 32. We're going to get out of here tonight.
Boys, let's do it.
Ricky Pearsall in the first round.
Who had that on their big board?
I mean, this is an unbelievable landing spot for Pearsall, who was one of the best athletes at the combine, and Pearsall was a riser. We were projecting Pearsall to go inside of the top 40, but it's very significant. The San Francisco takes him in the first round. You have Brandon Ayuk rumors, you have Deebo Samuel rumors, and now you draft sort of like a next level athlete wide receiver. This is, I mean, you have to love it for Ricky Pearsall, but it sort of makes you do kind of mental gymnastics with what is the next domino to fall for San Francisco.
Where you have to think that one of the two of Ayuk or Deebo has got to be gone. You can't afford to pay Ayuk, 23 million, 25 million a year with everybody else. And then Purdy will be eligible for an extension after this year. So where does that money come from? And you still have Kittle there. You still have CMC there. It's gotten very crowded very quickly. So I think sometime overnight into tomorrow, one of those two guys could be on a new team. What do you think about that?
I mean, I think that that's a possibility. It also could be a long-term play where they're pushing the chips in for this season, adding that strong third wide receiver, and then they sort of have that wide receiver who could take over for either of those guys stylistically next year. Because Pearsall can do some things.
Yeah.
And it's, I mean, for him to go ahead of Ladd McConkey and ahead of Adonai Mitchell, certainly if you took your Ricky Pearsall, under props, you're looking pretty good. But this was definitely out of nowhere. Definitely a surprise one. Nobody had Ricky Pearsall inside the first round. I mean, we saw Jalen Polk projected to go in the first round by certain
Xavier Leggett. Yeah.
And so we have Carolina at 32 right now. The pick is going to be in. We can go ahead and announce that one. Let's go ahead and do that one, Memphis.
Xavier Leggett.
And speak of the devil, another wide receiver, we get Xavier Leggett, long rumored to be a Carolina Panther. I think Carolina jumps New England, who's picking 33rd, and they end up getting Xavier Leggett. So we end with a fantasy football flurry.
It was a flurry. A good
we
word.
Get Xavier Worthy, we get Ricky Pearsall, and we get Xavier Leggett. We get the three big combine winners. These guys are all incredibly athletic, and they all land in situations where, like, Xavier Leggett can be the alpha in Carolina. Ricky Pearsall, a year from now, is taking over for a wide receiver who's in wide receiver 2 land right now, attached to Brock Purdy. And then we're not even talking about Xavier Worthy yet, who we got to get your take on Worthy. Let's come back to Leggett.
All right.
Let's talk about Worthy, because we just saw Matt Kelly and Josh Larky sort of have an argument. For me, it's over. Xavier Worthy is the 105 in single QB leagues. He's the 109 in Superflex leagues. If you don't take Xavier Worthy on the chance that this is something incredible with Patrick Mahomes, I think you could really, really be hurting in a couple of years in Dynasty.
I love the Worthy pick. We were talking when we switched back to the news desk that Travis Kelce is going to soon be like Grandpa's Corvette. You only break him out on warm, sunny days, and you use him very sparingly because he's the key to the offense in the playoffs. But early in the year, you're going to see a lot of work with Xavier Worthy. Although I do agree with Josh as well, in that he and I took a look and that the Jaguars offense has 136 vacated targets left behind by Calvin Ridley. So you got to think he can get a large share of those. So I see where they both make excellent points. I clearly have Worthy ahead for me personally, but I don't think it's quite the gap as maybe it's perceived to be. What do you think?
I mean, for me, it's like the optimist in me. Like, I'm a fantasy optimist, and this is like, if we could have drawn up ideal landing spots for any player in the draft, it's sort of like the Xavier Worthy, if he happens to get attached to Patrick Mahomes, and dare I say the Tyreek Hill role, where they have a wide receiver now that can get behind any single defense and can do incredible things with the ball in his hands. 4.21 speed, definitely a very slight player. They're not the same, absolutely not the same. And I don't want to put that kind of pressure on him. If we're not expecting him to turn into Tyreek Hill, but we've seen that sort of production with Mahomes. Xavier Worthy, to me, is going to be our biggest dynasty riser at Player Profiler in terms of our dynasty ranks.
Do you know who Worthy helps as much as anybody whose name's not been mentioned? Isaiah Pacheco. That's one less guy that can be in the box because you can't let Xavier Worthy get behind you. So from a seasonal aspect, for those best ball players, we can throw it to Bradley here in just a second. He's our best ball guru, but it's got to be considered a win for those rushing downs for a guy like Isaiah Pacheco.
Yeah. And this is Isaiah Pacheco. Let's see if he also survives day two. Because we saw a bunch of surprise picks here, Memphis. Let's see if Pacheco survives a little day two.
Most of these running backs I wouldn't let wash my truck. So there's a couple of them. If a Jonathan Brooks or a Trey Benson lands there, okay. But once we get past the top 2 or 3 running backs, this class is not special. And just from a dynasty standpoint, it's like value your running backs. I mean, look, is this 7 wide receivers in the first round? 0 running backs. People tell you to trade your Breece Halls and Jahmyr Gibbs. Hang on to those guys because there's going to be so many more wide receivers and so fewer bell cow running backs. So that's just a little nugget I had taken away from this, is that they just continue to force feed us good wide receivers, whether it's Brian Thomas, whether it's Xavier Worthy, in good landing spots with QBs. We don't know what the Bills are going to do tomorrow. So remember to don't forget to appreciate your running backs.
Yeah, and we're going to get to hear Cody Carpentier and Matty Kiwoom breaking down everything with Bradley Stalder, because this stream is about to end and we're about to take it to our post-draft show. So stick right here with us here at Player Profiler. If you're watching on Twitter, it's going to pop up shortly. But if you're on our YouTube stream, you can click on another thumbnail we have all set up for our post-draft reaction show. You're going to get a chance to hear from Cody Carpentier and Matty Kiwoom breaking it down. Then I'm going to step on. Then you're going to get a chance to hear Alex Dunlap with the Podfather. Then Josh Larky, Memphis Young. And then you're going to get to hear Dario breaking it down with projections from several players that we didn't touch on. So stick with us right here at Player Profiler. Day one was lit. A big thank you to our chat. Make sure you're smashing that like button. Stick with us all draft long. We got you covered for every single pick, but stick with us right now. Don't go to bed. It's time for a little post-draft.
Hey, I want to thank you for being part of this broadcast. If you have any thoughts on it, leave a comment. If you enjoyed it, make sure you leave a like. And if you want to see more shows on the Player Profiler channel, subscribe to it. That's how we know you want more.